start losing traction. So possibly the truck might be a better driver than the actual driver itself. But this getting so close, that really, really concerns me. And I'm sure law enforcement is concerned about that as well. Now, you have to remember also, nobody is behind this vehicle. Does he know the helicopters are following him? How? That's my question. The windows aren't down. So this continuous reckless driving is not because law enforcement is right behind him. This reckless driving is just that driver driving reckless and is being a problem for a lot of these folks on the road. We're getting very close to the downtown area. I wonder if he's going to get off the freeway. If he does, I know my pilot Dylan is going to just do that straight over shot, so we're not going to lose him between the buildings. But right now, though, we're getting to a lot of heavy traffic, and he's starting to lose that ability to just make these rapid lane changes.
Right, to weave through traffic. But you got to wonder also, is he impaired, or this driver impaired? You don't know the state of mind and the emotional state, as well as the possible physical state of these drivers, right? What they're thinking, or when we cover things like this. But clearly just really erratic. It would be scary to be in that situation, stuck in traffic with him, because he almost took out a couple of cars, or at least broadsided and kind of nipped them. Oh,
yeah, you know, he got very, very close. I was just taking a peek at what that was. I wasn't sure if that was a stuffed animal or not. I just think it was unusual that there's a stuffed animal in the back of the truck. Yeah, he's gotten very, very close to a lot of vehicles. Right now, though, you see the speeds are slowing down, and that's because of heavy traffic. He isn't making that getting off to the right, so, you know, thinking that, okay, I'm just going to, a lot of traffic, I'm just going to get off the freeway. He seems to just be struggling with it, which is good and is bad, because if the law enforcement is close by, they might be able to at least get close enough to have lights and sirens and have at least the folks around know that something dangerous is happening or could be happening at any moment. Looks like now we're getting over to the right, so as soon as I said it, I wonder if we're going to try to get off the freeway. But you can see it right there. That's going to be the sheriff's helicopter that's overhead. Looks like we are going to be getting off the freeway. Going to be getting off near the convention center. There might actually still be a possibility that he gets back onto the freeway, maybe the 110. But if he gets into the downtown area, I know Dylan is going to stay right above it, so we're not going to lose him between the buildings.
It seems like, well, I was going to say it's getting congested, more cars. Now it's harder to make these crazy maneuvers, which I guess is a good thing, but also the chances of someone getting hit and hurt are higher as well.
There he goes again, speeding up.
Yeah, running some red lights. And what always worries me when we're on the streets is, as you said, stop traffic. Like if somebody is just stopped and this thing plows into that person, you know, there's a real good chance there's going to be injuries. And then, of course, pedestrians. Whenever we go through anything like that red light that we just saw, I'm always worried that there's going to be somebody. And we're just getting from Melissa from our assignment desk saying that it's confirmed that this is a stolen vehicle. So it definitely is a stolen vehicle. First opportunity I could actually get to actually look into that into the windscreen, and I'm just wanting to see if there's somebody in the passenger seat. I think I missed my opportunity right there. But this pursuit continuing right there in the downtown area. I believe I'm actually looking at the map. We're by Maple, so we're getting into that fashion district area out here, which is going to be a lot tighter, and there's a good possibility a lot more pedestrians on the roadway.
Yeah, you could see he's going into the opposing lane of traffic, not afraid of that, trying to weave around cars and blowing through red lights at a pretty high rate of speed when you consider these are residential streets and commercial areas that he's going through, or the driver's going through. We don't know, I guess, if it's a man or a woman at this point. But ducking into here, Stu.
Two people.
Two people. Yeah. Oh, yes. Definitely. Yes, I see that. It almost
definitely
seems
somebody in the passenger seat.
As though this person kind of knows what they're doing a little bit, unless it's just the way they're pulling into these alleys and narrow areas, right?
Well,
it's like,
oh, there they come out.
I'm just going to get out here.
Yeah, just casually.
There we go. We're just going to get out, take a little walk, run into some, at least they put it in park. It's going to be a little tough right now. I'm going to stay a little bit wider in case they pop out over here.
That's a business,
but we'll
right?
try to move SkyFOX around. Yeah, trying to move them. Yeah, we're going to try to move around. We're kind of boxed in, but going to keep an eye, make sure we don't see anybody walk around the corner acting casual. But at least they put it in. So who's that? Who's that? Is that the gray hoodie? No, not a gray hoodie. Yeah.
Look at all the pedestrian traffic down there. They could certainly blend in if they were walking around on the sidewalk.
Unless they went into this, whatever this is.
Yeah. Or maybe they went through that door.
Is. That's what law enforcement is telling us. So they went inside that building right there. That's the sheriff's ship. Thank you for letting us know, guys. We do appreciate that. So that was he had eyes on him. Apparently, they parked the vehicle and went inside that door, which is kind of unusual. I mean, did they see this door when they were driving around and were like, "Hey, that's a good spot," or is it just happened to be propped open? But at any rate, that vehicle is parked. The two persons that got out went inside that building right there, and we're definitely in the fashion district downtown.
It's like they knew where they were going, right, Stu? And in many cases, they do know where they're going. They have something in mind, and that's where they go.
Well, oftentimes with these pursuit suspects, they do go to a neighborhood they're familiar with. If they, have that luxury, you could say, they have the time for it, they end up where they're familiar with the area, and that door just propped open, right? Like
maybe they're familiar with this business.
Maybe someone opened it,
right? Maybe they have friends in there or family. Who knows? Maybe they know that door is always propped open. So again, you think about the fact that maybe they are familiar with this area and that company or business that's inside that building. Maybe they've been in that building before, and that's why they pulled up there.
Do you see? I don't see law enforcement down below. I thought for a moment I did, but it doesn't seem like that. Yeah.
Yeah, me neither. I'm wondering, because we made our way all the way over to LAPD. I'm sure they knew this was coming, but it's one of those ones. It was kind of a hot potato. It was we heard it getting passed around quite a bit. Like the sheriff's department said, "Oh, let CHP take it." CHP was interested. It's unusual sometimes how these things play out. But now that vehicle definitely in the LAPD area, unoccupied on the roadway there, and then that door propped open. And we don't know. That could be a parking garage in there. It doesn't look like it's a business, but and this is the thing also. It's where did they go after that? I mean, maybe I should be staying a little bit wider, seeing if somebody comes out on one of these side areas right there. We did clearly see the gray hoodie, so we're going to keep an eye on it and see what we can find. But again, we're just waiting on law enforcement to arrive out.
Well, it's a very big building, so if they're familiar with it, they can figure out a way to get around it. Also, they could also change clothing. Like, that's a possibility.
Change what they're wearing. Let's take a look at moments ago when the suspects got out of this vehicle that was wanted.
Good deals over here in the
right here.
Fashion district.
There you're looking at them leaving that alleged stolen vehicle and heading into that building. So that was just moments ago.
I mean, that door either was open for them or it's always left open because that was way too convenient.
And they knew about it, They knew where they were going to go. They're familiar with this area. We're going to keep an eye on this, and Stu, let you do your thing, and we're going to take a quick break.
Why is this guy running?
Right.
Unless,
yeah. That's unusual.
But
maybe he's got. I'm being serious about this, and maybe he's got to catch a bus or something. But
okay. Well, you keep an eye on things. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Definitely.
All right, so we do thank our Fox LA team. They are taking a break from this suspected stolen vehicle pursuit. We're going to keep a very close eye if they decide to head back to what is unfolding there on the streets in LA. We, of course, will bring that to you, but they are in commercial break. Stu.
11, yeah, tell them thank you. Not a problem. Thank you for getting off of us. Copy. I kind of lost interest in this myself.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. We are continuing to monitor what was a possible stolen car pursuit out of L.A. Our Fox 11 L.A. team transitioning away from that live look, but we're going to continue to monitor that live stream. We do have some more breaking news also happening out of California, where the former Oakland mayor has now been indicted on criminal charges, and happening right now outside of the courthouse.
Hold on.
On the way. Bring it down just a little bit. But she could face a maximum of 20 years in prison. We do see attorneys coming up to the podium. Let's listen in.
My name is Jeff Sy. I am counsel on behalf of Mayor Tao. We just have a short statement to make this morning. Today's indictment and the press conference that was held by the government earlier this morning was successful in grabbing headlines. But what it did not do was serve the ends of justice. The indictment itself is chock full of allegations, but it is not chock full of evidence. And that's what we're going to prove in the course of our defense in this case. The case is built on allegations from an unknown co-conspirator that we believe, when the evidence
The indictment charges a scheme that the defendants entered into knowing that bribes would be offered and accepted by Tao and Jones in exchange for allowing the Duongs to exercise illegal influence over the levers of city government. The indictment alleges that the illegal conspiracy began around October 22, before the November 2022 Oakland mayoral election. Weeks before that election, Tao made commitments to take official actions as mayor that would benefit the Duongs. Examples of promises allegedly made by Tao include her agreement to purchase housing units from a company owned by the Duong family, her agreement to ensure the extension of a contract for recycling services that the city of Oakland had with one of David and Andy Duong's companies, and her agreement to use influence to help appoint a high-level city official to benefit the Duong's business interests. In exchange, the Duongs allegedly provided payments to Tao and Jones in various forms, including the financing of a negative mailer campaign targeting Tao's political rivals, and providing Jones and Tao with $95,000 in direct payments disguised as wages for a no-show job for Jones, with the promise of additional payments, all intended to benefit both Tao and Jones. Our communities depend on local government for critical services. The public needs to know it can trust those in charge of City Hall to work for the best interests of the people of Oakland. This public trust is broken when elected officials agree to a pay-to-play system to benefit themselves. This indictment reaffirms the commitment of this office to root out, investigate, and prosecute corruption in our local governments. The indictment was the product of a coordinated effort with our law enforcement partners, the FBI, the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, and the IRS criminal investigation. I want to praise the invaluable work by our law enforcement partners investigating this case. I also want to commend the prosecutors from my office who are handling the case. Assistant U.S. Attorneys Molly Priedemann, Abraham Fine, and Lloyd Farnham, with the valuable assistance of Amala James and Madeline Wachs, and the leaders of our Oakland branch office, AUSA's Alexis James and David Ward. I am now pleased to turn the podium over to my friend and partner, FBI Acting Special Agent in charge of the San Francisco Field Office, Dan Costin.
Today's announcement stems from an ongoing multi-year investigation into public corruption initiated by information shared with the FBI from the Oakland's Ethics Commission. The effort dedicated to this investigation underscores our unwavering commitment to hold accountable those who violate the public trust. The indictment unsealed today highlights alleged corrupt actions involving promises to benefit private businesses in exchange for campaign support, financial gain, and influence on city operations. This case represents a joint effort by the FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the IRS Criminal Investigations Division, and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service. I want to thank our federal partners for their collaborative efforts to ensure the individuals involved in this alleged scheme are brought to justice. The investigation is ongoing, but we hope bringing these charges serves to strengthen Bay Area residents' confidence in the processes by which our elected city government leaders are held accountable. We encourage anyone to report information that would aid the FBI's continuing work to investigate and disrupt public corruption at all levels. Next, I would like to introduce USPIS Inspector in Charge, Steve Sherwood.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Sherwood. I'm the Inspector in Charge of the San Francisco Division of the United States Postal Inspection Service. The indicted individuals are accused of carrying out a series of fraud schemes using the U.S. mail that targeted government agencies, businesses, and the public. These schemes erode both public trust in the Postal Service and the integrity of government institutions. Postal inspectors will continue to pursue all those who exploit the U.S. Postal Service and defraud the American people. I want to express my sincere gratitude to our law enforcement partners at the FBI, IRS Criminal Investigation, and the U.S. Attorney's Office for their invaluable teamwork and dedication to this critical endeavor. Strong and continued collaboration among federal law enforcement agencies led to the indictment announced today. I would like to now turn the podium over to my colleague, Special Agent in Charge Wynn of the IRS Criminal Investigations.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Linda Wynn. I'm the Special Agent in Charge of IRS Criminal Investigation in the Oakland Field Office. Before I get started, I wanted to thank First Assistant U.S. Attorney Robbins for providing this opportunity for us to discuss this case with you today. The alleged activities of the accused have led to a growing sense of distrust amongst taxpayers and elected officials. As alleged, David and Andy Young used bribes to further the profitability of their business interest and to obtain undue influence over the appointment of high-level Oakland City officials. As stated in the indictment, former Oakland Mayor Sheng Tao and longtime companion Andre Jones accepted those bribes and sought to live up to their end of the scheme. Sheng Tao committed to extend the contract of the recycling company and buying housing units from business owned by the Youngs, while Andre Jones received these payments. As often the case, the accused left a money trail from their deceptive acts of corruption. IRS CI is uniquely qualified to investigate corruption of all types because we are the experts at financial investigations. The citizens of Oakland and the larger Bay Area deserve better and demand their public officials to adhere to the highest standards of civil service and full transparency. The accused in this case fell short of those standards. I'll close by saying we can't do this work alone. Many of our investigations are in partnership with other law enforcement agencies. I wanted to thank the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Northern District, the FBI, the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, who worked side by side with us to meticulously advance this investigation. I also wanted to thank you all for your continued interest in this case. Thanks again.
All right, thank you. We will have a chance to field some questions, so I will go ahead and call on folks. Before you ask your question, again, I ask that you state your name and the name of the outlet that you are with. Go ahead. Let me give you this microphone.
Good morning. I'm Ansar Hassan of Davis Studies. How are you guys sort of stepped off to this? And where are the defendants? So I will leave you around where they currently have a situation like that.
The defendants will appear this morning in United States District Court in the Oakland Courthouse before a magistrate judge to be arraigned. I believe that's at 10:30.
Hi, Darwin Von Graham. I'm with the Oakland side. When you say that the Duongs bribed the mayor to extend a contract, what contract are you talking about? The recycling services company they run has several contracts with the city of Oakland. Are you talking about the recycling services contract with the city? Are you talking about the Army-based contract in which they were to obtain city real estate?
Thank you for the question. I can just refer you to the allegations in the indictment, which are quite detailed, and urge you to read that. It describes an agreement to extend a recycling contract for the company owned by the Duongs.
Matt Simons, Court House. What's the maximum sentence you could face if convicted?
The maximum sentences will be read out by the magistrate and the prosecutors today. It's an 8-count indictment. It varies. Of course, the maximum sentence isn't necessarily the sentence that will be imposed. Those are set by federal sentencing guidelines that are reviewed and applied by the judge at any sentencing.
Do you expect additional indictments?
Sorry.
Do you expect additional indictments?
Sorry, can you say your name and address, please?
Charles Clifford, Crown 4 News.
We continue to investigate this case. I can't comment on any additional indictments.
Natalie Orensky, Oakland side. At what point was the U.S. Attorney recused from this case? Was it at the beginning of this investigation or a more recent development?
I can't comment on timing. U.S. Attorney Ramsey is recused based on longstanding policy and practice of the Department of Justice. He's currently recused.
Within the Bay Area, can you tell us in total how much were the bribes that Howard Jones accepted?
Again, I refer you to the indictment, which is detailed. It alleges cash payments of $95,000 in cash.
Okay, we're going to take one more question.
All right, so that was the very latest press briefing from authorities as they were discussing the criminal charges that the former mayor of Oakland, California, now faces. She, along with her boyfriend, are inside this federal courthouse in Oakland, California for their first appearance. And just to catch you up on this, a grand jury has indicted the former mayor of Oakland, her boyfriend, and 2 businessmen for bribery, mail fraud, and wire fraud. So the former mayor was actually recalled by voters back in November during the election. She blamed that on billionaires, she says, bent on removing her from power and a high-level right-wing conspiracy. Federal investigators, they say that she used her 2 years in office to devise a pay-to-play scheme that enriched herself and her boyfriend. So happening right now is that a judge is now presiding over this first court appearance. She, her boyfriend, along with the 2 businessmen, are inside right now. Her attorney is expected to speak after the hearing. We actually saw them speak very briefly at the podium, saying that they're not taking any questions. But if convicted, the former mayor, along with her boyfriend and 2 businessmen, could face a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. We're going to monitor this live feed out of Oakland, California. If we see attorneys or anyone walk up to that podium, we're going to listen in. We're going to bring all of that to you live as it happens. For now, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 2:56 Eastern, 11:56 Pacific. On our agenda, we are expecting the UN Security Council to discuss the very latest out of the Middle East. I did want to share this live look with you. This is a live look from Gaza right here. And if you're just joining us at this hour, we wanted to let you know that right now it does appear as though the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas will continue as planned, with some hostages set to be freed on Sunday. So today, Israel's security cabinet recommended approval of this ceasefire deal after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirmed an agreement had been reached that would pause the 15-month war with Hamas in Gaza and release dozens of hostages. Mediators, Qatar and the U.S. announcing the ceasefire on Wednesday. However, that deal hung in jeopardy for more than a day as Netanyahu insisted that there were last-minute snags that he blamed on Hamas. So Hamas, they have maintained they were committed to the deal, and we did share these live looks with you from individuals, residents in Gaza, families of hostages in Israel, taking to the streets first in celebration and then upset when they heard that this deal may not be reached. Right now, the deal does appear that it will go on as planned, with at least the initial stage of the very first hostages set to be released on Sunday. Of course, as we've been sharing with you, a lot of these ceasefire deals appear on the verge of success. We're going to continue to follow every single development as it happens to let you know about. We also have some other live looks that I did want to share with you, and take a look at this. This is a live look from Hawaii, and you can see this is the Kilauea volcano erupting right there. This is thanks to the United States Geological Survey, and my goodness, you can see the lava spewing there from the ground. This is not anything new for those in this area of Hawaii. We have shared with you previous eruptions, but as you can imagine, this really is causing a lot of people to head to the Hawaii Volcanoes National Park to get a glimpse of this natural phenomenon right here, which of course is the fountain of lava spewing from the ground. Now, the eruption that began on December 23rd in a crater at the summit of this volcano, it has paused periodically, but it resumed Wednesday morning, and it has increased into what you see now. This is a fountain that appears to be about 200 feet high. So just to get you an idea of just how high this lava is spewing, 200 feet in the air. That is according to the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory. We do want to share these live looks as we are able to get them right there. And so I did want to share the very latest out of Hawaii. Meanwhile, we continue to follow the very latest developments out of Southern California as 3 different wildfires continue to burn. None of them right now 100% contained. The district attorney and other officials, they met just moments ago to talk about insurance fraud. As you can imagine, insurance has been a very large concern for homeowners who have lost everything. Many do not have insurance. And so we have seen bad actors pop up. We've heard from local authorities, the sheriff's office, the district attorney saying anyone who tries to take advantage of this tragedy, they will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. So I did want to play out the very latest remarks from the district attorney and other officials. Let's listen in.
Has experience in this situation dealing with crises. You can go all the way back to the 1990s when Los Angeles got hit with the fires, the floods, the earthquake, and the riots. And we had to deal with the situations back then when people were trying to recover and accessing insurance. So the people, we have seen 2 different types of crimes that sadly will occur. There's the people who are going to pretend to be valid insurance companies, insurance agents, brokers, and they're going to target these vulnerable people who are looking for answers for recovery. They're going to lie to them. They're going to deceive them. They're going to try to rip them off. And to these criminals, you are despicable, and we will absolutely go after you. And then there's people, unfortunately, who are going to look at this insurance opportunity as an opportunity to benefit well beyond any type of damage they have suffered, or in many cases, they haven't suffered damage at all. They just look at this as a potential pot of money that they think they can illegally access by lying to insurance companies, by lying to the Department of Insurance, or lying to state, federal, or local governments that are trying to help those who are truly suffering. Again, the people who want to engage in these scams against the government, we're going to be coming after you as well. So these are the warnings. We want to make this warning shot so clear that nobody will have any doubt or any confusion about what we're going to do. I'd now like to turn this over to the Commissioner Lara to describe in more detail the rapid response team and what the Department of Insurance is doing in connection with preventing and ultimately prosecuting insurance fraud.
Thank you, District Attorney, for having us here today. Before I begin, I want to take a second to introduce the members that are here from our law enforcement team. Chief Andrew Gulcher from the head of our investigation division, Deputy Chief Sean Connor from our fraud division, and many members of our team. I'm proud to have you here. Thank you for the opportunity for us to be here and address this unfortunate reality. You know, this is over my 112th fire since I've been in office throughout the state. And so we unfortunately have some experience around what we're going to see next as a recovery process. So I'm committed to standing with every Angelino and taking swift and meaningful action to protect and support you. This is why announcing this strike team with the DA is critical. We usually wait until the fires have subsided and the rebuilding process begins to start warning consumers about fraud. But we cannot wait in such a massive county like Los Angeles. We need to act quickly and give consumers the protections that they need as they're starting to make these really tough financial decisions. Fraud prevention is a key focus right now. And before I get into this, I just want to give you three big updates about what we've been working on. All eyes are on insurance companies, including ours at the department. Insurance companies must do the right thing during this crisis and stand by their consumers, many of whom have been with them for years, paying their premiums fully and on time. Last week, as you all know, I put a mandatory moratorium in effect for property homeowners policies from being non-renewed or canceled by insurance companies after these wildfires. I'm also now expanding that mandatory moratorium and non-renewals to more areas reflecting the growing footprint of these fires. This includes Palisades, Eaton, and now Hearst, Lydia, Sunset, and Woodley. Also, I've asked insurance companies last week to honor the policies they non-renewed or intended to non-renew prior to the wildfires. I'm glad to say that State Farm, California's largest insurer, was the first to answer my call by pausing all pending non-renewals, and not just in the affected areas, but anywhere in LA County for 1 year. This is impacting and will impact tens of thousands of policies. This is critically important to give people some much needed time. So what does this mean? As of effective January 7th, State Farm is pausing all non-renewals for homeowners, rental, residential community association, and business owner policies in the impacted areas of the current wildfires, and for all LA County consumers with pending non-renewals or cancellations. I do applaud State Farm for answering my call and really setting the tone for other insurance companies to follow during this unprecedented crisis. I also am focused on addressing the immediate needs for our consumers today, which is getting the claims process started. Effective now, we have extended our service hours. We have experts on standby Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. now to 7 p.m. And now we have weekend hours, Saturday and Sunday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. I'm also hosting our insurance support workshops to assist residents affected by these recent wildfires. As you know, it's in Santa Monica College this Saturday and Sunday from January 18th and 19th, and Pasadena City College next Saturday and Sunday, January 25th and 26th. Wildfire survivors will be able to make one-on-one appointments with my department staff and insurance representatives that will be there to start working on their claims immediately. So if you haven't made your appointment yet, please call us at 1-800-927-4357. So let's get to our rapid response to combat fraud. Disasters bring the best in people, but unfortunately, it also brings out the worst. That's why I'm creating with our DA this rapid response team. We are working together to prosecute fraudsters and protect survivors from exploitation. We are also educating wildfire survivors about their rights, verifying contractors and adjusters, looking at verifying their licenses, and providing guidance as they navigate this long road to recovery. Since 2019, we have funded district attorneys across California at the Department of Insurance with over $550 million to fight insurance fraud, including here in LA with more than $116 million alone. This investment has already led to some arrests and convictions in recent years, and we are committed to doing even more during this disaster. My team has recovered over $474 million for consumers after past wildfire disasters, and we are very serious about protecting consumers and fraud and actually getting results. This is why this partnership today is critical. Let me give you some examples of how egregious these fraudulent folks can be and some of the cases around fraud that we have seen, unfortunately, over the years. A public adjuster was sentenced to 10 years in prison for stealing more than $1.2 million in insurance payouts, hiring unlicensed contractors, and leaving victims without even repairing their homes. An adjuster and their company sought claims by sending misleading mailers claiming a recovery program that was supposedly funded by the state of California. In another case, the owner of a property management company and a janitorial service company fraudulently billed over $3 million for fire damage cleanup work that never happened or even was performed. So here's a clear guidance to avoid scams. Please verify the license for contractors and for adjusters through our website or on our hotline before you sign any contract. If you're under any duress or any stress, we don't want you to sign anything. Call our department, call our DA. We are working hand in hand to get these answers and provide you some guidance real time. Be aware of unlicensed contractors with unsolicited offers and deals that seem to be too good to be true. So let's give you some steps, what we can do to help empower you. Document and organize. Take photos or videos of property damage and keep all receipts for additional living expenses like hotels and meals. I know there's a lot of great volunteers out there cleaning up properties in our streets, but before you clean up your individual property, take pictures. There's nothing like pictures to get proof of what the damage looks like, so there is no question from your adjuster or your insurance company. Create a dedicated email folder for communication with your insurance company. Create a brand new email so you have all the insurance-related issues, your adjuster issues, in one inbox. So it's readily accessible for you. Start your insurance claim. Contact your insurance company immediately to initiate your claim and request a full copy of your policy to understand your coverage. If you can't get a hold of your insurance company, let us know, and trust me, we'll be on the phone. We can also help you get your insurance policy as well and help you understand your policy, especially for our non-speaking English LA County residents. Report fraud and concerns that you see. Even if you have a slightest inkling of something shady going on, give us a call. at 1-800-927-4357. We can verify licenses. We can let you know if they understand the consumer protections that we have here in California. Every state is unique. We are going to allow out-of-state adjusters to come in to heed just the amount of claims, but they're going to have to be verified through the department and understand the unique rights that consumers have here in California and protections. My goal is very simple: to make insurance fair, accurate, and available for all Californians. Whether you're navigating the claims process, seeking resources to rebuild, or protecting yourself from scams, we are here. So again, I'm going to say this number again. Call us at 1-800-927-4357, or you can visit us at insurance.ca.gov, or attend one of our workshops. We will have our enforcement team there as well to have one-on-one conversations. I just want to say a couple words in Spanish sobre las pausas y no renovaciones de State Farm. State Farm, la aseguradora más grande de California, fue la primera en responder a mi llamado a tener pausa a todas las no renovaciones residenciales pendientes, no solo en las áreas afectadas por los incendios, sino en cualquier parte del condado de Los Ángeles durante un año, lo que afecta a decenas de miles de pólizas. ¿Qué significa esto? A partir del 7 de enero, State Farm pausará las no renovaciones de las pólizas de propietarios de viviendas, alquileres, asociaciones de comunidad, residenciales y propietarios de empresas en las áreas más afectadas de los incendios actuales de California, y para todos los consumidores en el condado de Los Ángeles, con no renovaciones o con cartas de cancelación. Aplaudo a State Farm por responder a mi llamado y marcar la pauta para que sigan otras aseguradoras y hagan lo mismo. También estamos ampliando las moratorias obligatorias bajo mi mando sobre las no renovaciones a más áreas que reflejan las zonas de los incendios, que incluyen Palisades, Eaton y ahora Hearst, Lydia, Sunset y Woodley. Hoy estamos anunciando la formación de un equipo antifraude entre el Departamento de Seguros y la Fiscalía del Condado de Los Ángeles, de respuesta rápida para prevenir y judiciar el fraude de seguros. Por favor, ya sean en el proceso de los reclamos o buscando recursos para recuperarse o protegerse ante las estafas, que estamos aquí para ayudarles. Llámenos al 1-800-927-4357 o visite el sitio web insurance.ca.gov. Queremos hacer nuestra parte para ayudarle a recuperar su dinero lo más pronto posible y protegerles ante el fraude. Muchas gracias.
And with that, we have time for a few questions.
All right, so right there we were hearing from LA officials talking about insurance fraud amid the ongoing raging wildfires right there. We are going to step away for our first 2-minute break of the hour, continuing our coverage after that. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 3:16 Eastern, 12:16 Pacific. And I did want to share the rest of the briefing from LA officials as they're talking about the massive issue of insurance fraud, as many are left devastated by the raging LA wildfires. I'm going to play that out, but we do have some breaking news first out of New Jersey. Take a look at this. This is a live look at a tractor trailer that has slammed into a New Jersey Target, and you can see this massive gaping hole right there in the side of the building. The very latest is this. This is from our Fox 5 New York team. A tractor trailer slammed into this New Jersey Target this afternoon, as you can see, leaving behind just a massive hole in the side of the building. So if you're familiar with this area, this is the North Bergen Target. This is at 7101 Tennell Avenue. And as you can see, structural damage. It is severely damaged right now. A live look right here as crews are on site assessing the damage. And it almost looked like when the helicopter zoomed in right there that there might have been a truck as well in the side of the building. As you can see also from these live views, this is a residential area. You can see homes right there in this neighborhood. As the helicopter zooms beyond that, there is a main road, and then of course the Target on the other side of the street. But take a look. It does look like, okay, so that doesn't look like it's perhaps a truck, but perhaps a dumpster of some kind inside that building. Or perhaps it could be part of the tractor trailer. It's a little unclear. As you can see, the back of the tractor trailer has been ripped open. It's still right now unclear as to exactly how this all happened, what led to this crash, what kind of circumstances led to such massive destruction right there. But dozens of first responders were on scene just about 30 minutes ago. So this is happening right now, breaking news out of New Jersey. And we can also see some of that larger area right there, the emergency vehicles that appear to be blocking this very large section of this road. This is Tennell Avenue in North Bergen. This is the North Bergen Target right here. But you can see, obviously, traffic at a standstill as this is a massive scene right here. You can see first responders have parked themselves in the parking lot at the order pickup area in front of the Target right there. No word on how the driver of this tractor trailer is doing. If anyone inside the building was injured, this is breaking news. We're just, trying to figure out the very latest details. The investigation remains ongoing. But take a look at the back of that tractor trailer. I mean, it is absolutely in pieces right here. We're going to continue to monitor this breaking news situation. We're going to monitor, of course, the websites and the latest information. As of now, we do not know if and when officials will be holding a briefing. We do know that this tractor trailer that you see right there, for some reason, slammed into the side of this Target building right here. Still unclear as to what led to this situation, whether it could have been weather, whether it could have been driver error, a medical condition. We do not know. Officials have not released that information at this time. And we also don't know if anyone was injured, how the driver was doing, if anyone inside the Target was involved, if there could have been perhaps people on the road that might have been impacted. We do see that a tow truck is now, it does appear to be attached to the front of this tractor trailer right here. But again, no doubt they are assessing the structural damage of this Target to assess whether it is safe even to be inside. As you can imagine, that is a massive hole right there. And of course, no doubt they're going to err on the side of caution. But this is also in a residential area, as you can see, this Target surrounded by homes. And so this is going to be a very active investigation as we continue to take a look. And we can see that the helicopter is zooming in down the street. We can see some fire trucks, some ambulances right there. The traffic obviously being diverted as this is a main road at 3:21 Eastern on this Friday. Rush hour traffic, of course, on a Friday, likely going to be building in the next few hours, and traffic as of now being diverted as they continue to follow this breaking news right here. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this situation happening right now in New Jersey after a tractor trailer slammed into a Target, leaving a massive hole in the side of the building. As soon as we get any more information about anyone involved, any injuries, and also what led to this gaping hole right there. And you can see just the bricks just completely torn away, as is the back of that tractor trailer. We're going to keep you up to date. You can count on LiveNOW from Fox to bring you the very latest. And in fact, take a look. It does appear that they're, using saws to try and saw some of this damage away. You can see that they have several of these circular saws right there as they are removing this debris. And you can see, obviously, they're doing this very carefully because, again, structurally, could more of this building collapse? That is something we're going to monitor as well. So I did want to share that with you. We do have all of these live looks from around the U.S., around the world, but this is what's happening right now in North Bergen, New Jersey. This is the Target right there. A massive hole in the side of the building after a tractor trailer slammed right into it. And it's the back of the tractor trailer. So, if you're familiar with these things, it's just interesting in terms of how this might have unfolded. We are waiting to hear from authorities a little bit more about what led up to this incident. And of course, keeping in mind whether there are any injuries or anyone involved as they continue to use circular saws to saw away what appears to be that metal area right there. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on LiveNOW from Fox, continuing to monitor this breaking news out of New Jersey, passing along any developments as soon as we get them. Welcome back to LiveNOW from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We continue to follow breaking news out of New Jersey after a tractor trailer somehow slammed right into the side of a Target building right there, creating a massive hole. And I wanted to share this live look with you as we continue to monitor this breaking news situation. The helicopter giving us a wider perspective, and they keep focusing on this particular area where there does appear to be construction in this neighborhood. It's a little unclear as to exactly why they're doing that, if they're just readjusting their camera, or perhaps there could be another reason why they're focusing on the construction work. But you can see, of course, that this residential street has now been blocked off. So take a look. This is what is happening right now in North Bergen, New Jersey, as you see this massive hole in the side of this Target building. And we do know that just about 30 minutes or so ago, all of this unfolded. That is when first responders arrived there on the scene after this tractor trailer somehow ended up slamming into the building, and it's the rear end of the tractor trailer. So it's a little unclear as to exactly how this all happened. We also do not know if there were any injuries, whether the driver experienced a medical incident, whether this was, we don't know what caused this. And we also don't know if anyone was inside the Target and was injured as well. So I did want to share this live look out of New Jersey as we continue to follow the very latest developments on this breaking news as we continue to monitor this situation on this Friday afternoon. Now, before this breaking news that we transitioned to, we were sharing with you just the very latest briefing that happened moments ago with LA County officials as they were talking about insurance fraud. A lot of bad actors trying to take advantage of the devastating wildfires that continue to rage there. And I did want to share the rest of that briefing with you as we were playing it until this breaking news took place. So we're going to pivot back to that right now as we continue to monitor this live look from New Jersey.
Unfortunately, price gouging that immediately follows during this construction period, and any violations to worker safety or worker protections. So we're all in constant communication as well. Thank you.
And let me just add a moment on unlicensed contractors. We're about to have a tremendous amount of rebuilding work here in this county. The rebuilding work could literally number into the billions of dollars. It is an attractive proposition for unlicensed contractors to come in who might already be here or come in from the surrounding counties, from somewhere in this state or somewhere in this entire country. They view this as the gold mine to tap into. Let me send a very strong message to these unlicensed contractors. Number one, if you are an unlicensed contractor and you engage in this work, we're going to prosecute you. You'll be committing a crime. Number two, often these unlicensed contractors use labor trafficking. They engage in an aspect of human trafficking where they bring in people who are effectively beholden to them. And these are people, whether they're local people or people they bring in from the outside. It's a form of labor trafficking. We're going to go after that as well. And three, for the people out there who are in need of these services, we will get those services to you. Please follow the rules. And when I say follow the rules, again, you're going to see it with contracting. You'll see it with insurance. Right now, FEMA offers at least 2 different programs: an upfront payment for the people who have been affected by these wildfires of approximately $750. They then can give you additional monies under the FEMA programs, and you can access, for instance, the SBA loans, hundreds of thousands of dollars, either on the personal side or on the business side. We do require something from you: honesty. So when you're actually responding to FEMA, when you're responding to the SBA, and they ask if you have suffered in the areas that have been affected, you need to give honest answers. And if you have not suffered, you do not qualify for these monies. And if you did suffer, you need to answer the questions honestly. We're going to look at those applications. And if people have inflated any amount illegally, and they know it when they submit the application, that is additional crimes that we will look at, investigate, prosecute, and punish. So again, you have heard today this rapid response team from the Department of Insurance working with the District Attorney's Office. It offers a helping hand generously to the people who need that helping hand right now. But it also has a hammer for the people who want to illegally take advantage of the funds that are coming into our community from the people who are actually suffering and need it. That helping hand and that hammer are what this rapid response team is all about. And I very much encourage people to take up the commissioner on his offer. Please contact the Department of Insurance if you even suspect that there is any type of fraud going on. And if it deals with price gouging, I'll give you an email address. It's stoppricegouging.dcba.lacounty.gov. That's stop price gouging, all one word, .dcba.lacounty.gov. If you report that price gouging, whether, again, it deals with contracting services, hotels, rental rooms, any type of good or material that someone is engaged in price gouging, which is charging you more than 10% from what it was on the market before the wildfires, they've committed a crime, and we will go after them. Any further questions? Yes.
Yeah. If I fill out my forms, when can I get money? How soon should I expect to get money and payments to be able? There's a lot of people who are, hanging by a thread.
Absolutely. This is why it's critical that if folks attend our workshops, our goal is to do this all in one-stop shop. Get the representatives there. Also, give us a call if you can't make it. We make that connection with the insurance company. There's been a lot of questions around the FAIR plan. We can get those questions and connect you with somebody with the FAIR plan if you call our number. That is my number one goal right now, is to get this process started and get your money as quickly as possible. Obviously, we're again doing this faster than we normally do because we want to wait until adjusters can come into your property, insurance companies can start looking at your claims process, but we can't wait. This fire is of unprecedented magnitude, and we need to start being much more proactive, hence why we're doing it now, to start the process as quickly as possible. So anybody who's having a problem with their claims process, call our department. That is our job, to make sure that the insurance companies honor that contract that you entered with them. If they don't, we will come after them legally. That is my commitment to LA County residents.
But again, what time, how much time
Yeah.
can I expect to?
It all varies because policies are individualized and very different to different companies. And so this is why we want to get the process started so then we can start monitoring. Our goal is to be able to hopefully publicly post how many claims are coming in, how many payouts are happening. Again, to assure the public that payouts are happening, claims are being reviewed, and also put the insurance companies on notice that we're tracking these policies and how long they're taking. So stay tuned for that as well.
What about, is there enough money in the FAIR plan?
As of today, our department is meeting with the FAIR plan officers twice a week. Right now, I feel very confident. Of course, the fires continue to expand, unfortunately. So we'll have a better idea, but we're monitoring and having contacts with them. I feel very confident that they can pay out these claims.
And what about with inflation? Because, labor, everything is going to cost a lot more now.
You hit the nail on the head. The two biggest factors in rates for insurance has been inflation and the cost of climate change. And those are real. And so this is why it's critical that we connect with our DA, with the Attorney General, to fight these price gouging that I can tell you are gonna come and happen. We've seen it after every single fire. And so we got to stay ahead of this, and why the strike team becomes more important now, so that we can stay on it and do a rapid response around these cases.
You mentioned State Farm taking your call. Have any other major companies made any progress with it?
We've been in communications with other insurance companies, and so stay tuned. I think, it's laudable what State Farm did, and it really sets the tone. Especially, Angelenos, we know LA County is an economic juggernaut to the country. Allowing us some time in Angelenos to recover. We're not asking for anything, we're not asking for a hand. We're just asking us for an opportunity to recover so that we continue to do what we do best, and is contribute to the the economy of our country and our state.
All right. Well, thank you all for coming today. And again, we will have future press conferences as there is stuff to report. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that was the very latest from LA officials as they were talking about insurance fraud continuing to be a growing problem as the wildfires rage on, destroying thousands of homes. And so they are discussing with the public what to do when it comes to insurance fraud. Meanwhile, we continue to follow some breaking news out of New Jersey. Take a look at this. You are looking at the side of a building right there. This specifically is a Target in New Jersey that has a massive hole in the side of the building, a tractor trailer slamming into the side of that Target. Now, I was bringing you this live picture of this breaking news, and now we are learning more information from our Fox 5 New York team in terms of what possibly might have happened. So this is the North Bergen Target, if you're familiar with the New Jersey area, at 7101 Tennell Avenue. You can see that the hole right there, just massive. And what they're doing is they're assessing the damage right now. How bad structurally has this Target been damaged? Video from earlier showed a telephone pole actually bisecting the trailer. So the information that we're getting is that this tractor trailer was wrapped around, apparently, a utility pole after possibly backing into the building. So that is according to our Fox 5 New York team. And inside the hole, the helicopter was zooming in, and I was I was noticing that there was something inside. It appeared possibly to be a dumpster or a truck. Well, apparently, according to Fox 5 New York, it is a full-size dump truck. So it is unclear if, and you could actually see, okay, take a look. We're zooming in right here. That apparently is the full-size dump truck that has now completely entered into the side of this Target right here. It's unclear if the dump truck crashed into the back of the tractor trailer, causing it to go into the building. So right now, the cause of this crash is still under investigation, but you can see the damage from the tractor trailer. The back half of the tractor trailer, not even there anymore, just really ripped to shreds. This is happening in a residential area. You can see the homes right there. The road blocked off, and the helicopter continues to focus in on some of the construction happening at the dead end of this street. But take a look at this. This is a main road here in New Jersey next to the Target. Obviously completely closed off to traffic. But now we can tell you, according to our Fox 5 New York team, that a full-size dump truck is now embedded in the side of this New Jersey Target. That is what you're seeing right there, the crumpled wall, but inside that sliver right there, that's the dump truck that has now really embedded itself into the Target. Now, this happened at around 2:45 p.m. Eastern time on a Friday afternoon. It's unclear how many people were inside the Target and whether anyone inside the Target was near this area. And we do not know at this point in time if there were any injuries. That remains unclear at the moment. We also don't have any information on the drivers of the dump truck, if there was one in there, or in the tractor trailer. That remains unclear at the moment. We do know, of course, this did happen at 2:45 p.m. Eastern. The store was open for business at the time of the crash. So right now, we're still waiting to hear from authorities to provide a little bit more information in terms of what led to this crash, specifically the kinds of trucks that were involved. As we do know, according to Fox 5 New York, that is a full-size dump truck that is now inside the Target right there, crashing right through the wall, causing incredible damage to the side right there. And it's unclear as to whether structurally this Target is going to be okay. And that is something that they are going to be assessing in the hours to come. But you can see the debris right there, just massive. And you can also see that the tractor trailer now hooked up to one of these tow trucks. Now, earlier, we were actually seeing some of these firefighters and, responders using circular saws to try and remove some of the metal sheeting from the tractor trailer. It does seem as though they've been able to kind of remove it a little bit further from where the initial point of contact was. But we're going to continue to monitor this. Of course, if there is any sort of briefing from authorities, we are going to let you know. In the meantime, though, we are going to reset. We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, we do have some live events that we do want to get to. but continuing, of course, to monitor this live breaking news situation out of New Jersey. And take a look once again, the back of this tractor trailer completely shredded. It's also unclear as to whether this tractor trailer was carrying anything. We don't see anything necessarily spilled out on the road. Could it have been empty? We don't know. Again, these are questions that no doubt authorities are going to be addressing in the coming hours. Right now, they are simply trying to clean up this situation, get it under control, and make sure that everything is as smooth and as safe as possible for folks on the roads and, of course, for anyone inside the Target right there, as we do know it was open for business at the time of this crash. All right, we're going to step away for that 2-minute break, continuing our live coverage after that. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We continue to follow breaking news out of New Jersey after a tractor trailer smashed right into the side of a Target, and you can see that the hole where the tractor trailer slammed into the side of the building remains. In fact, inside, there's actually a full-size dump truck embedded into the side of the building as the helicopter continues to zoom on in. You can very briefly make out. It's a little hard to tell. Obviously, there's no light inside anymore, as no doubt they've cut the power because that is a dangerous situation right there. New information, according to our Fox 5 New York team, is that we are expecting a briefing from authorities momentarily. They did not give an exact time. We do know that they are sending a crew there on the scene, and as soon as we do see a podium and authorities stepping up to it, of course, we're going to bring that to you. But just to recap the very latest, authorities responded to the scene just about 1 hour ago to a tractor trailer that had apparently backed in somehow to the side of the building. But there on your screen, that is a full-size dump truck inside the Target. It's a little unclear as to the chain of events, the sequence of events that led up to this dump truck inside the Target, whether it led to the crash or, how exactly the tractor trailer also was involved. Did the dump truck crash into the back of the trailer, causing it to go into the building? That remains unclear. We do know that the tractor trailer was initially wrapped around a utility pole after, again, possibly backing into the building, because it's the back of the tractor trailer that has been really just obliterated, just ripped to shreds right there. Right now, that is the tractor trailer. It has now been hooked up to a tow truck, still on scene because this is still a new investigation. And of course, authorities want to gather all evidence before removing any sort of vehicle or item of evidence, as it were. This is North Bergen. This is the North Bergen Target at 7101 Tennelle Avenue. And we do know that the Target was open for business. We don't know exactly how many people were inside. And one of the biggest questions, of course, is, was anyone injured? We do not know that. Authorities have not released that information as they are continuing to assess the damage right there. But that is a full-size dump truck, somehow just crashed right into the side of the building, leaving that hole right there. We have no information in terms of any of the drivers that were involved. No doubt that is some of the information that authorities are going to be providing. And of course, you know, what happened? What led to this massive, you know, incident right here? As you can see, crews right now slowly and gingerly, you know, trying to carefully remove this debris. There's a massive hole in the side of that building, and could more come down? That is top of mind as safety continues to be that way. So I did want to share that with you. Also, we do have another live event that I did want to start right now. This is the UN Security Council that we're going to be transitioning to right here, talking about the ongoing situation in the Middle East. Of course, that ceasefire deal set to start on Sunday. So let's listen in to see what we can hear.
Movement, and is currently restricted to approximately 10 essential logistical movements per day in this area of separation. But at the same time, UNDOF and Observe Group Golan could adapt their operations in the area of limitation on the Bravo side and increased the number of patrols from 10 to 40 per week. Also, UNDOF could neutralize a few unexploded ordinances that were found in public areas on the Bravo side, which represented a danger for the population. Residents in the area of separation have reached out to UNDOF to appeal for its assistance, to ask the IDF to leave their village centers and lift roadblocks impacting their agricultural works. They have protested that the IDF has disrupted their communities and expressed fear, reporting instances of damage and destruction allegedly by IDF battle tank to roads, water pumping stations, and solar panels. Some residents have also protested IDF searches in their villages, with some reporting arrests of their relatives. UNDOF is liaising with the Israeli authorities, including the IDF and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in this regard. And lately, several discussions indicated positive exchanges and real progress. Mr. President, it is imperative that the UN peacekeepers are allowed to carry out their mandated task without obstruction. The mission has consistently called on all parties to maintain the ceasefire, refrain from any action in violation of the 1974 Agreement on Disengagement, and to respect UNDOF and its mandate. The mission maintains its liaison with the IDF to ensure that it continues to carry out its operational activities in a safe and secure manner without any hindrance to its freedom of movement to fully implement its mandate. There should be no military forces or activities in the area of separation other than UNDOF. It is imperative that all parties respect their obligation under the 1974 Disengagement of Force Agreement and uphold the terms of the agreement to preserve stability on the Golan. We count on the continued support of member states to ensure that UNDOF continues to have at its disposal all means and resources for effective and efficient level of operational activities. The mission needs to return to its full mandate implementation as prescribed in the disengagement of force agreement signed by the parties and mandated under the Security Council Resolution 350 decided in 1974. Mr. President, let me conclude by extending once again our heartfelt condolences to the family of Brigadier General Amitabh Jha, who passed away on 23rd December last year during his tour of duty as Deputy Force Commander of UNDOF. I'm grateful to the countries providing military personnel to UNDOF and UNSO for their critical contributions, which are key factors in the force's ability to implement the mandate. I commend the efficiency and dedication of UNDOF and Observer Group Golan personnel, military and civilian. Thank you.
I thank Major General Patrick Gauchat for his statement. I now give the floor to those members of the Council who wish to make statements.
All right, so we're listening into the UN Security Council as they are just getting underway, talking about the ongoing situation in the Middle East. We do need to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. After that, though, continuing to very closely follow the breaking news situation out of New Jersey. Another live look after a tractor trailer and a dump truck slammed into the side of a Target building. We do have some new information as we are awaiting a press conference. We're going to bring you those very latest details in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 3:55 Eastern, 12:55 Pacific. We're going to head back to the UN Security Council as they continue to discuss the ongoing situation in the Middle East. But we do have some new information to pass along to you as we are following this breaking news out of New Jersey. And we can see that some progress has been made. It does appear as they are using these trucks to very slowly pull out what Fox 5 New York is saying is a dump truck right there. So this is in the side of a target. The very latest is that a tractor trailer perhaps backed into the side of this target, but we also see that a dump truck was somehow involved, and it's the dump truck that crashed through the side of the building, embedding itself inside of a target. And according to our Fox 5 New York, they were speaking with witnesses near this target. This is the North Bergen target at 7101 Tennelle Avenue. According to an eyewitness, he said, quote, "I saw someone getting pulled out of the rubble." Now, he didn't mention whether that person was perhaps someone inside the target or perhaps it was one of the drivers involved. But you can see right here, and I just wanted to stay on this live look, as you can see that some of these trucks are pulling out the dump truck, and you can see the back of the dump truck. The back of it is completely filled with what appears to be debris, but also what appears to possibly be dirt, and it's completely full. Again, we don't know exactly what it looked like prior to the crash and how much of it is the debris from the store, but I did want to share that with you. We are hearing, according to our Fox 5 New York team, is that there is going to be a briefing that is set to get underway. When that is going to be, they have not issued a specific time, but they did say that they will be briefing the public on this breaking news situation as traffic along this road, Tennelle Avenue, has been shut down as crews work to clear the damage, but also, of course, to assess and investigate what caused this crash right here, and not just the dump truck that you can see slowly being hauled away, and they actually had to lift it. You can see the cranes right there slowly lifting what is an incredibly heavy vehicle, as it is a dump truck that is filled. The back of it's filled, so very heavy. And of course, they have to do this very carefully because there could be more structural damage. So they definitely don't want to have this dump truck sway back and forth and continue to have damage on this wall right here. Already a very precarious situation. So we do not know the extent of any injuries, if there are any. But according to the witness talking to Fox 5 New York, he saw someone get pulled out of the rubble. We're continuing to gather new information, of course, confirming that information before we provide it to you. We want to make sure that we are accurate in that reporting. A lot of people sharing with us what they have seen, but we are waiting for the official confirmation from authorities, as this continues to be a very fluid breaking news situation. Still yet to be determined what caused this crash. You know, could it have been a medical condition by the driver, weather conditions? We do not know at this point, and so we don't want to speculate right now as authorities are working to gather more information. And we also don't know, how many injuries. All of a sudden, this is a different look. We get these live looks from our partners right here, and so they changed it to show the extent of the response. This is the front of the target right here. The damage actually happened to the side of the building, but you can see that they have created a staging area in the parking lot right there, and we can see that there is someone standing by. So it's a little unclear as to perhaps whether this could be the staging area for that press conference. We do see the Fox 5 mic flag right there, and so perhaps that is where authorities are going to be sharing that information. What we're going to do is, as we continue to await more information, we're going to head back to the United Nations, as they are talking about a major issue, and that continues to be the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. And you can see more people putting mic flags up. So it does appear perhaps that this briefing is going to be taking place sooner rather than later. No doubt we're going to be bringing that to you. In fact, we see a firefighter right there making notes. And so it's a little unclear as to he's, on the phone right now, probably talking to some of the folks right there. We're going to monitor this live look, bringing you that press conference as it happens. But the United States now talking at the UN Security Council, so we're going to listen in.
The United States remains committed to supporting Israel and Lebanon efforts to implement the arrangement they reached on November 27 in order for civilians to safely return to their homes on both sides of the blue line. We reiterate our call on all parties to respect the safety and security of UNIFIL personnel and premises and avoid incidents that expose them to risk or harm. This is key to UNIFIL's ability to conduct patrols and provide this council with information regarding conduct inconsistent with UNSC Resolution 1701. The United States has consistently reaffirmed its support for Israel's ability to exercise its right of self-defense consistent with international law. It is critical that all groups be mindful of the need to establish stability in Syria. In that regard, we take note of comments by Hayat Tahrir Hashem that Syria should not pose a threat to any of its neighbors, and we hope to see further actions towards that end. We note with concern reports that a civilian was killed in an attack on the Bravo side of the area of limitation on January 15. To that end, we urge all parties in the area of limitation to fully use UNDOF's critical liaison function to avoid miscommunication, and we hope to see a reduction in clashes and the restoration of calm in the buffer zone. Ultimately, we want to see lasting stability between Israel and Syria and support all sides upholding the 1974 disengagement agreement, including on the terms of the buffer zone and the means for its enforcement. We reaffirm our support for the disengagement of forces agreement. Israel has made clear its intent to uphold the terms of the agreement as soon as conditions allow, and that its actions are temporary and limited to defend its borders. To that end, we hope to see a reduction in clashes and the restoration of calm in the buffer zone. We also state emphatically again that UN peacekeeping personnel and positions must never be the target of an attack. We condemn any deliberate attack against UN personnel and positions. The safety and security of peacekeeping personnel are of utmost importance. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. And I start by thanking USG Lacroix and Major General Gauchat for their briefings. After over a year of conflict and suffering across the Middle East, we now stand at a moment of hope for the people of the region. With the Syrian people free from Assad's tyranny, political progress in Lebanon, and news that a ceasefire and hostage release deal have been finalised for Gaza, the UK will continue to work tirelessly to ensure we seize this opportunity and deliver much-needed peace. The past year has seen continuous and devastating violence across the Blue Line. We strongly believe that a ceasefire and lasting political solution are the only viable route to peace, stability and security for the Lebanese and Israeli people. As we approach the end of the 60-day ceasefire period, every effort must be made to continue the progress and avoid a return to conflict. Violations of the agreement will only bring us back to the brink, and we call on parties to uphold the commitments they agreed to. Against this backdrop, the UK commends UNIFIL for maintaining its visibility and operational activities in difficult circumstances. The UK will continue to support UNIFIL's essential role in maintaining calm along the Blue Line and enabling the enhanced LAF deployment to southern Lebanon, consistent with the ceasefire agreement and UNSCR 1701. We have consistently condemned attacks on UN peacekeepers. They must never be targeted. All parties have an obligation under international law to ensure the safety and security of UN peacekeeping personnel and premises. Turning to UNDOF, the UN disengagement of forces agreement remains vital for stability at this pivotal moment for Syria and the wider region. Syria's sovereignty and territorial integrity must be respected. This is more important than ever as Syria embarks on a political transition in pursuit of a more secure and peaceful future. The UK is clear that we expect Israel to adhere to their commitment that their presence in the area of separation is both limited and temporary. We call on Israel to lay out timelines for their withdrawal from the area of separation. Let me once again reiterate the UK's long-standing position that the Golan Heights are occupied territory and we do not recognise Israel's annexation. Finally, after months of despair, news of the agreement between Israel and Hamas offers much-needed hope. The hostages and their families have endured unimaginable agony, and the level of suffering in Gaza defies belief. This deal is the basis for progress to bring the hostages home, bring relief, reconstruction and hope to long-suffering civilians, and to achieve a long-awaited two-state solution with Palestinians and Israelis living in peace and security. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
主席，我要感谢拉克鲁瓦副秘书长和格沙少将的通报。近期，黎巴嫩和叙利亚局势
Lebanon and Syria have recently been rocked by turmoil, severely impacting and challenging the operations of UNIFIL and UNDOF. The international community should act in unity of purpose to support both missions' effective mandate implementation. I'd like to speak on the following 4 imperatives as regards this matter. First, respect for the mission's mandates. UNIFIL and UNDOF are Security Council mandated missions. They are instrumental in keeping the situation on the ground generally stable in their respective areas of operations. Some time ago, UNIFIL's mandated operations met with interference and restrictions were imposed on UNDOF patrols. The country concerned has an obligation to lift without delay all restrictions as per Council resolutions to ensure the mission's freedom of movement. Second, protection of peacekeepers. Some time ago, the Israeli Defense Forces attacked UNIFIL's position and observation tower, and in doing so injured UNIFIL personnel. Forced entry by unauthorized individuals also happened to UNDOF's camp. I wish to reiterate that no UN mission may be targeted in military operations, and all deliberate attacks on peacekeepers constitute a gross violation of international law. The aforementioned acts must be investigated to establish accountability. China supports the Secretariat and the missions taking necessary steps to enhance their situational awareness, recon, surveillance and information analysis capabilities so they can better respond to emergencies. Troop and police contributing countries should step up security training and capacity building for their peacekeepers. Third, respect for national sovereignty. In December last, while claiming that it was taking, quote, limited and temporary measures, unquote, Israel deployed troops in the area of separation and has kept them there to this day. This must not be allowed to become a new normal. The Golan is internationally recognized as an occupied Syria territory. We urge Israel to respect Syria's sovereignty, independence, unity and territorial integrity, implement the relevant council resolutions and the separation of forces agreement, withdraw from the Syrian territory without delay and cease and desist from any action that may complicate the situation. Fourth, full commitment to the effort. China welcomes the cessation of hostilities agreement between Lebanon and Israel. We note with concern that we note with concern the continuous strikes against Lebanon. On the 15th of January, the mediators announced that an agreement had been reached on a ceasefire in Gaza, which China welcomes. We sincerely look forward to the effective implementation of the agreement so that a comprehensive permanent ceasefire can materialize in Gaza to contribute to the de-escalation of tensions in the wider Middle East. That said, Israel's final approval of the agreement is still pending, and the IDF's operations in Gaza are ongoing and have added a further 80-plus casualties to the tally, all of which tells us that the current state of affairs between Lebanon and Israel and in Gaza remains very fragile. The international community, the Security Council in particular, should remain united and work as one to encourage and facilitate the implementation of ceasefire agreements and to maintain the region's peace and stability. Last but not least, I wish to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the personnel of both missions, each and every one of them, who are holding the fort amid upheaval and volatility, and to convey our appreciation of their hard work in the service of peace and security. China stands ever ready to work with the international community, continue lending staunch support to their mandate implementation, and do more for the peace and security in the Middle East. Thank you, Mr. President.
The representative.
All right, so we're continuing to listen in to the UN Security Council talking about the Gaza ceasefire deal, but we're also continuing to follow this breaking news out of New Jersey. You can see a large number of first responders. This is the staging area at the North Bergen County Target after a tractor trailer and dump truck collided with the side of this Target, the dump truck going inside, embedding itself inside the side of the building itself. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We're going to continue to monitor this live look. We are expecting there to be a briefing momentarily at the lower part of your screen. You can't really see it, but there are a number of microphones at a podium, and we will bring that to you live. But we continue to follow this breaking news in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 4:14 Eastern, 1:14 Pacific. And we continue to follow the very latest in some breaking news out of New Jersey, where a tractor trailer and a dump truck collided somehow with the side of a Target building, creating a massive hole. This is a live look right here of some of the debris, and you can see that is the tractor trailer in the distance. The back of it just completely ripped to shreds. You can also see the dump truck being hauled out from the side of the building. We are expecting authorities to be providing an update in a matter of moments. They did not give us an exact time frame, but we did see the podium set up with microphones, so we're anticipating anticipating that to get underway as soon as authorities gather the very latest information. But this is one vantage point, really just giving you a summary of the end of this situation, which is that a dump truck collided into the building. It was actually embedded in the building on the side. You can see that two massive cranes are now slowly hauling it out. And then the white in the background, that is the tractor trailer. The back of the tractor trailer just absolutely ripped to shreds. We still do not know at this point in time exactly what caused this crash, but we do know that the dump truck somehow ended up in the building and the tractor trailer's backside just completely ripped to shreds. We also do not know about any injuries. We do know the target was open for business at the time of the crash. Responders arrived at the scene at around 2:45 p.m. Eastern time. So these are the questions that authorities will hopefully have more information on. Meanwhile, I do want to pivot to some live coverage from our Fox 5 New York team as they are on the scene. Let's pivot to that right now.
Assignment desk. Okay, figure we have about 15 or 20 more minutes before we go refuel on the west side. Of course, talking to our assignment desk, coordinating the fuel in the helicopter. Obviously, we're going to have to think about that. Again, as we watch the operation down there, a lot of this, again, is just to make sure that they don't make a bad situation worse down there. They're doing the best they can to clear as much debris as they can. It'll make it easier for them to get that dump truck out of the side of that target. And again, we see the operators there and the tow people doing their best to clear both sides of that semi. Look over there on the left side of the dump truck. I mean, you can see where they have one of the cables attached to the back end of that dump truck. You can see the person poking up underneath the dump truck as well, working on the second cable from that boom. That's what that gentleman there is holding on to with his left hand. And they're going to try to attach that to another piece of the dump truck to help guide it out. And on the right side, you see more of the tow personnel attaching these two cables to the side of that dump truck, hoping to be able to help guide it with those cables as well. Top of your video, if you look between the dump truck and the wall, you see more of those fluorescent yellow vests moving around the front end of the dump truck. And of course, at the rear axle of that dump truck, we have two more cables attached back there. A third tow truck is set to help pull this dump truck out of the back or out of the side of this target. Again, as these men do their work down there with the dump truck, you can see people looking on as well, not only at the scene, but we've seen a lot of people set up here on the street, have been all watching for a good portion of the afternoon now. Police have had to take the effort to put up police tape. So as the locals look on, we give you the overhead view here from Chopper 2, looking back in, and now we see the drone fall into place there. Obviously, that should be local authorities operating that drone down there. Rather large drone at that. Looking down at the scene and keeping an eye on the operation. Again, we see the tow operators pulling more of those cables from the boom of the heavy-duty truck over here on the right-hand side there, trying to attach it to the side of the dump truck. And again, a lot of that will be more for guidance of the vehicle as they try to pull it away from the target and back up onto Tunnelly Avenue. For about another 10 to 15 minutes tops. And we'll watch the folks there working on the dump truck. We have the folks over here working on the semi as well, attaching the straps to keep it together when they go to move it. Okay. Chopper to 389. Good, how are you? Thinking around 4:30 probably. And we're going to do it here at West 30th Street in the city, which is not that far from where we are. Okay, there was a little bit of interference there, or radio was dropping out. Are you looking for a pre-recorded deal that lasts about 1:45, just as a backup?
So we're dipping into our Fox 5 New York team's coverage as they continue to follow this breaking news out of New Jersey, where a tractor trailer and a dump truck slammed into the side of a New Jersey target. And you can see SkyFOX, that's the helicopter there on the lower right-hand side of your screen as the helicopter. We were hearing from the person speaking saying they really only have about 15 minutes left of fuel, whether that was the pilot or not, a little unclear. But that is what they were relaying to Fox 5 New York. On the upper right-hand side of your screen, that is a ground view of crews still working to remove the dump truck from the side. It was actually embedded into the Target store. It drove right through the side of the building, leaving a hole behind. And now we're seeing at least a partial removal of it. This is a very careful task as there's a lot of structural damage surrounding the dump truck, and they don't want to, increase that footprint, so to speak. They're also working to remove the dump truck, the backside of the dump truck, just completely ripped to shreds. It did look as though that was where the damage was, as we can see from the aerial view exactly what is happening. And that is the dump truck that those two cranes are attached to. They're trying to pull it from the building. The bed of the dump truck completely filled. So a very heavy, a massive endeavor right there. We are expecting that there should be a press conference of some kind to happen. We saw the podium set up, but no doubt authorities continuing to speak to witnesses, speak to each other, trying to figure out what exactly happened. There's going to be a lot of questions, of course, as to what led to this crash, and also the injuries. Was anyone injured? How are the drivers doing? According to our Fox 5 New York team, they were speaking with a man who witnessed all of this, and he was saying that he saw someone getting pulled from the rubble. He didn't specify who that person was. Was it a customer inside? We do know that the Target was open at the time of this crash. Responders arriving at the scene at around 2:45 p.m. Eastern time. So we did want to share these live looks with you. We are anticipating that the helicopter will have to stand down to refuel momentarily, but I am going to raise the audio once again. I wanted to provide that context to you if you're just joining us at this hour as to why you are taking a look at these live videos right here. The reason is that both a tractor trailer and a dump truck somehow collided with the side of this Target building in New Jersey, and the dump truck actually drove into the building, embedding itself right there. The tractor trailer still there on the side of the road, but the back of the dump truck was just torn off. And so we are awaiting to see what the sequence of events was. I'm just going to raise the audio to see what we can hear, as we were hearing from someone in the helicopter, perhaps the pilot, kind of just describing the scene to us.
This Target store. Now you're looking down at Tunnelly Avenue at 71st Street, and about 2 o'clock this afternoon, this dump truck you see being pulled out of this Target store was actually working at a construction site over here on 71st Street. It was coming down 71st Street when the truck lost control and came across Tunnelly Avenue, going across both lanes, striking that tractor trailer you see on the left side of your screen, went through the tractor trailer and ended up inside of this Target store. Now, when we arrived on the scene with SkyFOX, we can tell you that tractor trailer was wrapped around that telephone pole, and there was a big hole inside, or on the side of the building, or that truck fully inside that store. From what we're being told, there were 6 injuries involved with this incident, one of them considered severe. Now, we can also tell you that they're doing an investigation here. No word yet as to exactly how that truck lost control. We can just tell you that it did go through the intersection there into the side of that building. And as you look, as they pull that truck out of the store, that truck was fully loaded when it went down through that intersection. Of course, a very prolonged operation down here, closing down Tunnelly Avenue. That is shut in both directions between 70th and 76th Streets. And part of the reason is they try to get that truck out of the building back onto Tunnelly Avenue, but also they have to take the pieces of what's remaining of that trailer, lift it up, and put it onto another flatbed tractor trailer waiting over here. So again, crews have a very active scene down here at this Target store in North Bergen. Again, that tractor trailer and the dump truck going into the side of that building. 6 injuries involved, and of course, as we get more details, we'll bring them to you. Let's go back inside to the studio. A few seconds. Yeah, a few seconds short. How did that work, though?
All right, so that was the pilot right there, doing a recording for the studio there at Fox 5 New York. But as we were tuning in, we learned a lot more information from the pilot right there. We now understand, according to the pilot, that this dump truck that you see right there was part of a construction site. And the construction site was across this major road. This is a residential area on the other side of this major road right there. There was some construction being done at the dead end. And according to this pilot, the dump truck was driving down the residential road. It lost control. It traveled through that major road, hitting the tractor trailer before driving right into the side of that building. It was fully loaded at the time when it went through the intersection. So a lot of momentum right there. Also, according to the pilot, as of now, there are 6 reported injuries. One, he said, considered to be severe. And so we are awaiting authorities to provide more information. But I did want to share that with you as we were listening into the Fox 5 New York chopper. We're going to continue to listen in right now.
Okay. Chopper's CBS desk. Okay. I am complete with Fox for a moment. Probably 10 minutes before we have to be at 30th Street. Do you want to stay until then?
All right, so the pilot talking to someone else, just outlining kind of what their schedule is. They said they have about 10 minutes left at this scene. What we're going to do is we're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to monitor this breaking news as we have learned more information as to exactly, what happened. Again, still a lot of questions remain, but we now know, according to the pilot for Fox 5 New York's chopper, the dump truck that you're seeing right there on your screen was part of a construction site on the other end across a major road. There is a residential area. It is a dead-end street, and at the very end of that street, there was some construction being done. According to the pilot, the dump truck was driving away from that construction site, it somehow lost control. It drove right through that major road, hitting a tractor trailer. And then it drove right into the side of the building, creating that hole right there. And it drove right through. It was stuck inside the building. It was fully loaded. And so this is a massive weight. And you can imagine if you're losing control, it is completely full. It is a very heavy vehicle right there, a missile almost. 6 injuries reported according to the pilot and 1 considered severe. So we're going to continue to monitor this live breaking news situation, bringing you the very latest as we get it. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We continue to follow some breaking news out of New Jersey after a dump truck lost control. That's according to Fox 5 New York, traveling across this very busy intersection right here before crashing right into the side of this Target in North Bergen County, New Jersey. It clipped a tractor trailer, that's according to Fox 5 New York, before slamming into the side of the building right there. At this point, according to Fox 5 New York, there were 6 people injured at the very least, and 1 that is anticipated to be listed as severe. So I wanted to share that with you. So this is the dump truck that really led to all of this. We do know also, according to Fox 5 New York, that it was fully loaded. And in fact, you can see the back of it just completely filled with dirt right there. We do know that it was working at a construction zone. Meanwhile, there is a press conference that is scheduled to get underway. It does look like everyone's ready. So I do want to pivot to that right now so we can listen in. It does look like they are ready to start talking right now. You can see fire and rescue right there and a number of other authorities. So we're going to raise the audio and listen in to the very latest on this breaking news.
Not a problem.
Yeah, so you can start.
Hi, Chief of the Department of North Hudson Regional Fire and Rescue, David Donnarumma.
Spell your name first?
Sure, it's Donnarumma.
And then can you just tell us what happened here today?
Yeah. So right now, what appears that's what has happened is there was a dump truck that was loading on the top of 71st Street. He was going westbound down 71st Street with a full pail of dirt and rocks. Unfortunately, he either lost control of his vehicle or lost his brakes, went through Tunnelly Avenue and into the Target store. At this point, there were 5 injuries. 5 people were transported to the hospital, 1 including the driver. There was one person that had to be extricated within the store. She was in the bathroom. She was the most severely injured. Extent of injuries are unknown at this time. The driver also had to be extricated. Primary searches were completed and all the victims were found. We also had accountability of everybody working in the store. At this time, we're waiting for the tow truck to be extricated, and then we're going to complete secondary searches to make sure all people are accounted for. It's in the area of the bathrooms, yes. Yes.
And how about the structure of the building?
Right now, it is unknown about the structural stability. We have structural engineers coming to the site to determine that. It doesn't appear the structure was damaged at this time.
Chief, originally we heard there had been 6 injuries. Is the most accurate number?
5 people have been transported to the hospital, including the driver.
And also, do you have an idea of how many people were in the store?
I do not. I apologize.
And just to go back to what you said about the possible cause, you said the driver lost control of the vehicle?
It appears he either lost control of the vehicle or lost control of his brakes and went through Tunnelly Avenue.
And you don't know why at this point, if it was a medical...
It's undetermined at this time.
Is that a large hill on that?
Yes, it's a very steep hill.
So that happens a lot around here.
I'm sorry, sir?
That's not the first time something like that would happen because of the steep hills that come into Tunnelly, right?
I don't recall the last time that happened, but it is a steep hill, and he did have a full load of dirt and rocks, so there was a lot of weight within the truck. And, you know, coupling that with the speed in which maybe he was going, he could have lost his brakes or control of the vehicle. Again, that's undetermined at this time.
Can you talk about, you know, how much more severe this could have been? You know, you said 5 people injured. But
Yeah.
with the time of day and the amount of people coming up and down.
Yeah, we were very fortunate for several reasons. One, there was no pedestrians walking, so he didn't crash into no pedestrians. He did hit another tractor trailer, which probably slowed him down a little before he hit the target. But if he would have hit a pedestrian vehicle, he could have killed those people as well. And then within target, the area in which he hit is right behind the courtesy desk, usually where there's a good flux of people. And unfortunately for this, you know, today, nobody was in that location and got hurt that we're aware of at this time. Secondary searches still have to be completed.
Do you know what speed he was traveling at?
No, unknown.
Do you have an approximate weight of that vehicle with all that?
Unknown.
How was the driver of the tractor trailer?
He had to be transported to the hospital, not serious condition. He was okay. Minor injuries appeared.
So Chief, the dump truck came down the hill backwards, ran into the store.
Not backwards. He came down. He was going west on 71st Street. Yes.
And then he hit that tractor trailer, and that's how the tractor trailer also ended up.
That is correct. The tractor trailer was in the southbound lane, and the dump truck hit the back of the tractor trailer, ripped off the back of the tractor trailer, and put that into the building along with the dump truck. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, everybody. Enjoy your day. Please, if you don't mind, everybody like to give their name and their title.
Alan Pasquale, Public Safety Commissioner, Township of Bergen.
Hi. Good afternoon. I'm Assemblyman Julio Marenco. I just want to inform you that Governor Philip Murphy's office is in contact with my office and the office of Mayor Nicholas J. Sackles, the township's mayor, informing them that any resources they need, he will provide them. And as everybody here does, we pray for the safety of all the individuals in this tragic accident.
Yeah, I'd also like to thank the mutual aid that we had here in North Bergen. Besides our own North Bergen Police Department, North Bergen DPW, we also had the Hudson County Sheriff's Office, West New York Police Department were here, and also, of course, the North Hudson Fire, the regional. You know, you just heard from the chief. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Rob Farley here, North Bergen Police Chief. I'd just like to say a little further on what Chief Donnarumma said. We're going to hold the dump truck for further investigation, and it will be inspected by the Port Authority Commercial Vehicle Inspection Unit.
Chief, just a question for you.
Yes.
Any indication that you know, charges could be brought at some point, that this might have been intentional or anything like that?
I can't comment on that, only because we have to complete the investigation. There's still a lot of work to do on this.
Preliminarily, it looks like an accident.
Yes, it does. It appears to be an accident, yes. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening.
All right, so that was the briefing from authorities as they were giving us the very latest information on what happened at a New Jersey Target. The helicopter that was providing those live looks for you, unfortunately, does have to refuel, and we don't have another live look. But if you're just joining us, this is a live look at a North Bergen County Target, and in fact, in the background, you can see the Target right there. What happened, according to authorities, is that a dump truck working at a residential construction site right across the street was driving down the residential road, somehow losing control of its brakes, and it went across that major thoroughfare, clipping a tractor trailer before slamming right into the side of the Target. Now, the Target was open for business at the time. We do know that a woman was actually in the bathroom when the dump truck barreled right through. Unfortunately, she was injured, and according to authorities, she had the most severe injuries. As of now, they said 5 injuries, including the driver of the dump truck, who did have to go to the hospital. 2 people had to be extricated, but they were thankful that no pedestrians, no one was actually walking along the sidewalk when all of this happened, because of course that could have been so much worse. We did hear authorities say they are keeping the dump truck for further inspection. At the initial report, it indicates that the brakes failed, and that's why the driver lost control, barreling right through that main road, clipping the back of a tractor trailer before just going straight through the wall of the side of that building at the North Bergen County Target right there. 5 people reported injured, including 1 woman who was inside the bathroom at the time, suffering the most severe injuries. They only provided that brief information to us. Of course, they're going to continue to investigate. They did say that it appears to just be a terrible accident right there with the dump truck's brakes losing control. They are in contact with the New Jersey governor's office, who's going to provide any additional resources as needed. We are going to continue to monitor this. Any new information, you can count on Live Now from Fox to bring you those details. In the meantime, though, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing additional live coverage after that. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 4:45 Eastern, 1:45 Pacific. We do have a live event happening right now out of New York City, and that is the UN Security Council discussing the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. This as the Gaza ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas does look like it will continue on as planned, with the very first hostages set to be released on Sunday. They also might be speaking about a number of other international issues. So we're going to head over live there right now.
Unity in a country tormented by instability for years. In this moment of optimism, we commend today's visit to Lebanon of the Secretary General of the United Nations, a visit of solidarity with the Lebanese people, as the Secretary General himself referred to it. My country, Greece, stands ready to play a strong role in this new promising chapter. After all, our Prime Minister, Mr. Mitsotakis, was the first EU leader to visit Beirut since the November 26 ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hezbollah. It is beyond doubt that the ceasefire agreement has created a positive momentum, a spark of hope in overcoming 13 enormously difficult months of hostilities. Hence, the parties should not let this impetus slip through their fingers. UNIFIL, a peacekeeping mission which has been playing a constructive role in monitoring the cessation of hostilities, is key for the full and sustainable implementation of the ceasefire and ultimately a long-lasting peace in the region. At the same time, the commitment of the Lebanese armed forces to extend the control over all Lebanese territory is remarkable. Greece stands ready to support the LAF in this prominent task in accordance with Security Council Resolution 1701 of 2006. However, the cooperation between the LAF and UNIFIL is equally important on the ways towards the restoration of peace. Mr. President, on the peacekeeping front slightly to the east of Lebanon, another peacekeeping mission holds the keys to the door of peace, UNDOF. In this case, the Blue Helmets have been trying to help both Syria and Israel to close the chapter of conflict for years, while maintaining the ceasefire and supervising the implementation of a disengagement agreement. At this point, it is worth mentioning that similar to the current positive dynamics in Lebanon, another important challenge is the achievement of an inclusive political transition in Syria. In this regard, Greece supports the unity, independence, territorial integrity and sovereignty of Syria and the creation of conditions for an inclusive political transition, ensuring the protection of human rights and of members of religious and ethnic minorities. Meanwhile, Greece expresses its full support to UNDOF and calls on all parties to respect the 1974 disengagement agreement. There is no question that in the wake of this momentum of developments in both countries, UNIFIL and UNDOF constitute a collective investment in regional peace, security and stability. An investment worth protecting, given that the peacekeepers remain steadily committed to the protection of civilians, even at the risk of their own lives. In this vein, Greece is deeply concerned over the targeting of UNFIL and UNDOF in the last few months. In concluding, Mr. President, in line with its principles, Greece calls on all parties to refrain from any actions putting the Blue Helmets in danger. After all, when push comes to the shove, the peacekeeping missions represent a pillar of stability, unity and peace in a region lured in repeated sequences of instability, division and discord for decades. Even though the success is never guaranteed, they can achieve what others cannot, and they can deal with conflicts which others cannot or will not address. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Greece for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Monsieur le President, I'd like to thank Mr. Lacroix and General Gauchat for their briefings. The Middle East is experienced an unprecedented level of tension since October 2023. In this context, France has committed to put an end to this cycle of violence, working with its partners. In Lebanon, along the Blue Line, France has worked with the United States to achieve the cessation of hostilities agreement from the 26th of November 2024, which was an important milestone towards the complete implementation of Resolution 1701. The President of France, Emmanuel Macron, is today in Beirut, meeting President Aoun and incoming Prime Minister Salam to demonstrate France's support at this crucial period. The situation remains fragile, but there has been a significant reduction in hostilities. Israeli forces have started their withdrawal in parallel with the deployment of Lebanese armed forces. It is necessary that the deadlines and timeframes for these operations, i.e. 60 days, be respected. Ultimately, the full implementation of Resolution 1701 remains the objective. In Gaza, France has continued to work for a release of hostages and the obtention of a ceasefire. We welcome the announcement of an agreement between Israel and Hamas, which was made possible thanks to the efforts of the United States, Qatar and Egypt. A mid- and long-term approach is needed now, which is based on the two-state solution. This is the only way of ensuring the state can be created for Palestinians and for the security of Palestinians and Israelis to be guaranteed. In June 2025, France and Saudi Arabia will co-chair an international conference in New York on the implementation of the two-state solution. Finally, in Syria, the fall of the Assad regime provides new hope, and France calls on the de facto authorities to guarantee the transition process be represent all elements of Syrian society and be organized in the spirit of the grand principles set forth in Resolution 2254. In this context, it's important that Syria and Israel respect the 1974 disengagement agreement, which means for Israel to withdraw from the area of separation set forth in this agreement and also to cease its operations on Syrian territory. In recent months, the three peacekeeping operations of the UN, UNIFIL, UNDOF and UNSO, have played a key role to break the cycle of violence and appease tensions. France commends the courage, professionalism of their personnel and pays tribute to the troop contributing countries and blue helmets working in the field, while a large number of them have been injured since October 2023. France is playing its role, deploying almost 700 soldiers within UNFIL, and we've just strengthened its engineering capacity so it can better adapt its activities. It's crucial that these three implementations can implement their mandates without hindrance, and we condemn all attacks that target UN missions, their personnel and their premises, as well as any attempt to call into question their action. It's important, finally, that these missions are able to adapt their activities if the situation changes. Following the cessation of hostilities agreement reached on Lebanon and yesterday's adoption of the presidential declaration supporting UN's contribution to the implementation of the agreement, we encourage them to reflect on the necessary adaptations required for UNIFIL's posture to take into account this new situation within the framework of its mandate, in order to facilitate the full implementation of Resolution 1701. Thank you.
Of France, I now give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to USG Lacroix and Major General Gouchard for your briefings. The Middle East stands on the cusp of monumental change. These past months have witnessed the fall of the Assad regime in Syria, cessation of hostilities between Lebanon and Israel, and the election of a new Lebanese president after more than 2 years of vacancy. Wednesday's ceasefire and hostage agreement also inspires hope for the people of Gaza and Israel. These are profound developments that can hopefully light a path towards a brighter future for Syria, Lebanon, and the broader region. In the wake of this sudden change, the need for stability has never been more apparent. For more than 50 years, UNDOF has monitored the disengagement zone. For almost 2 decades, UNIFIL has, under its current mandate, executed similar tasks around the blue line between Lebanon and Israel. These missions have been integral to bringing safety and certainty to peoples on both sides of the borders. Day in, day out, these peacekeepers risk their lives in support of peace. Some have made the ultimate sacrifice. In executing these tasks, we underline the duty of all actors to ensure the safety and security of peacekeeping personnel and premises in line with international law.
All right, so we're listening there to the representative from Denmark at the UN Security Council. We're going to have to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. As we continue to follow the UN Security Council talking about the conflict in the Middle East and the Gaza ceasefire deal, this next live look takes us out to Israel. This is Tel Aviv specifically. You're taking a live look from Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. This as Israel's security cabinet has recommended the approval of a Gaza ceasefire deal after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirmed an agreement had been reached that would pause the 15-month war with Hamas and release dozens of hostages right there. And you can see some of the pictures of the hostages still being held captive. There's a piano in the forefront, and we have been seeing people take a moment to sit down and play the piano as the words "You are not alone" are standing right there. We are expecting, if this deal does continue, that the very first hostages would be released on Sunday, and we will be bringing you all of the live developments, all of the live briefings as they happen. We are going to very closely continue to monitor this situation right here. All right, we do want to head back to New York City. This is a beautiful look at a Friday night sunset right there with the Statue of Liberty waving her torch in the distance. It is coming up nearly on 5 p.m. Eastern and 2 p.m. Pacific as the UN Security Council is meeting in New York City, continuing to talk about the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East, and we're going to turn to that live coverage right now.
Effective mandates, and for their unflinching bravery, even under increasingly dangerous circumstances and at great risk to their personal safety. President, the situation in the Golan Heights continues to present significant challenges to regional stability. It is described as a tense and unpredictable security situation, with many daily violations of the 1974 disengagement agreement, including the unauthorized installation of communications equipment and the prolonged and expanded presence of Israeli forces in the area of separation. Similarly, the complex dynamics affecting UNIFIL's role in maintaining peace in southern Lebanon requires sustained international cooperation and dialogue to achieve the urgent resolution of the challenges. The mission continues to encounter many obstacles in the implementation of its mandate. The security of Lebanon and its people is paramount, and there should be no deliberate undermining of their safety. We condemn all attacks on peacekeepers and call on all parties to abide by their obligations under international law, to refrain from any action that compromises the safety and security of UNIFIL personnel and premises, and to respect the freedom of movement of UNIFIL personnel. President, we must also underscore that while both UNDOF and UNIFIL have operated in an exemplary manner, we should not expect the missions to operate under these unstable and dangerous circumstances without the necessary resources to ensure the safety and security of their personnel. Guyana therefore urges this Council to provide robust support to the missions, both through the provision of the requisite resources and political backing to fulfill their important roles. The Council must also work to bring enduring peace to the region. Guyana remains deeply concerned about Israel's actions in both southern Lebanon and in the occupied Syrian Golan Heights, and its incursions into other areas of Syria. The many reported incidents of violations of the ceasefire agreement by the IDF, as well as the slow pace of the withdrawal of the IDF from southern Lebanon, puts at great risk the opportunity to achieve a sustained cessation of hostilities. Guyana reiterates its call for full respect for the provisions of the 1974 agreement on disengagement and for the parties to meet their obligations under the ceasefire agreement and Resolution 1701. Mr. President, as we focus on the situation in Lebanon and the occupied Syrian Golan, it is important to keep in view that the challenges in both contexts are directly linked to the situation in Palestine, engendered by Israel's ongoing brutal occupation. We are hopeful that the announcement of a ceasefire agreement in Gaza will pave the way for a reinvigoration of the Palestinian peace process, with progress towards the achievement of the two-state solution. This is critical for the people of Palestine and for the stability and peace of the entire Middle East, including Israel. We also note with optimism the significant progress made in Lebanon with the election of a president and a prime minister. This council and other partners must support the government and people of Lebanon at this critical juncture as they work to set the country on a path of stability and prosperity. President, Guyana is steadfast in our commitment to the hard work that it will take to achieve peace across the Middle East region. We will continue to advocate for a stable, united, and prosperous future for the peoples of both Lebanon and Syria. Again, to the brave and dedicated peacekeepers and civilian staff of UNDOF and UNIFIL, our gratitude cannot be overstated. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Guyana for the statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of Algeria. Dear colleagues, I would like to thank USG Jean-Pierre Lacroix and Major General Patrick Gauchat for their insightful briefings. UNDOF and UNIFIL operate in an extremely challenging context, facing multiple threats to their personnel and premises. The ongoing violations in the areas of operation of UNIFIL and UNDOF by the Israeli military forces are a source of grave concern. Algeria reaffirms its unwavering support for these missions and its strong commitment to ensuring the safety and security of peacekeepers. We reiterate that attacks against peacekeepers constitute war crimes. In this regard, we condemn in the strongest term the deliberate attacks by the Israeli occupying forces on UNIFIL personnel and the intentional destruction of their premises. We call for impartial and comprehensive investigations and the pursuit of full accountability. Furthermore, this very Council adopted Resolution 2766 almost 1 month ago, renewing UNDOF mandate. Algeria called for its full implementation and endorses the resolution's key propositions, including the obligation to, first, fully respect the terms of the 1974 disengagement of force agreement. Second, exercise maximum restraint and prevent breaches of the ceasefire and of the area of separation. Third, ensure that there is no military activity of any kind in the area of separation. Israeli actions in the area of separation and its multiple incursion into Syrian territory pose a grave threat, not only.
So we were listening in there to the UN Security Council talking about the Gaza ceasefire deal. What we're going to do is we're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, just into our newsroom. We do see a new live stream coming from LA, where fire officials and lawmakers are going to be talking about the very latest update as 3 wildfires continue to rage on. So we do want to transition to that live coverage as we are still following those developments. Next on Live Now from Fox, I do want to head live to Los Angeles, where city officials as well as different agencies and their leaders are talking about the very latest when it comes to the 3 wildfires still raging on. Let's head over there live right now so we can listen in.
To do just that. Working in connection with our city council, many city council members have put forward motions. We're going to be collaborating on that because some of those motions can get done quicker by turning them into executive directives. But I will tell you that this is why I have appointed Steve Soboroff to serve as the Chief Recovery Officer for the City of Los Angeles for Phase 1 of us building back LA strong. For those of you in Los Angeles that know Steve Soboroff's name is attached to hope, is attached to energy, and it is attached to many, many accomplishments. He will recommend a comprehensive city strategy for rebuilding and for expediting. Expediting is a very important word here. We want to expedite the safe return of residents, businesses, schools, nonprofits, and parks. So, Steve has agreed to give himself to Los Angeles once again. He knows our communities. He knows how to activate City Hall. He's been in City Hall several times, called to duty on different occasions, just as he's called to duty today. No one is better equipped to create our rebuilding plan. And I know, and anyone that knows Steve, knows that he works at warp speed. LA knows Steve, Steve knows LA, and I know Steve. He was the force behind the Staples Center. He built Playa Vista, an entire community from scratch. Moving the space shuttle, I don't know how you did that, but moving the space shuttle to the Science Museum, Steve knows how to lead the most complex city challenges. And he wears his heart on his sleeve. This rebuilding effort is not just about real estate. It's about the center of people's lives. It's about people's hopes and people's dreams. That's what a home is. I know that he will help lead us on a path forward. LA strong, that's rebuilding LA. We will stand together. We will get this job done. Steve Soboroff.
Thanks, Mayor.
Absolutely. It's all yours.
Well, people in LA are hurting. They're frustrated, like the mayor said. They're confused. They want to know what they can do today. They can't get back in their homes to find the pictures of their loved ones. And a whole lot of people are out of work as a community has been wiped off the face of the earth. And a community that's about 120 years old. I lived in it. My kids grew up in it for 40 years. But it's the same as every community in Los Angeles. And what we need is, and what I hope people will start with is today, is hope. There is an A to Z for each one of us. And A is today. And we're going to get there step by step. And the city is going to help to the extent it can. And we will have to outsource to the extent it can't. That there's going to be a bus to yes. That's right. And if people want to get on the bus with us, get on it. If they want to spend their time throwing embers right now and next Tuesday when it's windy by spending their time on that kind of stuff, just don't get on our bus. But we are going to move forward and recreate a community that if we close our eyes, it's like it's got a great park. It's got a great library. It's got great places of worship. It's got great restaurants. And I'm not talking about the quality of the food or the price points. I'm talking about the people that, I mean, it's emotional to me. The people that work there, that taught my kids how to speak Spanish, that have been there for generations, that now are on the verge of homelessness after working in a community for 40 years. That's why I'm doing this. All right. I want people to feel like there's We're going to tell them in the next week what they can start doing tomorrow to go to B and then to C. And people will be able to get the plans, permits, the equipment will be ready for them, and they can start building their houses. And I'm thankful, Mayor, for the contacts you've made with the state and with the existing administration and the incoming administration about the future of getting the funds to do this, because we have people in this city that care so much about this city that all we need is people to hop on the bus with us.
That's right.
Because we're going to do that, and I'm happy to be involved for all of those people, and I want to see this community go back, because neighborhoods and communities are everything to people. The library, the park, the houses of worship. So let's do it.
We will. We will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take questions? Yes.
Cutting back on your, if you want to call it, urban landscape that is there next to the homes, and finally reducing density. And you lost a lot of homes up there. Are those code changes and are those policy changes going to come now before you start issuing plans and permits?
Well, let me just tell you that what we are charging Mr. Soboroff with is developing this plan for rebuilding. We have executive directives that we are going to be issuing next week. We have to take all of that into consideration, because we have to build in a way that we can harden the area for fires and make sure that we are a resilient community. Obviously, we need to look at building codes, we need to look at what was done in the past, and we need to come back stronger and build in a better way. Thank
If you have a home that was burnt down, it's a horrible thing. And the idea that you won't be able to rebuild your home, if you want to rebuild your home with the correct materials, although if your house was built out of concrete, in this fire, it would have lasted about an hour longer than it did. This was a this was a God event. But the idea of using this to decrease density, I think people deserve to rebuild their houses. I think people want to get back in there. Now, if they want to try and expand their house beyond a certain amount, that should open up a different way. But we're going to come up with a way for people to pull those permits and to get those inspections and to have that equipment to rebuild their lives. This is not an urban planning exercise.
Right.
This is a saving people's lives and family and the people that work for them and help them exercise.
Yes. Yes, I did say that. Sure. Next week we will be announcing an investigation. We need to look back at everything that happened. But to me, over the last week, the most important thing was to get past the fires, to make sure that on Monday and Tuesday, we're not facing a danger again. And so I'll be looking forward to that. It will be external. It will not be done internally, although internally we absolutely are looking back at what happened, but moving forward so that we can get our city back on the road to where we were before, and not even where we were before, but how we will be much better. I plan on having lots of those. I've always done that and will definitely continue to do that. I don't have one scheduled right now.
Mayor Bass, Mr. Westfall, Fox News.
Oh, go ahead.
Mayor Bass, a question for you. Do you plan on working with the Army Corps of Engineers to
Well, let me just tell you that what we plan on doing absolutely is working with the Army Corps of Engineers, but not with what you just described. Yes.
With Fox 11. An AP review found that homes were already burning and escape routes jammed when the Palisades evacuation order came. Did the evacuation order come fast enough?
Well, I think we have a representative here from Fire. Would you like to answer that?
So I don't have the specifics on exactly what time the first evacuation order came out, but what I can say is when an incident first breaks, it takes some time for us to get our first resources on scene, evaluate the situation, look at maps, determine which areas need to be evacuated. Of course, in a fire of this magnitude, and our first on companies that were en route immediately asked for more resources just based on the amount of smoke that was going up into the air. We knew that there was going to be a very large evacuation area. LAPD, our law enforcement partners, were the first members of our department or of our city family to conduct those initial evacuations, and they're on scene very quickly while our firefighters are fighting the fire. You can imagine if you're in the immediate area, whenever a fire starts, you're going to get some indications that there's a fire heading your way, especially during these windy days when we've put out plenty of alerts to warn the public that we have that high fire hazard zones, red flag days, the parking restrictions. Everyone who lives in an area in Los Angeles that's subject to wildfires is well aware of the danger, as far as I could say. So the initial evacuations that have to go out via WIA alert, the wireless emergency alerts, as well as Notify LA and other alert systems, they do take some time to formulate because we have to be very specific on what we're saying. Obviously, those accidental alerts that went out are an indication of why we wouldn't just put a mass alert out to cause the entire county to start panicking. We do have to be very specific, but we do have resources on scene that are evacuating the initial areas. Our law enforcement partners are helping us with that, and then as soon as we can determine what areas need to be evacuated, those wireless emergency alerts and Notify LA alerts go out.
Guys, wait a second. We got to move forward so people can get back in their homes and back in the parks and back in their churches. Officer, come here for a second. I was police commissioner for 10 years. Well, my job, thank you for service, sir, no problem, was to adjudicate cases. And when you adjudicate a case of something that goes wrong or right, you need information. The worst thing you can do is spend all kinds of time and energy away from making things better in the future than just looking at the past. So I'm not going to get involved in that. I hope they find out everything. But it would take me on every case, 6 or 7 months. I'd get 700 pages of science. I'd get reports. This whole thing about, well, if you would have done this, and if you should have done that, and well, it didn't. And we can find out. But if you think that's going to help the people that are frustrated, that are about to be homeless because they lost their jobs, or are looking for a place for their kids to go, that ain't going to help them. That's why she asked me to come on, is to help them and move forward and give them hope. And if I'm not going to provide the adrenaline to this community with these people to and more people that we're going to bring, then I will fail. I'm going to fail.
But we know he is not going to fail. Yes.
Gavin Newsom has said he has a Marshall Plan.
Yes.
Rebuilding LA. I'm wondering, is that something you guys are working on?
Absolutely we are. I met with the governor yesterday for a good hour talking about all that. And so what you will see is the plans, and what he's doing is on a regional basis. We will be working hand in glove together. And in fact, that has already started because the state has taken responsibility for clearing the hazardous waste. All of that is happening right now.
I spoke with Governor Davis today. I've spoken with a lot of people before I decided, to do this, and I'm sure you talked to a lot of people before you asked me.
Governor Davis too.
But he's gone through fires, and he said, Steve, think about the victims.
Yes.
Think about the victims.
The families.
This ain't the Steve Soboroff show or the Karen Bass for Mayor show. This is about the victims. And that's what we are doing. That's what we talk about in private.
Right.
We don't talk about anything else. It's about the victims. It's about restoring community, because without community, people are lost, and that's what we're going to focus on. I have a 10-point plan of what I'm going to start on the first day. I'm not going through that today. The mayor and I are going to be walking around in the Palisades, but we're not doing this for picture visibility. We're doing this for completion, because these people are desperate. I heard a lady yesterday with her little girl saying, honey, you're going to go back to school, and it's going to be your same classmates, which I thought was wonderful. And you know what? We are going to be in the car for an hour every morning instead of 7 minutes. So we're going to have so much fun. But the mother was so relieved. That is what we want people to feel starting 15 minutes from now. I'm not the czar. She is the czar. She isn't.
Two more questions. Yes. No. Well, we absolutely will be taking that. We want to make sure that when we build, we will build LA back stronger. We will build Palisades back stronger. And of course, we are going to, and it's not just Palisades. We know that there's many other areas. Mandeville Canyon we're concerned about. And so Sylmar, what is going on there. And it's absolutely an opportunity for us to make sure we build back better, which means that we want to have a resilient community. One more question?
Are you the one that stole my phone? Because I got 50 of those messages today.
Well, yeah. Let me just answer that. And I will tell you, I don't know if you've had an opportunity, but going to the Disaster Recovery Center, I met with people. I met with people there yesterday and the day before. I've talked to people who lost their homes, who were actually ready to rebuild, which I frankly thought was exciting, that they had reached the point where they wanted to do what was needed in order to get back up again. But what we've told them is, especially in terms of the evacuation area, we don't know exactly when it's going to be safe. Well, it is predicted maybe it's another week. It depends on what happens on Tuesday. And so we've asked them to have the patience, because we don't want people going back before it is safe. So, building anything, even if there hadn't been a fire, you can't say exactly when you will be able to move back into your house.
A Genius Bar reservation system type way where people can know when they're going to be able to go in their house, and they're not going to be, and that we will make it safe for you instead of telling you you can't get in because it's not safe.
Exactly.
And so that's, that is one of the points. It's about the predictability, so people can get back into their house, because that's just the first thing.
Right.
You've got to remove the toxic stuff from these houses before the communities can be bulldozed. And look, we're talking about urban planning. This is no time for urban planning exercising. That'll delay it by 15 years. We need people back in their houses. This happened to be, my Palisades friends aren't going to, if it was going to happen, that it happened in the Palisades, that the planning of the Palisades is beautiful. The way the community works is beautiful. You don't need to rethink Pacific Palisades. You need to rebuild Pacific Palisades.
We are going to do everything we can to build LA back, stronger, and to get people home so their hopes and their dreams can continue forward. Thank you very much.
Can I just say one thing I'm a little worried about? I'm worried about price gouging. Yeah. I'm worried about people who have lost hope and say, I'm just going to sell my lot now, my house burnt down. And I urge them, hang on. Because we're going to create a system where they'll be able to re-permit and have a clean lot, and they'll be able to sell it for 10 times more. Don't be gouged now by professionals.
But we don't want them to sell. Thank you very much, everyone.
So that was the very latest as LA officials are talking about rebuilding, particularly the Palisades area, saying that they are asking people, stay put. We are going to help you rebuild. We are going to give you the resources. We are going to be stronger and bigger and better than ever before. As we continue to follow the very latest out of Southern California, 3 wildfires continue to rage on, and any new live development, any new briefing, you can count on LiveNOW from Fox to bring that to you in real time right here on air and online. All right, we're going to step away for another 2-minute break here. We will be right back with much more live coverage. Stay with us. Welcome back to LiveNOW from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We do have some breaking news out of the Washington, D.C. area. This is a live look right here. You can see the Washington Monument there in the background. The very latest, as there has been a shooting on Howard University's campus that has left 2 people injured. Right now, D.C. police are investigating that shooting. It occurred on W Street near 2nd Street in Northwest D.C. At least 1 person was shot and took themselves to the hospital. Police right now actively searching for a silver Infiniti with a shattered sunroof, believed to be involved. Our Fox 5 D.C. team is covering this breaking news, and I did want to share the very latest from them. Let's listen in.
Back to that breaking news out of Northwest D.C. 2 people injured after a shooting at the campus of Howard University.
This all happened on W Street, right by 2nd Street Northwest. Bob Barnard live at the scene right now with the latest details. Bob?
Hey there, Jim and Marina. This is the intersection, 2nd and W Northwest. We're just off campus, just south and slightly east of campus. And you see police here are marking what we believe are more than 24 bullet shell casings here in the middle of the intersection. So that's what you see here. And this is obviously where the shots were fired from. We're told a man, not a student, but a man was grazed in the hand by a bullet. Was able to walk a few blocks west of here and south of here to Howard University Hospital. So that's 1 person who was wounded. And then behind us here, there is a building. This is called College Hall South, and that is a Howard University-owned building. And we're told a woman who was inside that building at the same time, this was roughly 3:30 this afternoon, was wounded by broken glass. Now, they didn't say it was because a bullet hit one of those windows, but that's what we can presume. They're not saying whether that female is a student, but you can presume because that is a campus, Howard University campus-owned building, that was a student there, but not the male here. I want to show you a couple of images of a suspect vehicle involved in this shooting. It's a gray four-door sedan, and if you look closely there, you can see the sunroof, the moonroof, is shattered, and it appears to have temporary tags. So perhaps this was a stolen vehicle involved in the shooting here. Howard University putting out a note to students at roughly the same time up at Georgia Avenue and Howard Place, so several blocks from here, about a 15-minute walk, that there was an attempted armed robbery there with two men, one with a gun, one tall, one short, all dark clothing. We don't know if that had anything to do with what has happened here, with the shots fired being here, but at roughly the same time, an attempted armed robbery and a shooting with at least two people hurt, not life-threatening, and we believe one of them, a female, may in fact be a student here at Howard University.
Bob, thank you. Meantime, another big story we're following tonight has been...
All right, so we thank our Fox 5 DC team for that coverage as we continue to follow breaking news. A shooting on Howard University's campus has left 2 people injured. And according to our Fox 5 DC team, what we know is this. Shots were fired on W Street right by 2nd Street in Northwest. At least one person was shot. Police say the victim, who was grazed in the head and hand, took themselves to the hospital. That person is conscious and breathing. Meanwhile, a woman in the area also suffered injuries from glass that had shattered from the bullets. At least 26 markers were placed on the ground, and we were sharing some live looks with you of that. In fact, we do have another live look right here from our Fox 5 DC team. As you can see right now, police have roped off this particular section, and you can see those 26 or so markers there on the ground, indicating all of the shots that were fired. Detectives also releasing a surveillance photo of a vehicle they believed was involved. They are looking for a silver Infiniti with a shattered sunroof. At this point in time, police have not released details about the motive for the shooting, and it's also unclear whether the people who were shot are Howard University students. This just happened on the campus right there. We are continuing to follow this breaking news, and of course, we'll bring you the very latest as it happens. In the meantime, we continue to follow another major story, and that, of course, is that of the Gaza ceasefire deal happening right now in New York City. You can see that the UN Security Council meeting is underway at the moment, talking about the ceasefire deal, the very first hostages set to be released on Sunday. So we're going to raise the audio and listen in.
Israel is concerned about the future of Lebanon and its people. It should start first by 1, respecting its sovereignty and territorial integrity, 2, respecting and implementing 1701 and the arrangement of cessation of hostilities, 3, ceasing its violation against my country, 4, immediately withdraw from all our occupied land. I thank you, Mr. President.
The presidency thanks the representative of Lebanon for the statement. There is no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
So you see right there, the UN Security Council meeting now adjourned. They had been talking about the conflict in the Middle East. That wraps up the UN Security Council session on this Friday afternoon time in New York City, 5:37 Eastern. And you can see folks right there making their way out of the chambers right there. We are going to take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, continuing our coverage after that. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 5:40 Eastern, 2:40 Pacific. You know, we have been talking extensively about the ongoing raging wildfires in Southern California, but another fire happening in Northern California. You're taking a look right now at some flames right there. This is a fire that started at a battery storage plant. This is the Moss Landing fire, and evacuations have been in order today because, of course, the dangerous situation right there. Earlier today, officials did give an update. The Moss Landing battery plant, just to give you an idea, is one of the largest battery storage plants in the world. Hundreds of people were ordered to evacuate, and a section of Highway 1 was closed. This started at one of the largest lithium battery storage facilities, and of course, lithium batteries, they are very explosive and very dangerous. This is the second fire at this plant since it opened 5 years ago, and really just partially contained earlier today. I wanted to play the very latest briefing for you to give you the most up-to-date information.
Turn on the podium right because of all these mics here and interference. So hopefully you all can hear me. My name is Nick Pasculi. I am the County Communications Director and Chief Public Information Officer for the County of Monterey. I want to thank you all for, first of all, your help in us to get our messaging out to the community. It is so important that we get timely, accurate, and transparent information out to our community, our residents, and all our stakeholders. The County of Monterey cares deeply about the health and safety of every resident of this county, and we stand here united in that effort. I also want to thank especially the residents of the affected areas. They helped us so much in making an orderly evacuation of the affected area, some 1,200 to 1,500 individuals. The area accounted for about 7,600 acres of land where the evacuations took place, and the evacuation was orderly and safe. I also want to be thankful and grateful for the fact that there have been no injuries or deaths as a result of this incident, and that is something truly to be grateful for. And we can certainly thank our first responders and all those people in our Emergency Operations Center for ensuring the safety of this entire community. Everyone from law enforcement to fire to public works to our IT department to every department within the county, social services, the health department has been working tirelessly since late yesterday afternoon when we were first notified about this incident. We sprung into action immediately following the notification from North County Fire, which Chief Mendoza will go into more detail later. Our EOC, our Emergency Operations Center, was activated to a level 2, which is the second highest level in our emergency operations system, fully staffed with county staff and partner agencies from around the county. I also want to thank all our partners throughout the County of Monterey with mutual aid that came to our assistance, including fire and law enforcement, state and federal agencies. We have compiled a tremendous team to address this very serious and important issue. This morning, you're going to hear from a number of speakers who will talk about specific areas of their expertise with regard to this incident. But our first speaker today is going to be Supervisor Glenn Church, who is the supervisor of this district, of District 2, and for the County of Monterey and North Monterey County. Supervisor Church.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, I think this is best be described as a worst-case scenario of a disaster that's happened here. Nobody predicted anything on this line, and this is really a lot more than just a fire. It's really a wake-up call for this industry, and if we're going to be moving ahead with sustainable energy, we need to have a safe battery systems in place. There are a lot of questions from the residents in my district and the communities surrounding here, and they want to know why this happened. They want to know how it happened and what can be done to prevent it from the future. And while our immediate concern is really safety right now, and the other speakers will be addressing that, it's not really too soon to look ahead. There must be accountability for this, and there will be accountability. We need to get the information out, and it needs to be transparent, and it needs to be clear. Now, I understand, as I mentioned just a few moments ago, the need for these batteries and to creating a sustainable, climate-friendly energy source. And I've had a lot of people in my community over the years ask, why do we have batteries over here and Moss Landing next to an environmentally sensitive area, the Elkhorn Slough, we have the Monterey Bay, of course. That is because the infrastructure is there. And I think the people in the community need to know why this is something that was set up and formed here. And it's because the infrastructure is there because the 1960s and 1970s, when Pacific Gas and Electric was running this facility, this was actually the major producer of electricity on the West Coast. It produced more electricity than all the power plants in LA. And so the infrastructure was there to bring this in, and that's why it is there. But it needs to be safe. As we move forward to a more sustainable energy source and this transition that's going forth, this transition cannot and will not come before the safety of our families and our environment. And that really has to take the priority at this point, more than anything else. This is the fourth fire at that site since 2019. There are 2 battery operations going on there, and both of them have had fires, and this has got to be the last one. I myself was personally assured, and I know with other county officials too, that this was not going to happen. But there were safety protocols in place. Well, obviously that failed. And I think that just shows the nature that nobody knows really what we're dealing with here in this technology. And as the importance of it is we got to learn it a lot more about it. We got to go through and set up safety protocols that are more effective at the local level, at the state level, the federal level, at the private level. This never should have happened. And so there is obviously some gaps going on here of information. There's some gaps going forth here on safety. There's gaps going here that are going to take some time to understand, but there's got to be lessons that are be learned from this. And there really needs to be a full independent investigation at all levels on exactly what's happened here, because this is the largest fire of this type that there's ever been. And this is a growing technology, a growing industry. And as I stated, about the importance of accountability, that really just isn't enough. There needs to be an open conversation. We need to listen to people, their concerns, and this needs to be transparent and out to everybody. This is really a 3-mile island event for this industry. If renewable energy is going to be a future, it really needs to rest on safe energy. And I'm not going to rest and leave this until I know that we have a safe environment, a safe operation over in the Moss Landing area. Thank you. Turn it back to you, Nick.
Thank you, Supervisor Church. I failed to mention we will allow for questions at the end of the speakers. Now I'd like to introduce to you Chief Joel Mendoza of the North Monterey County Fire Protection District. Chief Mendoza.
Thank you, Nick. Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank the County of Monterey and our mutual partners that have assisted this small fire department with this very large event, as you've heard. We're a small fire department with 3 fire stations and 34 firefighters, and an event of this magnitude has stretched us thin, and I'd like to make that clear. I'd like to start off with a brief synopsis of what occurred yesterday and today, and then I'll give an update on how we're looking today, this morning. So yesterday at approximately 3 o'clock, the fire department got a call for a structure fire response at 7301 Highway 1, which happens to be the Vistra power plant. We had a typical response for a structure fire. Our first unit on scene arrived and found that there was smoke out of the building, and we did find at least one battery on fire. That triggered a whole bunch of notifications and my response as well. I arrived on scene, assumed command, and met with the Vistra staff, the plant managers, to try and assess the situation. After confirming that there were batteries on fire, we then began our summons for additional help from the county resources. So we summoned for district coverage from our mutual aid partners, and we summoned for help at the actual incident from Department of Emergency Management. The Sheriff's Office was originally dispatched, and environmental health, excuse me. I can tell you that we worked very well together. We've done this before. Every one of these departments performed as they should. We did a lot of work. There was a lot of guessing work that had to be done. There is cameras in the facility, but some of them were not working due to the intensity of fire and smoke and superheated gases. Roughly about an hour and a half into the incident, conditions changed drastically. I can tell you that there is, in this particular facility, a fire suppression system that is part of every one of those battery racks, and it is fed by an on-site system. In other incidents that we've had, like was mentioned earlier, that system has worked perfectly. In this particular case, that system was not sufficient. It was overridden, and that led to fire overtaking the system and eventually overtaking the entire building. We made the decision very early on to notify the public of the event, and shortly after we closed highways, roadways, and asked that Department of Emergency Management, along with the Sheriff's Office, put out a request for mandatory evacuations.
We're listening there to the very latest update from officials talking about the battery storage plant fire in Moss Landing, California, one of the largest facilities of its kind in the world. And you were hearing that they are urging for better protection as it relates to that. We are going to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. I'm Stephanie Quinu. After that, Andrew Kraft is going to be your host to guide you through a number of hours of live events, top stories, breaking news, and headlines. Have a wonderful Friday.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. You're taking a live picture there at the U.S. Capitol in Washington. It's almost 6 o'clock there. And a lot has happened today with regard to inauguration planning. And we'll get into that at the top of this hour. Thank you so much to my colleague, Stephanie Quinu, for guiding you through the last couple of hours of today's top headlines on a pretty busy Friday. Hope you're getting a good start to your weekend. But speaking of inauguration planning, the moral of the story is on Monday, it's too cold, and it is now going to be moved inside the Capitol Rotunda. So we'll be touching on that fact with a few of our reporters standing by there in Washington, talking about this, yes, minor change. It has happened before. It hasn't happened before, though, in almost 40 years. And it's all weather related. It is purely going to be too cold there. So we'll get into that in just a moment. In the meantime, though, we do have some of these other live vantage points of stories we are monitoring at this hour on this Friday, including this one. Not sure if you've seen it yet. Take a look at that. Look at that gaping hole in that Target distribution center. This is in North Bergen County, New Jersey. All right, so we do know that some of the vehicles involved have been extracted from the site, but this is what happened. We're about to check in with Fox 5 New York as well in just a moment, but a dump truck slammed into a tractor trailer and then crashed into this New Jersey Target this afternoon. And it created this gaping hole you're looking at right now on the side. It left 5 people injured. This was around 2 p.m. in the afternoon. A dump truck working at a nearby construction site reportedly lost control while descending down a steep hill. So the truck, it crossed an avenue, then it rammed into a tractor trailer, and it crashed into the Target there. So we got a brief presser on this. We do want to play that press conference out for you. This is one of the main stories we have been following today. But now the sun down. It is nighttime, but still crews on the scene. Not as pronounced of a scene and a presence with these crew members that we saw this afternoon when the sun was up. But this is quite something. We still don't know what led to this, what led to the dump truck losing control. Hopefully we'll get a better sense of that. Like I said, we're going to be checking in with Fox 5 New York a little later this hour. But in the meantime here, let's play out that latest press conference for you. It's about 5 minutes. It's very preliminary. Officials there on the scene updating us with what they knew at that point in time. Let's listen.
North Hudson Regional Fire and Rescue, David Donnarumma.
Spell your name first.
Sure, it's D-O-N-N-A-R-U-M-M-A.
And then can you just tell us what happened here today?
Yeah. So right now, what appears that what has happened is there was a dump truck that was loading on the top of 71st Street. He was going westbound down 71st Street with a full pail of dirt and rocks. Unfortunately, he either lost control of his vehicle or lost his brakes, went through Tunnelly Avenue and into the Target store. At this point, there were 5 injuries. 5 people were transported to the hospital, 1 including the driver. There was 1 person that had to be extricated within the store. She was in the bathroom. She was the most severely injured. Extent of injuries are unknown at this time. The driver also had to be extricated. Primary searches were completed and all the victims were found. We also had accountability of everybody working in the store. At this time, we're waiting for the tow truck to be extricated, and then we're going to complete secondary searches to make sure all people are accounted for.
So this hit, is it the ladies' room?
It's in the area of the bathrooms, yes. Yes.
And how about the structure of the building?
Right now, it is unknown about the structural stability. We have structural engineers coming to the site to determine that. It doesn't appear the structure was damaged at this time.
Chief, originally we heard there had been 6 injuries. Is the most accurate number?
5 people have been transported to the hospital, including the driver.
And also, do you have an idea of how many people were in the store?
I do not. I apologize.
And just to go back to what you said about the possible cause, you said the driver lost control.
It appears he either lost control of the vehicle or lost control of his brakes and went through Tunnelly Avenue.
And you don't know why at this point, if it was a medical...
It's undetermined at this time.
Is that a large hill on that?
Yes, it's a very steep hill.
So that happens a lot around here.
I'm sorry, sir?
That's not the first time something like that would happen because of the steep hills that go into tunnel, right?
I don't recall the last time that happened, but it is a steep hill, and he did have a full load of dirt and rocks, so there was a lot of weight within the truck. And, coupling that with the speed in which maybe he was going, he could have lost his brakes or control of the vehicle. Again, that's undetermined at this time.
Can you talk about, how much more severe this could have been? You said 5 people injured. But
Yeah.
with the time of day, the amount of people coming up and down.
Yeah, we were very fortunate for several reasons. One, there was no pedestrians walking, so he didn't crash into no pedestrians. He did hit another tractor trailer, which probably slowed him down a little before he hit the target. But if he would have hit a pedestrian vehicle, he could have killed those people as well. And then within target, the area in which he hit is right behind the courtesy desk, usually where there's a good flux of people. And unfortunately for this, today, nobody was in that location and got hurt that we're aware of at this time. Secondary searches still have to be completed.
You know what speed he was traveling at?
No, unknown.
Do you have an approximate weight of that vehicle with all that?
Unknown.
How was the driver of the tractor trailer?
He had to be transported to the hospital, not serious condition. He was okay. Minor injuries appeared.
So Chief, the dump truck came down the hill backwards, ran into the store.
Not backwards. He came down. He was going west on 71st Street. Yes.
And then he hit that tractor trailer, and that's how the tractor trailer also ended up.
That is correct. The tractor trailer was in the southbound lane, and the dump truck hit the back of the tractor trailer, ripped off the back of the tractor trailer, and put that into the building along with the dump truck. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, everybody. Enjoy your day. Please, if you don't mind, everybody like to give their name and their title. Yeah.
Okay, so wanted to get this in there. If you had missed it live earlier, authorities there on the scene, some local leaders, but also with emergency management and law enforcement updating us on what we know about this story. Like I said, though, this hour we will be checking in with our Fox 5 New York team on what exactly happened and whether or not we're going to get another press conference once more details are gleaned. So in the meantime here, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thank you so much for being with us. Let's get into more of these top stories. The really big story of the day. Remember, we are anticipating the 60th presidential inauguration taking place on Monday. Well, as of yesterday, it was all things go. It was going to be outside like it normally is, but for the very, very cold weather that is taking place right now in the nation's capital, it's cold. And now the inauguration will be moved inside of the Capitol Rotunda. Both President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will be sworn in the Rotunda inside. Well, I have a lot of questions about this. Has this happened before? Yes, but it's been a while. And so does our friend Fox News' Rebecca Castor. She's standing live outside the Capitol with more details on how this decision was made today. Rebecca, good to see you. I've been hearing from a lot of people who are in town in Washington to attend all the festivities around inauguration. They're a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, disappointment is surely the reaction here from people that we're getting. Monday is going to look vastly different. An Arctic blast is on the way. So the temperatures on Monday, when you factor in the wind chill, it's going to feel between 5 to 13 degrees. So really not safe for all of these people to be outside. And that is why Donald Trump says he made the decision to move his swearing in and inaugural address to inside the rotunda. It's a major change to the inauguration, but it's been done before. In 1985, Ronald Reagan's second inauguration was also moved inside due to frigid temperatures. Before Trump made the call, even some lawmakers were anxious about the weather.
I'm very excited about Trump's inaugural, but we're all going to be sitting outside in about 12 degrees.
Now members of Congress, Supreme Court justices, other dignitaries, and VIP guests will now be brought inside the Capitol Rotunda to watch Donald Trump take the oath of office.
Members of the public with tickets are now invited to watch a live stream of the inauguration inside nearby Capital One Arena. Trump says he'll head there after his swearing in.
What are you most excited about seeing?
Donald Trump. Trump announced the change on social media, writing, "I don't want to see people hurt or injured in any way. It is dangerous conditions for the tens of thousands of law enforcement, first responders, police canines, and even horses, and hundreds of thousands of supporters that will be outside for many hours."
More than 250,000 people were expected to attend the inauguration. There's no way that is going to happen now, as there's simply nowhere for all these people to go. The U.S. Capitol Police tells us that they are actually going to close off those outdoor viewing areas where the ticketed guests were going to be outside the Capitol to watch the inauguration. They're not going to be able to access those areas now, Andrew.
All right, Rebecca, what about fellow journalists like yourself? Do you guys still got to be outside?
As of right now, I think my assignment is still outdoors, so my plan is going on as planned. We're still going to bundle up and have all of our warmers with us, too.
All right. Well, it will be a historic day nonetheless. Rebecca, we'll talk soon. Thanks so much. All right, in the meantime here, I have in front of me a statement from the U.S. Capitol Police. They say this: at the request of the president-elect and the Presidential Inaugural Committee, the 60th inauguration will be held inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. The ticketed areas outside on the west front of the U.S. Capitol, they say, will now be closed to ticketed guests on Monday, January 20th, due to the extremely cold weather that is expected in Washington, D.C. They say the U.S. Capitol Police, along with our law enforcement partners, will still have a heightened security posture with an increased law enforcement presence and layers of physical security. That's another question that I had. You know, how does the security posture change, if at all? The U.S. Capitol Police saying it will still be heightened. Well, Fox News Capitol Hill correspondent Aisha Hasni has a look inside the Capitol Rotunda, saying we got an up-close look at the construction underway inside the Capitol Rotunda for Trump's inauguration. A crew worker told me they will get it done by Monday. Aisha brings up a pretty good point. They don't have much time to kind of pull this all together, but they're confident that they will, of course. I also want to put this up from our friend there, Cami Mondo at the Washington Examiner. She has this reporting that lawmakers and staffers just received notice that because inauguration is inside, the majority of ticketed guests will not be able to attend the ceremonies in person. But offices can distribute tickets in the manner they think best if they would like to do so. Donald Trump, on his Truth Social platform, said today, "We will open Capital One Arena Monday for live viewing of this historic event and to host the presidential parade." He says, "I will join the crowd at Capital One after my swearing in." In the meantime, though, let's get a check on the weather forecast with some of our colleagues there at Fox Weather, including none other than Ian Oliver. We're going to bring him in just a moment, but take a look at this. The National Weather Service, Baltimore, Washington, has this. Winter storm watches have been issued for areas west of I-95 late Saturday night through Sunday night. Snow amounts of 3 to 6 inches are possible in these locations, with 1 to 3 inch amounts elsewhere due to rain mixing in. So in the meantime there, let's go out to the Fox Weather studio. That's where we find Ian Oliver, and he joins me. Ian, I got to ask you, this is quite the change for the inauguration. Give us a sense of these frigid temperatures.
Yeah, no question, Andrew. I mean, I know this is, it's kind of disappointing for a lot of folks. Hundreds of thousands were expected to go to D.C. for this. And then, yeah, part of the spectacle is that it's an outdoor presentation, what plays out. But, yeah, I think this is the right call. President-elect Trump mentioned the hazard to both the security teams and all the people that would be out there for an extended period of time. This hasn't happened in 4 decades. You had to go back to Reagan's second inauguration back in 1985, the last time an inauguration ceremony was moved indoors. But this is the reason: a wind chill down to 12, wind gusts 10 to 20 miles per hour as this Arctic air starts taking over such a huge chunk of the country. That's why I'm saying this isn't a D.C. thing. It's an almost everybody thing as we move through the early part of next week. That coverage, Rockies and points east, we get these temperatures that that are bone chilling. Look at the feels like temperature, feels like temperatures. We've got these cold weather alerts that include almost 40 million Americans already. That's a forecast for international falls. Areas along the border with Canada, we could see wind chill values approaching, perhaps even briefly exceeding 50 degrees below zero. So this is serious cold that we're talking about. You've got high temperatures today in places like OKC, almost a spring feel up at 61 degrees. There's your forecast come Monday, a day spent entirely sub-freezing. And this is what I was talking about with the coverage of all this. Come Monday, only 9 million Americans with above average temperatures, 282 million with below average temperatures, all of that blue representing that chill. And you look at the deep blue colors, that's where we're closer to 30 degrees below average for this time of the year. So that's kind of the issue. It's not that temperatures are below average, it's how far below average we are at a point in the year in January where typically our averages are bottoming out. This is the coldest time of the year for almost everybody, and sure, we're way below those averages. Andrew, as I send it back to you, did want to show you this. We got a 1-2 that moves through over the weekend. For D.C., it's rain with this first storm, the first part of the weekend, and folks are saying, all this cold and snow, what are we talking about? That comes the second half of the weekend with a second storm system. This one taps in to some of that cold air. Big swath of snow breaks out Virginia, up through New England, 3 to 6 inches of snow in the forecast for New York City, 3 to 5, excuse me. That would double up our biggest snow so far, which is 1.8 inches of snow the week before Christmas. D.C. does get some snow on Sunday, but it's gone for Monday. So we'll be challenging, as we said. This will be the coldest inauguration in 4 decades since 1985. Yeah. The biggest snow was Kennedy's, JFK. It was 0.7 of 1 inch. A nor'easter the day before, but some fell after midnight. We won't rival that.
Ian, before I let you go, though, because I know you've been out in really frigid temperatures covering blizzards and winter storms, what does it do to the human body? Why can't they be out there? You know very well, right?
Everything slows down, including the brain. It's tough to broadcast when you're out there, and yeah, your face doesn't want to move, your lips don't want to move. So this makes an awful lot of sense, both for all the dignitaries that will be attending the inauguration, and for all the people that wanted to go and would be there. But it's not the best move. It's not the safest move to have this outside. So they made the decision. I know, again, it's disappointing for so many, but it feels like a call that had to be made.
Yeah. All right. Ian Oliver there with Fox Weather. Good to see you. Have a good weekend, Ian.
You too. You bet. You too. Thanks.
All right. In the meantime here, we do want to take a quick commercial break. We got a lot going on in this hour, so we hope you stay with us. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Gorgeous Live Now look there over the New York City skyline. We do want to focus our efforts there in the tri-state area. Let's go back to that story we were just bringing you after a dump truck slammed into a tractor trailer and then crashed into a New Jersey Target today. This is one of our biggest stories of the day. We've been following it from every angle, though. Like I said, we did want to check in with our colleagues there at Fox 5 in New York, including reporter Duarte Geraldino. He's on the scene right now and has been for some time. Duarte, good to see you here. What's the latest at this hour?
At this hour, both of those vehicles have been removed from the target, but the road is still closed off. There's still an investigation into a possible cause. Now, one of the things that officials are stressing tonight is that this could have been far, far worse. Remember, a dump truck slams into a tractor trailer, and officials point out the impact of that initial collision slowed the dump truck down just enough to prevent this from being far worse. Now, we have some surveillance footage that gives you a better understanding of how this went down. And if we could put that up on the screen, you can see the dump truck coming from the left-hand side of your screen. And you see the dump truck just speeding down 71st Street here, crossing into the oncoming traffic and colliding with that tractor trailer. The impact slows the dump truck down before both vehicles crash into the target and literally punch a massive hole through the side of the building. Amazing, Andrew.
Wow, yeah. This is the first time I'm seeing this video here. You know, Duarte, what happened next? How many people were in the target at the time? Do we know?
Yes, we do. 5 people were inside. Well, 5 people were injured.
Okay.
Inside the target, there could have been hundreds, but that number is still not clear. But we do know that 5 people were injured, including the driver of one of these vehicles and a woman who was using the bathroom at the time, and she had to be extricated from the target after part of the wall collapsed. It's pretty sort of remarkable and scary for anyone who might have been inside the target. Now, it is closed right now, but there remains an investigation into the cause and also the structural stability of the wall inside of that target.
Yeah, we were just watching live earlier. The dump truck, it looks like, has been extracted from the scene. So I guess they have to figure out what led the driver to lose control, right? That's the next step here.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of theories floating around. Maybe there was a brake issue, but all we know for sure is that the driver loses control, slams into that tractor trailer, and a lot of people are saying, thank God he did, because it could have been a lot worse. There was no explosion or anything like that. So there is a blessing there.
All right, Duarte, always good to see you. Thanks so much for giving us this report. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, like I said, we did want to get that story in there briefly, but we have a lot of live events happening right now going on, including out there in Southern California, an update on the Palisades fire by LA fire officials. Let's take this.
Do my best to get this increased for those who have suffered in the Los Angeles fires. I've got 10, maybe a dozen members of Congress coming here tomorrow. We're going to take them up to the Palisades and mobilize the effort to have Congress do more than what I'm describing here. In addition, to the grants, there are loans. $500,000 to rebuild your house, $100,000 to replace your cars and furniture. The interest rate is 4% or less, usually less. 12 months you don't have to pay, but the interest is running. What about businesses and nonprofit organizations? Can borrow up to $2 million. Usually the interest rate is 4% or less. It can be higher. 12 months you don't have to pay, make the payments, but the interest is running. And that is to deal with not only the physical losses, but the lost sales and economic injury. So I've gone on for a long time. I want to thank President Biden for doing absolutely everything that is allowed for him to do, mostly to make sure that our government agencies are paid for their firefighter costs and the rebuilding effort, including Palisades High School. But we're going to have to do a lot more. And finally, we've got to build back better. Current state law says if you're building back in the Palisades, it has to be up to the code the fire prevention code that otherwise wasn't, that's applicable to all buildings built after 2008. We know that fire code works. We haven't analyzed this fire, but we saw in Paradise, Northern California, 55% of those homes that met the new code survived. Only 18% of those who didn't meet the new code survived. We're going to have to do a lot of thinking about how to make our society more safe from fire and more resilient. I'm Congressman Brad Sherman. Thank you for letting me speak way too long.
Next up, Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you very much. Our focus in this moment is keeping people safe while we repopulate the evacuated areas and providing clear communication on who can come back and when. We're prioritizing access to residents' homes that survived the fire to allow time for the EPA and relevant agencies, including utilities, to do their cleanup work. This work is extensive, it is complicated, and it is essential. Understand this is not returning to normal. You may or may not have water access, power, or gas. Utility infrastructure is damaged throughout the fire-impacted region, and time is needed to effectively address all of these issues. When you return, be prepared to arrive with an N95 mask. Airborne toxins remain in these areas, and your health and your safety are critical. Be prepared to show ID or proof of residency. This is why our disaster recovery centers are helpful centers to provide you with that documentation if you do not already have it. You can coordinate with our sheriff and National Guard to ensure resident access is smooth in these allowed areas. We are coordinating with them so they can communicate with you. Our impacted community members deserve safe and swift access to their property. That is our goal. We will be here in our 3rd District office to walk with you every step of the way. There are many steps. The status of underground utilities, safety of the PCH, hillsides and mudslide vulnerabilities, clearing out this toxic debris, all of it will be a long road, but we are in it for the long haul with you. We've heard concern expressed that when the cameras go away, people will not be there. We will be there. Our 3rd District team will be there every step of the way. With regard to services, once again, our Disaster Recovery Center is open from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day. I visited again yesterday. Resources from city, county, state, and federal government are there to help you. This is also a reminder that FEMA assistance requires that you apply by March 10th. You only have 60 days from the time the president signs that. That is March 10th. And from that point, you also have 18 months to complete the paperwork. So please apply ASAP. What does this mean? If you receive a rejection notice, it means you have applied. If you have a question about your application status, you can come to a disaster recovery center and they will clarify it for you. Also at these centers, LA County Public Works and Planning are available to help with your rebuilding plans. LA Public Health and Mental Health are available with supportive services, access to prescriptions, and more. We also strongly advocate seeking mental health supports, especially for our young people, for whom this is incredibly challenging to talk through and to support. Our 3rd District team is also on site at this disaster recovery center. So any questions that you have for our office, you can call, you can use our website, but you also have our staff there in person. I want to reiterate our focus on price gouging issues. The Attorney General was here on site yesterday, reiterating his commitment to ensuring that we are not seeing people taken advantage of who have already lost and endured so much. Whatever you are seeing, please report it to oag.ca.gov/report. If you prefer to call, the 800 number is 800-593-8222. These reports are taken very seriously and all are being investigated. Finally, I want to be more specific about the neighborhoods that have been updated in repopulation efforts. First, evacuation orders that have been reduced to resident-only access. Mulholland Drive, south of Reseda Boulevard. Mandeville Canyon Road, north of Arbutus Drive. Mandeville Canyon Road, south of Arbutus Drive to West Sunset, and north of West San Vicente Boulevard to Amalfi Drive. Tumbleweed Day Camp. For resident-only access, reduced to evacuation warning. South and southwest of Havenhurst Avenue to north of Calneva Drive, and north of Mulholland Drive from Calneva Drive to west of Sepulveda Tunnel. Adlin Place from Adlin Road to Havenhurst Avenue, and north of Mulholland Drive at Encino Hills Drive. East of Canyonback Road. South of Mulholland Drive from Encino Hills Drive to the 405, and north of Park Lane Circle. Mountain Gate Drive is open. Promontory Road to Mount St. Mary's Fire Road. Mission Canyon Open Space. And finally, the evacuation warning has been reduced to normal condition. South of Mulholland Drive to north of Olmus Drive, south of Ventura Boulevard from Louise Avenue to Havenhurst Avenue, and south to Adlin Road, east of the 405 to west of Saugus Avenue, and south of Greenleaf Street to Mulholland Drive, south of Cassiano Road at Mulholland Drive to Bel Air Crest Road at the 405. East of the 405 from north of West Sunset Boulevard to north Sepulveda Boulevard at the on-ramp. South of Ventura Boulevard to north of Valley Vista Boulevard and east of Havenhurst Avenue to the 405. South of Mulholland Drive to north of Shallon Road. South of Woodvale Road and Valley Vista Boulevard to north of Mulholland Drive and Sepulveda Boulevard. Thank you for your patience and your cooperation. And once again, thank you to all those on the front lines working to keep us safe.
Thank you to all our presenters. We'd now like to open it up to our media partners. If you have a question, raise your hand. My partner, Andy Van Sciver, will bring you a mic. Say your name, your question. We'll find the best person to answer it. Questions?
Amy Powell from ABC7, and forgive me if you addressed some of this right at the beginning, but is there a timetable in terms of for the people who are not being allowed to repopulate, whether it's going to be either days or weeks for them?
CAL FIRE leadership is in charge here at Incident Command, and they make determinations each day about which areas can be repopulated and what conditions are safe for folks to do so. So I would ask a representative from CAL FIRE to talk about what that process is so people can understand what is happening here in order for them to be allowed back into their neighborhoods and what that process looks like.
I'm Justin McComb. I'm one of the incident commanders for the Unified Incident Command Group. In terms of the timelines, you know, we were successful in being able to repopulate some of the areas around the perimeter of the fire. The interior of the fire that's still left has a tremendous amount of damage, but we're partnering with all of our utility companies and all of the other cooperators from roads and gas and water, and we'll get there. It's going to be a tough task, but we've got all the people we need here on site. But at this time, I can't give you a timeline.
Couple of things. EPA has been given a major grant by FEMA to come out here. There's going to be a ton of work for them to do to make sure the area is safe from toxic chemicals, whether it be household cleaners, whether it be building supplies. whether it be gardening supplies, etc. Second, FEMA does provide substantial aid to pay for temporary housing that can last for a very long time, years. And you go to the FEMA site and apply there. But I know people are so anxious to get back into their homes. Those who are actually within the fire perimeter are going to have to wait a while.
Thank you very much for joining us and for the questions. That concludes our presentation. A reminder that we do have a virtual community meeting tonight at 6:30. Link is available on the Palisades Fire website, fire.ca.gov, and click on Palisades Fire. You'll see the link there for the YouTube link tonight at 6:30, virtual community meeting, and through the weekend as well. Thank you.
All right, there you've just been watching the Palisades Fire latest briefing, and now familiar faces there updating all of us, updating the public. You notice there the Democratic Congressman Brad Sherman and others from the LA County Board of Supervisors about the containment efforts and what these literally stranded families who haven't been able to go back to what's left or not left of their homes, the guidance that they have been receiving here. So wanted to make sure we showed you that. It's a story, of course, we have been following ever since last Tuesday, and those devastating, deadly wildfires broke out and just really taking off the map communities like the Pacific Palisades, like Altadena, and others here. So in the meantime, a little past the bottom of the hour, I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be diving back into our preview of the 60th presidential inauguration that now will be held inside, not outside, due to these cold, frigid temperatures descending over our nation's capital. More on that after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and just wanted to preview our coverage happening on Monday, starting at 8 a.m. Eastern, hosted by yours truly and my colleague Stephanie Quinu on Inauguration Day, the 60th presidential inauguration, which now will be indoors inside the Capitol Rotunda there, not on the dais outside because of these frigid temperatures. In the meantime here, let's talk about the history while we preview this major event for President-elect Donald Trump. Obviously, it will be the second time he'll be sworn in as president non-consecutively here. Let's bring into the conversation, though, our friend and colleague there who we relied on so much throughout the last couple of weeks, helping us make sense of these presidential storylines. That's, of course, presidential historian himself, Jim Robinault. He joins me. Jim, good to see you here, and happy Friday. And before we get into our conversation, I wanted to put up this photo because a lot of people have been asking me, has this been done before? But it has. That's the simple answer. Take a look at this photo, Jim. I want you to get your reaction here. Meredith McGraw, now at the Wall Street Journal, posted that photo. A preview of what we might expect on Monday, according to photos of Reagan's 1985 inauguration inside a packed rotunda. Jim, don't want to age you. Do you remember this? And if you do, why was this one held inside?
Well, I do remember it. And it was about 7 degrees outside that day. It was very cold. It was one of the coldest days ever in Washington. So they took it inside. It had happened before where some of these inaugurals had really cold conditions. Grant, I think, was 16 degrees. They still held it outside. But Andrew Jackson, in his second inauguration, it was so cold outside that they took it into what was called the Hall of Congress at the time in the building. So that's the precedent for taking it inside was Andrew Jackson and then Ronald Reagan. And what's interesting, I've gone back and watched that speech several times getting ready for this inaugural event on Monday. And what's really interesting to me is that there's so few people that really get into that space there. They're all standing. If you watch the speech, they're standing the entire time. And it is, you know, it's a fairly lengthy address, so it's a lot. And it'll be interesting to see how they pack people into this space right now, because it really does limit the number of people who can be there in person. I understand they're going to be holding an event at one of the larger, I'm not sure where it is, but it's one of the
Capital
arenas.
One Arena. Yeah, the Capital One Arena, which I think is where the Capitals play ice hockey. And just more from Chad Pergram there on Capitol Hill on Reagan's 85 inauguration. He says this, only 1,000 people crowded into the rotunda for that. He says 140,000 people were expected outdoors, and they wound up only having 1,000 dignitaries inside. So the space constraints, I think, are going to be a reality of this inauguration here. But Jim, aside from the fact that it's going to be held inside, weather, you know, obviously a factor here, but what about inaugurations themselves? What are you looking for come Monday? Obviously, we all highly anticipate a speech that will be delivered by Donald Trump. We just have to know historically, too, we have not seen since Grover Cleveland a non-consecutive executive president. And so that will be somewhat interesting to a lot of people because there has been this 4-year period where he's been out of office. He hasn't been in the White House. He's coming back. And a lot of people, I think, remember his speech in 2017, don't they?
Yes. You know, it was called the American Carnage speech. And it's a speech about how American carnage is happening. It's going to stop here. But if you read the whole speech, there's a lot to it that's very similar to other speeches. The first inauguration was George Washington, obviously. And then one of the most important was Thomas Jefferson in 1800, where he's trying to unify the country after a really difficult campaign against John Adams. And in fact, in that election, there was a tie between Jefferson and his supposed vice president, Aaron Burr. So it went to the House. So again, all of this problem happening, and that inauguration, when Jefferson came in, he said famously, "We are all Federalists, we are all Republicans." So one of the main things you look for in these inaugurations is you have a tough campaign, you have a tough time, but now's the time to unify. So you look for that unifying message. And frankly, Trump in 2017, despite the American carnage, tagline that's put to it, had a lot of messages in there about unity. Okay. It'll be interesting to see what he does this time around. But that's one of the main things that an inauguration does, is to try to bring the country back together after, difficult, tough campaigns in Jefferson's case. I mean, it was really an ugly campaign. Adams left the Capitol rather than staying for that.
Wow.
That inauguration because things were so difficult. So there's a lot of tradition in this. The only thing that's in the Constitution about inaugurations is the oath itself.
Okay.
Which most people don't realize that there's nothing in it about giving an inaugural address. Everything else is tradition.
I see.
The only thing in there is this oath, and that oath, frankly, is the only oath in the Constitution that's laid out exactly the way it has to be said. And you may remember Obama with Roberts, they got it all screwed up and had to do it again the next day. So
I remember. Jim, though, what about the date, January the 20th? So you're saying that's not in the Constitution. So why pick that date? If maybe you didn't pick that date, you wouldn't have these weather issues. From what I understand and from what I've read, it used to be held in March.
Yeah. Again, a tradition that it was held in March right away. Because that's when the Articles of Confederation ended and when that Congress turned over power to the government under the Constitution. That date was put into the Constitution in an amendment, the 12th Amendment, which fixed this problem of Aaron Burr tying with Thomas Jefferson. You vote for a president and a vice president separately. And then later, when FDR came in and we had this emergency of the Great Depression, it was a long time between the election in November and March 4th, which is in that amendment. It's in the Constitution that it be March 4th. So they came about, I forget which, it's maybe the 20th Amendment, but it's an amendment in which the date for January 20th is set at noon. So it's in the Constitution.
Okay.
That's why it has to take place on that date.
We're getting kind of a sneak peek, though, of some of the preparations inside the rotunda there from Aisha Hasni. So that's pretty interesting. You were mentioning kind of what all presidential inaugural addresses kind of boil down to is the theme, I'm the president for all Americans, not red Americans, not blue Americans, not Republicans, not Democrats, for all Americans here. We talk about unity as well. We have gotten some reporting in that some pretty high-profile figures will not be showing up, will not be in attendance, including former First Lady Michelle Obama. It was reported yesterday as well. Former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi will also not be in attendance here. So it's not like it's mandatory for these people. Tradition only holds so much, right?
Right. In fact, I was writing this down. There have been 4 times when former presidents do not attend the inauguration. The first I was telling you about was John Adams. The second was John Quincy Adams when Jackson was coming in. John Quincy Adams was afraid of being caned by Andrew Jackson because it was such a rough campaign and the two of them had such bad blood. Jackson's wife, Rachel, died not long before he was inaugurated, and John Quincy Adams was worried that Jackson was going to attack him. So he left town. So his dad didn't attend, he didn't attend. And then Andrew Johnson did not attend Grant's. And you remember Andrew Johnson was impeached and Grant was a part of that whole issue. So he didn't attend. And then, of course, we had Donald Trump not attending the Biden inaugural. So it doesn't happen very often. I'm very pleased that President Biden is attending. I'm pleased that his vice president is attending.
Yeah.
And, it's up to other people to decide whether they want to come or not, and for their own reasons. It's interesting that Michelle Obama also avoided going to Jimmy Carter's funeral, too. So she obviously feels very strongly about all this, as does Nancy Pelosi. And I would rather that they attend, but it really is a personal choice on their part. As long as the president and vice president are coming, I think that's what counts.
Yeah, I mean, we only really get presidential inaugurals and presidential funerals where we see this concentration of power, political foes and allies alike sitting within feet of each other, sometimes sitting next to each other. So we really only are treated to that every so often here. We don't want to talk about the concentration of power. Let's talk about who has been invited to the Trump inaugural, including major tech titans of Silicon Valley, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, and Jeff Bezos of Amazon, the CEO of TikTok will be there as well. Are those the 21st century
Tim
robber
Cook
barons?
too.
What's that?
Tim Cook of Apple.
Tim Cook of Apple, yeah. Would you make the comparison that those are our robber barons, our generation's robber barons, like the Carnegies, like the Mellons, like the Morgans here. That's somewhat of a pejorative term, so I don't mean to cast them in that light, but would you agree with that?
Yeah, this country has always had this issue with wealth inequality. And, it's a democracy. It's an experiment. And as I was telling you off air, Andrew Jackson attacked the second U.S. bank as this concentration of power and wealth that was part private, part public, and he destroyed that bank. We didn't have a national bank until the Federal Reserve under Woodrow Wilson. So that was a big fight. When Roosevelt came in, he gave a very dramatic speech in Philadelphia when he accepted the nomination about the economic royalists who were, at that point, he said, trying to take over power in the government, and that the government really belonged to the people and not to just the powerful. It's a wonderful speech to look at. My mom was 12 years old when she went because her grandfather was in the Roosevelt administration. So I heard about this when I was little, but it's a really good speech to go back and watch. Before that, during the time of the Gilded Age, William Jennings Bryan railed against the money power of Wall Street and the fact that there wasn't enough currency in circulation. It was tied to a gold standard. They wanted to have silver and so forth. So this is a recurring issue in American democracy. How do you deal with this accumulation of wealth and power versus the fact that this is supposed to be a democracy where, the power is shared with everyone and not merely by the people who have all the money and so forth. So kind of a dramatic point, as we see all these CEOs coming forward and giving $1 million each to the inauguration. It's a real point of emphasis here that I think is why President Biden talked about it the other night when he gave his speech. I mean, I think that's why he gave that whole speech about the tech industrial complex.
All right, Jim Robinette, we could talk all night about this. It's always fun talking American history with you. And so many people who love American history, no matter if they're Republicans or Democrats, I would imagine will be watching on Monday morning. Jim, thanks so much. And hopefully we get to chat on Monday morning as well.
Yeah, great, Andrew. Nice to see you.
All right, in the meantime here, just want to reiterate and preview our programming on Monday morning. Our coverage will start live at 8 a.m. Eastern of the 60th presidential inauguration, and President-elect Donald Trump will be sworn in for a second time as president there alongside his vice president-elect, J.D. Vance. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you found that segment there before the break informative as we are previewing the inauguration come Monday morning. So really wanted to get into some of the background and historical context. So I hope you enjoyed that. In the meantime, we're still talking politics, though, back out live to the U.S. Capitol. Remember, just yesterday, we brought you the news from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis appointing Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody to fill the incoming vacancy in the Senate that Marco Rubio will be leaving if confirmed as Secretary of State. So that was Florida. That was one we were watching. We were also watching Ohio, the Buckeye state. Remember, as Vice President-elect J.D. Vance will be sworn in on Monday. He has already resigned that Senate seat. Now there is a vacancy in Ohio, and we are learning from Ohio Governor, the Republican, Mike DeWine, that he has tapped someone to fill that vacancy, and he has tapped his Lieutenant Governor, John Husted. So I wanted to put this up here from Governor DeWine saying, "I'm proud to announce that I have selected Lieutenant Governor Husted to serve in the U.S. Senate, replacing Vice President-elect J.D. Vance." Let's watch a bit of this announcement. Oh, and J.D. Vance says today that he called Husted to congratulate him on his appointment to the U.S. Senate, saying, "Looking forward to working with both John and Bernie Moreno to make America great again." So interesting to note there, of course, Bernie Moreno was just elected back in November, beating Democrat Sherrod Brown. And so Moreno has only been in office for a couple of weeks, and he now becomes the senior senator from Ohio. And so he will be joined by Lieutenant Governor Husted there. In the meantime, though, we just want to watch a little bit of this announcement made today there in Columbus. Let's listen.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. As we all know, this coming Monday at 12 noon, Ohio's own J.D. Vance will be sworn in as Vice President of the United States. We are very proud of him. We are very proud of the fact that an Ohioan will be Vice President of the United States. We wish him all the best, and we certainly wish President Trump all the best as well. When there is a vacancy in the United States Senate, that is a different thing. It does not occur very often. Since 1913, Ohioans and people across this country, citizens across this country, have had the ability to select the U.S. Senator. Ohio law provides that when there is a vacancy in the United States Senate, it is the governor who makes that interim appointment. And so I have the obligation to make an appointment, which I'm told will basically last until after the 2026 election. I think December 15th is the normal time when the new person who is elected, or that person continues to be in office. So this is an unusual situation. And it's frankly a very heavy responsibility, and it's a responsibility that I take very seriously. It was my honor and privilege to serve in the United States Senate, to represent the people of Ohio for 2 terms, 12 years. I think I have a pretty good idea of what it takes to succeed in the United States Senate, what it takes to represent your state. As I was looking for the right person, I wanted someone who knew Ohio. Ohio is a complex state. You drive across it, you think it's all farmland, and yet we have 6 or 7 major metropolitan areas, more than virtually any state in the Union. It is diverse in so many different ways, and it takes a while, candidly, to get to know this state. So I wanted someone who had a firm grasp and understanding of the complexity of Ohio, the diversity, and frankly, the greatness of Ohio. I also wanted someone who understands the interaction between the federal government and the state government. There is so much interaction, and so much of what we do, what I do as governor, what any governor can do, is impacted not just by the laws passed by Congress, but also, frankly, by the different rules and regulations put forward by the president and by the executive branch. But it's an intricate relationship. I wanted someone who understood that. Third, I want someone who, frankly, would go to the United States Senate and work. I wanted a workhorse. I wanted someone who I knew would get up in the morning every single day, focus on Ohio, focus on the people here, but also focus on the obligation that senator had for the whole country. To state the obvious, there are only 100 of them. There's only 100 United States senators, and each one can play a major role. One of the things I found different between the House and the Senate, and I served in both, is that when you walk into the United States Senate, whether you're the most junior member or the most senior, you can make a difference. And you can make a difference whether you're in the minority party or whether you're in the majority party. We need, this is a serious time in our history. I won't go into all the reasons why, but I think if you look at foreign affairs, if you look at national defense, if you look at the international situation today, if you look at where our defense is, the United States Senator plays a major role and can play and does play a major role in regard to our national security. And so again, serious times demand serious people. Finally, the next person who goes to the U.S. Senate, I knew would have to run and run and run. We're used to 6-year terms, but this person I knew would, after I appointed them, could only serve for 2 years. They would have to run for re-election or run for election. And then if they won, they would have to turn around and run again in 2 years. So it had to be someone who I knew, frankly, who had the skill sets, but also the determination, had it, frankly, in their gut, that they could get up in the morning and do this day after day after day, and at the same time carry on their great duties as a United States Senator. The process we went through took a while, and it took a while because of the gravity of this decision. I interviewed a large number of people. We heard from a large number of people. There were many people who I considered very qualified to serve in the United States Senate to represent the state of Ohio. But I came to the conclusion, as you see, that the person who is best suited to be the United States Senator is a person who has been close to me for the last 6 years, a person who almost daily I work with, and that is Lieutenant Governor John Huston. I have worked with him. I have seen him. I know his knowledge of Ohio. I know his heart. I know what he cares about. I know his skills. And all of that tells me that he is the right person for this job. In every major decision that I have made in the last 6 years as governor of the state of Ohio, John Huston has played a part in that decision. And those times, we all don't agree on everything. Fran points out that she and I don't agree on everything. So it should not be a shock that John and I might disagree on some things. But even in the cases where he saw things differently, my decision was informed and was helped by his input. If you look at the specific areas where he has been involved, I started to write them out and stopped after a while. He's been involved in so many things. But economic development is something, as you know, that John has in his DNA. He started right out of school at the University of Dayton, started working economic development for the chamber in Dayton. So he certainly has that great experience. Grew up in Northwest Ohio, went to the University of Dayton, ran for the legislature from the Miami Valley, a district in the Miami Valley, ultimately became Speaker of the House, then went to the Senate, as you know, from there, served as Secretary of State, and then, of course, as Lieutenant Governor. He has the background, he has the experience to get the job done. If you look at, I want to go back for a moment and talk briefly about some of the specific things that he has done. One is economic, as I said, economic development. Whether it was Intel, or the announcement that we made yesterday. John has been made a major player in getting these companies to come to the state of Ohio. He's focused also on energy, broadband, making government more efficient, and I could go on and on. I believe and know that John is prepared to be the United States Senator from the state of Ohio. The U.S. Senate rewards hard workers. It rewards those who master the facts. It rewards those who focus on getting things done. Those who succeed in passing legislation do so because of their determination. They also do so because of their hard work and their willingness and ability to put coalitions together. This former Speaker of the Ohio House will be right at home in the United States Senate. John Husted will be right at home in the United States Senate, and he'll be at home on day one. Finally, let me just say that I will miss this very good man. The state of Ohio will miss this excellent Lieutenant Governor. But we are gaining a strong advocate for us in Washington, D.C. We are gaining someone who I have every confidence will serve the people of the state of Ohio very well. John?
Thank you, Governor. My family is gathered here, so you know who they are. My wife, Tina, son, Alex, daughter, Katie, Kylie, brother-in-law, Mick, and then Kathleen, our Alex's wife, our daughter-in-law, and our granddaughter, May, were here just a moment ago. Governor, I just want to say thank you. It is my honor to accept the appointment to serve the people of the state of Ohio in the U.S. Senate. I have just appreciate that you have placed so much trust in me, first of all, as a running mate, and then as Lieutenant Governor, and now as your appointee to the Senate. To my friends and supporters and the people across Ohio, we have worked to make Ohio great again, and I look forward to working with President Trump, J.D. Vance, to make America great again. This decision was not made lightly, and I say it was not made lightly. My family and I listened to the advice of so many people, including the governor and many, many others. And I want to take a moment to share the reasons behind this decision. I have dedicated most of my professional life to serving the state of Ohio. And in stepping away as Lieutenant Governor, it was not easy. When I arrived at the State House as a legislator, Ohio was facing tough times. We were a high-tax state with a struggling economy. We were watching factories shut down across the state, and even my own family.
All right, you've been listening there to Ohio Lieutenant Governor John Husted there after Governor DeWine tapped him to fill the Senate vacancy left by now almost Vice President J.D. Vance. In the meantime, we're going to step away from that. So you got to kind of know there Lieutenant Governor Husted as well. He's 57 years old. He's a former Speaker of the Ohio State House. He's also a two-term Secretary of State there in the Buckeye State. He will serve until December 15th of 2026. Then a special election for the last 2 years of Vance's 6-year term will be held in November of 2026. So he will be there for some time. Now, remember, we brought you the news from the Washington Post. Jeff Stein, he scooped this piece of news yesterday that President-elect Donald Trump was angling for Vivek Ramaswamy to be tapped for that open Senate vacancy. Of course, we now know that did not come to pass, though. There is a report today in the Cincinnati Enquirer that Vivek Ramaswamy is looking at a gubernatorial run for governor there in Ohio come 2026. We'll have to keep our eyes out for that. In the meantime here, we are in a new hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. Live Now look there over the San Francisco Bay Area. When we come back, we're going out to Oakland, a story on alleged political corruption and snaring the ex-mayor, Sheng Tao. We'll be bringing you updates on that in 2. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. Live picture there in Oakland, California. A gorgeous Friday scene there. It's a little after the 4 o'clock hour on the West Coast here. We want to talk about alleged political corruption in the Bay Area having to do with recalled Oakland mayor, ex-mayor Sheng Tao. She's been indicted by a federal grand jury on criminal charges related to an FBI bribery case. I do want to put up this tweet here from our colleague at Fox 2 in the Bay Area, Jenna Katsuyama. She's been following this story throughout the duration of the day. And she says this: Sheng Tao just left the courtroom to be processed by U.S. Marshals for the federal charges, then getting interviewed by pretrial services. Tao was calm, quiet answers. The judge says she is to be free on an unsecured bond with limits on travel and must give up her passport. Well, we did hear from Tao and her attorney. We'll get into that in just a moment here. We do have Jenna Katsuyama standing by with the latest on this story. She joins me from the newsroom there at Fox 2. Jenna, good to see you here. I know you've been following this so closely, not just today, but when she was recalled, when she was indicted. And this has really had a lot of legs as the story goes. What happened today?
Well, it came as a bit of a surprise, according to Sheng Tao's attorney, but this is what people have been waiting for ever since that kind of mysterious FBI raid of her house last summer. So today at the U.S. Attorney's Office in San Francisco, they basically brought together teams from the FBI, from the IRS, from the U.S. Postal Service, and said that this indictment, they were going to unseal it, and there were 8 charges. 6 of those charges apply to Sheng Tao and her partner, Andre Jones. And then there are other charges. There's bribery, there's conspiracy, and there are other things in terms of mail fraud. All of this, basically, they say, is evidence that they found from a co-conspirator who was unnamed, saying that she was found to have done something illegal when it came to accepting money and then making promises to this Duong family about what she would do if she was elected mayor. A stunning announcement at San Francisco's federal building Friday. The U.S. Attorney's Office unsealed the 8-count indictment accusing former Oakland Mayor Sheng Tao and her partner, Andre Jones, along with 2 Oakland businessmen, David Duong and his son, Andy Duong, of bribery, conspiracy, mail fraud, and wire fraud. The 22-page indictment alleges the scheme started in 2022, just before Tao was elected mayor of Oakland in November.
Weeks before that election, Tao made commitments to take official actions as mayor that would benefit the Duongs.
Questions had lingered as Tao's home was raided by the FBI prior to her 2024 recall. The indictment repeatedly refers to an unnamed co-conspirator who worked with the Duongs. The indictment alleges Tao and Jones tried to cover up cash payments for a $95,000 no-show job salary to Jones from the Duongs. It also alleges they covered up funding for campaign mailers from David and Andy Duong, whose family operates recycling and housing businesses that contract with the city. In return, Tao allegedly pushed for renewal of contracts and exerted influence as mayor to help the Duongs' businesses.
Her agreement to purchase housing units from a company owned by the Duong family. Her agreement to ensure the extension of a contract for recycling services that the city of Oakland had with one of David and Andy Duong's companies.
Jones was seen leaving home Friday morning for court as all 4 defendants appeared an hour later at a hearing that was held at Oakland's federal building. All of them entered not guilty pleas. Tao's attorney, Jeff Tsai, spoke immediately afterwards.
The case is built on allegations from an unknown co-conspirator that we believe, when the evidence is revealed, will show that my client has committed no crimes.
And I was sitting there in court and could see Sheng Tao's face. She really didn't have much emotion as she was listening to the charges being read out and had no comment as she left the building. The Duongs also said that they had no comment, but they did release a statement that says in part that Andy Duong, their client, is innocent of the charges and that they look forward to clearing his good name before a jury of his peers. So they are all sticking to their not guilty pleas for now. They are allowed to be free on unsecured bonds, and so they were able to leave the courthouse today. But this is certainly rocking the entire city of Oakland, as you know, we have gone through some pretty dramatic moments here with the mayor's seat, and now it looks like those the charges that have been laid out, it starts another chapter for Sheng Tao.
Yeah, Jenna, that's so true. I wanted to ask you, too, because in November during the elections, there was a lot of shakeups in local governance in California for various reasons. Sheng Tao was recalled. How did that happen? And who's mayor now?
So they have an interim mayor right now. It's the president of the Board of Supervisors who was elected to basically span the time from now until the special election in April. And, you know, this was a very contentious recall. There were people who were felt like she had not done a good job in the seat of mayor. She had let the police chief go, fired the police chief. That did not sit well. And then all of this in the background, the FBI had not really been forthcoming about what their investigation was like leading into the election. So there was a lot of uncertainty. This now provides a very clear picture of what it is that they were looking for, but we'll have to see if it actually sticks as it goes to the next phase, and the February 6th is the date for the next court appearance.
All right, Jenna Katsuyama, as always, thanks so much for your time and for your reporting. Have a good weekend.
You too.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to take the opportunity, though, to listen to Sheng Tao and her mayor after this indictment, after this court appearance was over today. Brief remarks. Let's watch.
But one thing I would like to say, Oakland owes the recall effort an apology or a thank you, depending on which way you voted. Because now we know that we have saved Oakland a great deal of time, energy, and heartache. Imagine this happened today and she was still our mayor. She would still be our mayor of Oakland while facing federal indictment, putting our city in even more jeopardy. So we did the right thing. We had the wisdom, the vision, and the foresight to oust this mayor. Over 86,000 people in the city of Oakland voted to recall Mayor Sheng Tao, but this doesn't stop here. Remember, how many press conferences were there where a lot of people were behind Sheng Tao members of the clergy, no less. How are you a pastor and your lack of discernment is so great you can't see a corrupt figure right in front of you? Because we all knew.
Yep.
We all knew. We've been telling you for over a year that Shing Tower is corrupt, dishonest, and incompetent, and now we have been proven correct. Hopefully Oakland can move forward and heal. Thank you.
Okay, so wanted to cue that up for you. Those were some of those local Oakland activists who led the recall effort against ex-mayor Sheng Tao. What I was saying, though, we do have brief remarks from Sheng Tao. She did not speak, though her lawyer, her attorney who is representing her, did make brief comments. Let's listen.
Oh, let me get out your way.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Tsai. I am counsel on behalf of Mayor Tao. We just have a short statement to make this morning. Today's indictment and the press conference that was held by the government earlier this morning was successful in grabbing headlines. But what it did not do was serve the ends of justice. The indictment itself is chock full of allegations, but it is not chock full of evidence. And that's what we're going to prove in the course of our defense in this case. The case is built on allegations from an unknown co-conspirator that we believe, when the evidence is revealed, will show that my client has committed no crimes. The indictment's timing as well is curious, and we think that the timing of the indictment has amplified, of course, the politicization of this issue, but it has not, again, served the ends of justice in ensuring that everyone is treated fairly. And that's what we are attempting to do in this case, and that's what we'll do with this defense. The United States Department of Justice's Justice Manual requires the government to look carefully at its prosecutions to ensure that the actions that they take are not actions that are taken to affect the outcomes of elections. And the timing of the investigative steps by the government in this case, including the unsealing of the indictment today, has called all of that into question. The mayor looks forward to defending herself against these charges, showing that there is in fact no evidence to support these charges, and we will look forward to doing that in the courtroom. We will not be taking any questions. The mayor will not be answering any questions. Thank you for your time.
Bullshit, file.
All right, we do apologize for some of the profanity there being leveled at the ex-mayor of Oakland, Sheng Tao there. But you heard there from her attorney saying that they will fight these allegations, calling them unfounded there. So let's move right now, though, from the Bay Area, a gorgeous LiveNOW look once again, though, over San Francisco. Let's move to the Big Apple, New York City. I want to give you an update on their mayor, New York City Mayor Eric Adams. So remember, we have been following this visit he paid to President-elect Donald Trump to Florida just today. And so we got a statement out by Adams' office, and I want to read it here for you. This is from Fabian Levy. He's the chief spokesperson for the Adams administration. And Adams released the following statement. It goes, President Trump and I had a productive conversation about New York's needs and what's best for our city, and how the federal government can play a more helpful role in improving the lives of New Yorkers. While we briefly touched on a number of issues, we specifically focused on the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas and how it will have a positive impact on public safety in our country, how we can bring manufacturing jobs back to New York, particularly in the Bronx, and how we can continue to make federal investments in New York City, especially when it comes to infrastructure. He says, to be clear, we did not discuss my legal case, and those who suggest the mayor of the largest city in the nation shouldn't meet with the incoming president to discuss our city's priorities because of inaccurate speculation or because we're from different parties, clearly care more about politics than people. Like I've always done, I will take every opportunity possible to advocate for New Yorkers in our city. And after our discussion, I strongly believe there is much our city and the federal government can partner on to make New York City safer, stronger, and more affordable. I thank President Trump for his time and attention and look forward to working with him to benefit all New Yorkers there. So wanted to make sure we got that in as well. So according to his spokesperson, he will use taxpayer funds to cover the cost of the trip And that was interesting that he made it a point to essentially acknowledge and say that they did not discuss Adams's indictment. Remember, he is under indictment there from the Southern District of New York over federal corruption charges. There's been a lot of talk, there's been a lot of speculation about whether Adams will ask President-elect Trump as president for some type of pardon or clemency or what have you here. And so we'll just have to wait and see. But he said specifically they did not bring that up in their conversation. Also, Fabian Levy, the chief spokesperson for Adams, he noted this, that the two, Trump and Adams, met at Trump International Golf Club in Florida. They did not meet at Mar-a-Lago, and he said that was erroneously reported first yesterday. They did not meet at Mar-a-Lago, but one of Trump's other golf clubs there in South Florida. Well, Emma Fitzsimmons there at the New York Times, she posted this video. She said she caught up with Adams at the airport heading back to New York City after his meeting with Trump in Florida. He says the meeting went well and he'll brief everyone tomorrow. Back out live there to the Big Apple, New York Harbor, Lady Liberty standing watch. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Live picture there at the White House in Washington. It's almost 7:30 there in our nation's capital. You're about to hear from President Biden today. He was addressing the U.S. Conference of Mayors, but he made a pretty important declaration today on the Equal Rights Amendment. And this is what he said in this statement. He also brought it up in these remarks there at the conference. I want to put up, and we're going to read the entire statement. So this is Biden as follows, saying, "I have supported the Equal Rights Amendment for more than 50 years, and I have long been clear that no one should be discriminated against based on their sex. We as a nation must affirm and protect women's full equality once and for all." He says this, on January 27th, 2020, the Commonwealth of Virginia became the 38th state to ratify the Equal Rights Amendment. The American Bar Association has recognized that the Equal Rights Amendment has cleared all necessary hurdles to be formally added to the Constitution as the 28th Amendment. I agree with the ABA and with leading legal constitutional scholars that the Equal Rights Amendment has become part of our Constitution. He says it's long past time to recognize the will of the American people. In keeping with my oath and duty to Constitution and country, I affirm what I believe and what 3/4 of the states have ratified, The 28th Amendment is the law of the land guaranteeing all Americans equal rights and protections under the law, regardless of their sex. So this is quite historic, quite sweeping. Now, the White House did note that this is the president's opinion now that the Commonwealth of Virginia back in 2020 became the 38th state to ratify the Equal Rights Amendment. And if you're not familiar with how making an amendment to the Constitution goes, the state legislatures of 3/4 of the states have to ratify it. And President Biden said that was done with Virginia back in 2020. So I thought that was quite interesting. He did comment on this at the top of his remarks, speaking at the U.S. Conference of Mayors. Let's listen.
Hello. Gaylor, thank you very much from Columbus, Ohio, for your leadership of this conference. Please have a seat if you have one. Thank you, Tom Cochran, for your remarkable stewardship of the U.S. Conference of Mayors for decades. I want to give a special thanks to his wife, Clarita, who I just met. She's running around here, feeling after she broke her hip. You good, doing well? Anyway, Tom, you and I have something in common. We both married way above our station. To my hometown mayor, John Carney. John, where are you, out there? Wilmington, Delaware. Thank you, John. This guy's a true public servant. He just finished 8 years as a great governor and then decided to run for mayor. A special thanks to another great friend, the mayor of my second home, Scranton, Pennsylvania, Paige Cagnati. Paige. It's an honor to receive this award. As I measure the significance of the award based on the character and the consequences of the organization bestowing the award. The U.S. Conference of Mayors is an organization of character and consequence. And thanks to all of you for your partnership and the progress we made together these 4 years. I must say, the big reason we got so much done is because all former mayors who served in my administration, Steve Benjamin, Pete Buttigieg, Marcia Fudge, Keisha Lance Bottom, Mitch Landrieu, Tom Vilsack, Marty Walsh, and thanks to Tom Perez, a guy like me who has been my point person for all of this, but he's a county guy. That's tougher, man. I don't know, man. This is one of the last events that I'll be doing as president. And the reason I chose to be here is because of the first thing that I did as president was to speak to this conference. You know, as many of you know, maybe you weren't here then, but many of you know, I started my career as a local councilman. I only ran for the Senate because it was too damn hard being a local councilman. You know, people know where you live. They think you can solve every problem. They think you have more money than you do and more power than you do. You're in the front lines answering key questions of their lives. Is my neighborhood safe? My kid gonna have the good fortune to be here in his hometown? Will there be jobs here? So many other questions. It matters. What you do matters, matters, matters. When we first met 4 years ago, the pandemic was raging and our economy was reeling. 4 years later, our nation and our cities have emerged stronger than we were when we entered the crisis. I come here today for a couple reasons. First, my administration released a report summarizing the impact of our work together to invest in America. It all started with the American Rescue Plan, one of the most significant recovery packages in our history, to get us out of the immediate crisis of the pandemic and save thousands of lives. One of the most important decisions I made was to send money directly to you. Directly to you. I'm a local official. Governors are good guys and women, but when you send it to the state legislators, they divide it up before it gets to you. It goes directly to you when I do it. So you control the outcome. Then we passed the Invest in America Act. That's launching a new era of American possibilities. One of the greatest modernization of infrastructure in our history we passed. New roads, bridges, clean water, affordable high-speed internet for every American. Now, each of you, because there's so many examples of the projects in your community. There's thousands of them. We also made the biggest investment in fighting climate change ever in the history of the world, not just America, because of you. I think one thing we've all changed together, when I use the word here climate, I think jobs. I think jobs when I hear climate. We're creating hundreds of thousands of good-paying, clean energy jobs. We've proven you don't have to choose between protecting the environment and growing the economy. You're doing both. We have to keep pushing forward, push forward faster. There's no time to waste. I'm with you and your governors to make the devastating hurricanes and floods and tornadoes and wildfires, like the catastrophic fires and wildfires in California. Together, we push Congress for extra disaster relief funding, to rebuild homes and businesses across the Carolinas, to cover the full cost of replacing the collapsed Key Bridge in Baltimore, and so much more. At the same time, we work with you to upgrade the power grids, plant millions of trees, build resilient communities to withstand extreme weather. Not only build, but to build back better than before. Build back better. We also made the most significant investment in science and innovation. America invented the semiconductor. Now we're bringing those chip factories back home to America where they belong. I've stood with you in Columbus, Syracuse, Phoenix, and many more fields of dreams, where these fabs, these massive new factories the size of several football fields, are being built. And as I speak, you're going to create at least 125,000 good-paying jobs. And the jobs in these fabs are going to pay over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree. You don't have to move from your hometown. You can stay where you are. If I could pause a minute, you know what's going to happen as well? When you build these factories, they're going to have to build more barbershops, beauty salons. I'm not joking. They're going to build grocery stores. They're going to build drugstores. It grows communities in a big way. We will soon be the only economy in the world to have all 5 of the top chip companies operating in America, creating thousands of jobs. And for the first time in decades, these new factories are producing the most advanced chips right here in America. These aren't just fabs, these investments are creating opportunities for entire communities, for small business, creating even more jobs, and so much more. I've kept my commitment to be president for all of America, whether you voted for me or not. In fact, studies show my programs have delivered more for red states than blue states. The results are clear. 16.6 million new jobs, the lowest average unemployment rate for 50 years, a record 21 million new applications to start new businesses. And every one of those applications is an act of hope in your communities. Wages are up, inflation is down, and we passed the most significant gun safety law in 30 years. We're slashing overdose deaths by 26% last year you did it. Faster than ever, and seizing record amounts of fentanyl, making life-saving Narcan available over the counter. Violent crime is now at a 50-year low. Because of you. The bottom line, you've produced an incredible 4 years. So much we got done together. It'll take time to see and feel, though. But the seeds have been planted. Will grow and they'll bloom for decades to come, and none of it could have happened without all of you. And that's not hyperbole, none of it. You know, we're not finished yet. Earlier today, I announced 3 major priorities that mark important progress in our country. First, after fighting Big Pharma for decades as a senator and then vice president as president, we finally beat Big Pharma. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors now pay $35 a month. But that wasn't the only thing that happened when we passed the bill. Starting this month, the total prescription drug cost for seniors is capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive their drugs are. Even expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $14,000, they're not going to pay more than $2,000 a year. And finally, we gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower drug prices like the VA has been able to do for veterans all along. These negotiations are being implemented in phases. The first phase, negotiate a lower price for the 10 most expensive drugs for seniors, covering drugs for blood clots and so much more. And just this morning, I announced the next phase, the next 15 drugs subject to negotiations. Drugs that will treat cancer, heart disease, diabetes, and so much more, including Ozempic. Hard to say. But it really is an incredible drug. These reforms just don't save seniors money. They save the American taxpayer $160 billion. The taxpayer over the next decade. Why? That $160 billion in Medicare is saving for negotiating lower drug prices in Big Pharma doesn't have to be paid out by the government. $160 billion. Second, just over 100 years ago, a pioneering group of women proposed the Equal Rights Amendment to enshrine the principles of gender equality in our Constitution. Throughout my career, I've been clear, no one should be discriminated against based on their sex. And in order for the amendment to be ratified, it requires 3/4 of the states to ratify it. That benchmark was passed when Virginia ratified the ERA a few years ago. Today, I affirm the Equal Rights Amendment to have cleared all the necessary hurdles to be added to the U.S. Constitution now. The Equal Rights Amendment is the law of the land now. It's the 28th Amendment to the Constitution now. I consulted dozens of constitutional scholars to make sure there was all within the power to do this. And the fact is, we did. And third, our cities are places for a second chance. Earlier today, I commuted the sentence of nearly 2,500 convicted nonviolent drug offenders. These individuals are serving a disproportionately long and harsh sentence compared to the sentence they would receive had they committed the crime today. After spending too long behind bars, these individuals will soon be reunited with their families and communities. With this action, I make no apology. I've issued more individual pardons and commutations than any president in U.S. history. There is more work to do, but when we allow our justice system to be a place of both accountability and mercy, it strengthens our cities and our nation as well, in my view. Let me close with this. Serving as your president has been the honor of my life. When my term in office is ending, the work continues. Your work continues. My farewell address 2 days ago, I talked how each of us must be guardians of democracy to restore the strength of our institutions of democracy. The presidency, the Congress, the courts, all have minimum requirements under the law to deal with those safeguards. And a free and independent press, and yes, local governments. The strength of our institutions depends on the character of leaders like you. In our time together, I'm forever thankful to have seen the strength, your strength and your character. And we need it now more than ever. The magic of America has been everyone has a fair shot. Everyone is determined to be able to be treated with dignity. No guarantee, just a fair shot. I've always believed America can be defined in one word. I remember being in the Tibetan Plateau with Xi Jinping. I met with him for over 90 hours alone. Traveled 17,000 miles with him. Very significant differences. He looked at me and he said, "Can you define America for me?" And I said in one word, possibilities. We're the only nation in the world, that's come out of every crisis we've ever gone in stronger than we went in. Only one. Look at the history. We're the only nation in the world that believes when we act together, there's not a damn thing we can't do. Only in America we believe anything is possible. You just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. Nothing is beyond our capacity when we do it together and act together. God bless you all. Keep working together. We need you, we need you, we need you, we need you. And may God protect our troops. Thank you so very much.
All right, back out live there to the White House. You were just listening to President Biden address the U.S. Conference of Mayors today, talking about this statement, this decision that he put out, affirming the Equal Rights Amendment, saying it should now become the 28th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. He was also touting that he is the singular U.S. president to have issued the most pardons and most commutations than any other president here. I want to talk about this, want to put this statement up from Biden there at the White House today. He said this: "Today, I am commuting the sentences of nearly 2,500 people convicted of nonviolent drug offenses who are serving disproportionately long sentences compared to the sentences they would receive today under current law, policy, and practice." He says, with this action, "I have now issued more individual pardons and commutations than any president in U.S. history." He says this: "Today's clemency action provides relief for individuals who received lengthy sentences based on discredited distinctions between crack and powder cocaine, as well as outdated sentencing enhancements for drug crimes." He says, as Congress recognized through the Fair Sentencing Act and the First Step Act, it is time that we equalize these sentencing disparities. This action is an important step toward righting historic wrongs, correcting sentencing disparities, and providing deserving individuals the opportunity to return to their families and communities after spending far too much time behind bars. He says, "I am proud of my record on clemency and will continue to review additional commutations and pardons." All right, wanted to get that in there as well. In the meantime, though, we do know President Biden will be traveling to the Palmetto State tomorrow, South Carolina, where you could argue it all began for his candidacy there in the South Carolina primary in 2020. He won that primary after losing the previous contests in Iowa and New Hampshire and sailed to the nomination thereafter. And so maybe that's why he's choosing South Carolina, but he will be there tomorrow. All right, let's take a quick commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. Let's afterward talk about what you're probably all talking about, the Supreme Court upholding the ban on TikTok. So what happens now? Remember, this was a unanimous decision, 9-0. We'll be diving into it in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, today the Supreme Court unanimously upheld the federal law banning TikTok beginning Sunday, remember the 19th, unless it is sold by its China-based parent company, ByteDance. Fox's Alexandria Hoff has more on this from Washington. Let's watch.
President Trump is looking at ways to save TikTok.
President-elect Trump, who once called for a TikTok ban, pledges to keep the app available after the Supreme Court unanimously upheld the law requiring it to be sold or banned due to national security concerns.
The best outcome here is for American ownership of the company, and that's something he's very interested in.
But a sale of the app by its Chinese parent company doesn't appear imminent. During oral arguments last week, attorneys for the company told justices Chinese law restricts the sale of the proprietary algorithm, which makes the app so popular.
This decision is the right one. TikTok is a threat to our national security and ought to be sold, not banned, but sold by the Chinese.
If there is no sale by the Sunday deadline, the app won't just disappear off phones. Instead, experts say new users won't be able to download it and updates won't become available. This would eventually make TikTok unusable to the nearly 170 million U.S. users.
Disappointment. I do believe that banning a social media app like TikTok is a violation of the First Amendment.
Today's ruling by the Supreme Court got mixed reactions from lawmakers, many who are now pushing for the app to be saved and are advocating for a deadline extension.
We have to find a way to save it so that we can have the time to fix the flaws.
On Friday, President-elect Trump said he spoke to China's president on the phone about TikTok and other issues, but his transition team has not said how he plans to save the app from going dark. TikTok's CEO is among several high-profile guests expected at Trump's inauguration this Monday. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Alexandria, thanks so much. In the meantime here, the CEO of TikTok, Shou Zhu, did put out this video statement on all platforms responding to what the Supreme Court unanimously ruled today. Let's listen.
Hi, everyone. It's Shou here. As you know, we have been fighting to protect the constitutional right to free speech for the more than 170 million Americans who use our platform every day to connect, create, discover, and achieve their dreams. On behalf of everyone at TikTok and all our users across the country, I want to thank President Trump for his commitment to work with us to find a solution that keeps TikTok available in the United States. This is a strong stand for the First Amendment and against arbitrary censorship. As we've said, TikTok is a place where people can create communities, discover new interests, and express themselves, including over 7 million American businesses who earn a living and gain new customers using our platform. We are grateful and pleased to have the support of a president who truly understands our platform, one who has used TikTok to express his own thoughts and perspectives, connecting with the world and generating more than 60 billion views of his content in the process. To all American users, thank you for making our TikTok community such a rich and vibrant space, for surprising and delighting us every day. Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to ensure our platform thrives as your online home for limitless creativity and discovery, as well as a source of inspiration and joy for years to come. Thank you. More to come.
All right, the CEO there, who will be at Trump's inauguration on Monday. Well, the White House also weighing in on this. Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, putting out this statement saying, the administration, like the rest of the country, has awaited the decision just made by the U.S. Supreme Court on the TikTok matter. President Biden's position on TikTok has been clear for months, including since Congress sent a bill in overwhelming bipartisan fashion to the president's desk. TikTok should remain available to Americans, but simply under American ownership or other ownership that addresses the national security concerns identified by Congress in developing this law. Given the sheer fact of timing, this administration recognizes that actions to implement the law simply must fall to the next administration, which takes office on Monday. So the Biden administration on its way out the door, punting on this, not enforcing it, waiting for the Trump-Vance administration to take over here. So I thought that was really interesting. We want to talk about all of this with our friend there at the Washington Examiner, reporter Kalen Deese. He joins me. And Kalen, thanks for being with us. I know you've been following this so closely there. You know, the White House is saying essentially that they're waiting for the Trump administration to come in to do what they will with the TikTok ban. Why didn't the Supreme Court take a similar tack to that there? Why didn't they say issue a stay, give themselves more time? They didn't. It was 9-0. This was very decisive, very declarative. The ban is upheld. Did you see that coming?
Well, Andrew, thank you so much for having me on. And I think that that's a great question to ask, because what we saw with this case was that Trump actually filed an amicus brief, not taking any position on the law, but simply stating that they wanted a preliminary injunction, basically to stop this law, stop the enforcement on Sunday. And what we saw yesterday was the Biden administration announced that they weren't going to have any enforcement. So that was very interesting, because basically we're seeing a bit of an alignment happening, where basically Biden is saying we aren't going to enforce this. Now Trump also doesn't want to enforce it. But guess what? The deadline is still intact. So what we're seeing now is likely there's a number of things that could happen. One of the things is that, you know, TikTok as a show of force could simply decide to sort of give people a message when they open the app, basically declaring that either the app is no longer available or that it is going to soon be shutting down. But really what it comes down to is whether the internet service providers or whether the app stores like the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store are going to be in compliance with this. They could be fined potentially $5,000 if there is some sort of enforcement. But obviously we're seeing the administration say they're not going to enforce it. So what gives? Could somebody potentially file a lawsuit against the Trump administration if this is not being enforced? I think that that is something that a lot of people are speculating on is, if Trump is just not going to like bring down the hammer, if people are violating this, then, who's going to step in and be like, hey, enforce this law,
So, Kalen, the thing about this is there is no kind of real offer on the table from any entity, corporate entity, what have you, who could buy it. I mean, there's been a lot of talk, there's been a lot of reporting about people who are interested, but no real tangible offers on the table. So the kind of divestment question at this point, to me, seems moot because no one's buying.
Yeah, TikTok, as we know, is not for sale. And so that is going to be, I think, what people are going to speculate is like, will Trump try to formulate some kind of executive order? Because I spoke to an attorney yesterday who told me that because essentially there wasn't a preliminary injunction like Trump wanted, that now basically the way that the law works is there has to be sort of a good faith deal in place where essentially if TikTok or ByteDance had signaled earlier on that they were working on a way to sell the app, then that would be something that would trigger perhaps a 90-day delay of this ban. But because, there's absolutely no intent to sell, Trump might be thinking about mulling his own executive order that could just say like, hey, we're going to extend it by 60, 90 days. But an executive order like that, first of all, is speculative because we don't know for sure if that's going to happen. But second of all, I bring back, potentially the lawsuits that could come in because we know that presidents have been sued many times before over executive orders.
Caitlin, I wanted to ask, let's get back to the justices for a moment here. Mm-hmm. Were they all in alignment? Were there any dissents filed? Was there any hedging on the question, say, the free speech ground question, what have you, or were they pretty much in tandem here?
Well, so one thing is important is that this case is applying directly to the law at hand. So it was no ruling for the ages. So perhaps if there was another Chinese-based app that was growing in popularity on the App Store, then that could become something where, they might have to redo the whole process again. Maybe there's a whole new case about this. But one of the things that I think was very striking was that Gorsuch was very appreciative of the majority not taking any sort of content basis, of this. There was not any sort of, hey, are we actually, criticizing the content or the nature of the material that's on this app? The Supreme Court wasn't looking at that. They also were not looking at the allegation by the United States that this is perhaps something that is a spyware that is, stealing a bunch of U.S. residents' data. While that is obviously the concern, they were not, looking at classified documents that were provided by the U.S. And so basically it was very narrow in scope, but they held that national security, Congress said national security was the biggest issue in this whole ordeal. And because Congress said it, and because the president passed it, it can go through, and it's a 9-0.
Caitlin, I think it's so interesting because you have the Supreme Court literally deciding on a law that was passed that in the last few days, the very lawmakers who passed that law wanted to either scrap it or delay its implementation. I can't think of a recent precedent for that because I think that's quite a staggering piece of this story. Nonetheless, though, I want to put up this comment here from former Republican Congressman from Wisconsin, Mike Gallagher. I thought this was kind of just an interesting take here. He said Congress's goal was never to ban TikTok. It was to allow Americans to use the app safe from Chinese Communist Party control. He says today the Supreme Court unanimously upheld that effort while soundly rejecting TikTok's Orwellian position that protecting the First Amendment somehow violates the First Amendment. He said, had ByteDance spent as much time pursuing a divestment as it had trying to manipulate our political system, the threat of TikTok vanishing on Sunday would not exist. If the app goes dark, ByteDance will have no one to blame but itself. He says now the only obstacles preventing Americans from using TikTok are Xi Jinping and the CCP. The incoming Trump administration has the opportunity to negotiate the deal of a century, force a sale to a non-foreign adversary buyer, and save TikTok for Americans. So I thought that was just an interesting take from the former congressman himself, a huge hawk on China. Though come Sunday, is the sky going to fall, Caitlin?
Well, I think that it's one of those things where you kind of have to wake up and check your phone and see.
Yeah.
I think that that's going to be the biggest question on everyone's mind. And the one thing that I think that we can look to is that if there is, perhaps any sort of shutdown, then that's going to give us a chance to see what is society going to be like without this app. I've been told by a lot of people who have kids for that matter, who say that they feel like their kids can't live without this app. And so it's going to be very interesting to see if there's a period of time where there is no access to TikTok. But I think one thing that I think is very interesting is because even if, we go maybe a week or so without TikTok, there's always a chance within the means of this law that ByteDance could finally say, you know what, we give in, we cave, we're going to divest. And TikTok could once again find its way back on the app stores if it was purchased by an American, such as Kevin O'Leary or, speculatively Elon Musk. That's been thrown around there. So there could be a brief period where we live in a TikTok-free society. And I think that will be very interesting to see how people react to that. Will people see it as a breath of fresh air? Or people will be like, oh, I miss it so much. It's going to be so funny to see, the reaction if that is, what happens. So we'll just have to see what happens on Sunday.
Yeah, I personally don't have a TikTok account, but to your point, maybe we all could use a little bit of a break, a little bit of a breather from something like TikTok. We'll just have to wait and see come Sunday. Caitlin Deese at The Examiner, thanks so much for your time. Talk soon.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, we're not moving away from this story. We want to go out to some of our other reporters standing by, kind of getting the lay of the land nationally about how this is all going to go and how some of these really big TikTok users are going to grapple with the notion that one of their favorite apps might go dark in just a couple of days here. In the meantime, the Supreme Court, as you know, they will be upholding that law, which could lead to banning TikTok as early as this Sunday, unless in that time frame, its owner, ByteDance, the Chinese parent company, sells to some U.S. buyer. This has some creators and small businesses worried about what comes next. A lot of people rely on TikTok for their livelihoods. Fox News multimedia reporter Oliviana Calmese has spoken to some of them. She joins me live from St. Louis, Missouri. Oliviana, good to see you on this Friday night. What's the message from people who need TikTok to survive, literally?
Yeah, Andrew, you just talked about this TikTok-free society, which for the consumer could mean less funny videos. But for these business owners I spoke with, more than half their income comes from TikTok. Like you said, they need it to survive. So they've already started moving their online presence to other platforms, but there's still reason for worry for them.
We haven't had to even explore like other platforms or options because TikTok has propelled it to sell us out every time we stop.
Jana Rogers and her husband built their tea company with the community they grew on TikTok, and they now rely on the app.
Probably somewhere around like 60 to 70% of our family's income comes from all social media, which is primarily TikTok at this point driven.
Single flavor packets are now available in 30 flavors.
She's unsure what'll happen if a ban takes effect.
I don't know what that's going to result in other platforms. I don't know how it will translate.
Last year, President Biden signed a law giving the government authority to ban foreign-owned apps that pose a national security threat. The Supreme Court recently heard arguments over whether the ban is constitutional. This is all because of the concerns the Chinese government could access Americans' personal data through TikTok and use it to spread misinformation. As creators brace for the possibility of TikTok's shutdown, many, like Madison Raleigh, are trying other Chinese apps like Xiaohongshu or LiveNOW.
With LiveNOW, from what I hear, it's an amazing algorithm. It functions very similarly, but I also feel like you're not having that global reach because it is primarily Chinese and now American as your main audiences.
But making money on that app isn't guaranteed, and LiveNOW could also find themselves in jeopardy if they're considered a national security threat.
I definitely know the market. Wherever one app closes, another app doors open. So wherever the majority of my audience goes, I'll likely follow suit.
Andrew, a lot of this conversation is also picking up interest in what are the workarounds that U.S. users could use. We know that the next administration could put an extension to figure out more, but for now, people are trying to figure out what they can do to keep the app and keep their data as well.
Yeah, Liviana, I personally don't have a TikTok LiveNOW from Fox, though. We have a TikTok account. A lot of people follow it. I'm not sure if you have a TikTok, but a lot of people are in the dark about this.
Yeah, I actually do follow you guys on TikTok for sure. But yeah, this really could be detrimental to some business owners. For the average person, could be, you know, just a minuscule effect, like not having your funny videos, right? But yeah, this could be a hard situation for like those families that I showed you.
Yeah, and there is, and we know the data supports this somewhat of an addictive quality to social media, TikTok included in that. Liviana, thanks so much. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too.
All right, in the meantime here, I want to put this up here, just kind of tie a final bow on this story. I want to highlight this because it is relevant to the story that Trump and China's Xi Jinping spoke on the phone. According to Trump via a post on Truth Social, Trump saying, "I just spoke to Chairman Xi Jinping of China. The call was a very good one for both China and the USA. He says, it is my expectation that we will solve many problems together and starting immediately. We discussed balancing trade, fentanyl, TikTok, and many other subjects. President Xi and I will do everything possible to make the world more peaceful and safe there." So remember, late last year it was reported that an invitation had been extended to Xi of China to attend Donald Trump's inauguration. That won't be happening, though there will be representatives from the Chinese Communist Party there in D.C. for the occasion. All right, in the meantime here, let's take our first commercial break of this new hour. When we come back, we'll be diving headlong into the updates you need on the California wildfires. We'll have them for you after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on your Friday night. Hope you're getting a good start to your weekend. We want to, like I said, start off this hour with some updates on the California wildfire recovery efforts, including this report filed by our colleague, Fox's Caroline Elliott from down on the ground. Let's listen.
As the fires in California continue to burn, planning for the recovery process is just getting started.
It's sad because you come through so many houses and so much burnt up stuff, but it's a relief that we're coming here.
More than a week after the Eaton Canyon fires sent people running from their homes, some evacuees were finally allowed to return. Checkpoints leading back to their houses required photo ID and proof of residency, but it could be weeks before most of the 80,000 evacuated residents are allowed to go home. The danger now shifts to the threat of landslides and potentially toxic ash and debris. The rubble can contain asbestos, lead, and other dangerous materials.
This is a combination of a wildfire as well as an urban fire, which poses two different risks on everyone.
Meanwhile, for firefighters, the focus remains on containment and support for those impacted. Crews are making progress on the Palisades and Eaton fires, but more danger could be around the corner when the Santa Ana winds kick up again next week. And fire officials are asking the public for more patience as they make their way through the damaged landscape.
My apologies to all of you. We would love to be able to stop it next time, but I don't want to lie to you. It's going to be very difficult.
The fires have also forced closure for at least 10 schools so far, and district officials are now scrambling to find classrooms for thousands of students. In Los Angeles County, Caroline Elliott, Fox News.
Caroline, thanks so much. In the meantime here, I want to replay for you a press conference and update from Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass and others. Let's listen.
We're going to get there step by step, and the city is going to help to the extent it can, and we will have to outsource to the extent it can't. That there's going to be a bus to yes. That's right. And if people want to get on the bus with us, get on it. If they want to spend their time throwing embers right now and next Tuesday when it's windy by spending their time on that kind of stuff, just don't get on our bus. But we are going to move forward and recreate a community that if we close our eyes, it's like it's got a great park. It's got a great library. It's got great places of worship. It's got great restaurants. And I'm not talking about the quality of the food or the price points. I'm talking about the people that, I mean, it's emotional for me. The people that work there, that taught my kids how to speak Spanish, that have been there for generations, that now are on the verge of homelessness after working in a community for 40 years. That's why I'm doing this. All right. I want people to feel like we're going to tell them in the next week what they can start doing tomorrow to go to B and then to C. And people will be able to get the plans, permits, the equipment will be ready for them, and they can start building their houses. And I'm thankful, Mayor, for the contacts you've made with the state and with the existing administration and the incoming administration about the future of getting the funds to do this, because we have people in this city that care so much about this city that all we need is people to hop on the bus with us.
That's right.
Because we're going to do that, and I'm happy to be involved for all of those people, and I want to see this community go back, because neighborhoods and communities are everything to people. The library, the park, the houses of worship. So let's do it.
We will. We will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take questions? Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, let me just tell you that what we are charging Mr. Soboroff with is developing this plan for rebuilding. We have executive directives that we are going to be issuing next week. We have to take all of that into consideration because we have to build in a way that we can harden the area for fires and make sure that we are a resilient community. Obviously, we need to look at building codes, we need to look at what was done in the past, and we need to come back stronger and build in a better way. Thank
If you have a home that was burnt down, it's a horrible thing. And the idea that you won't be able to rebuild your home, if you want to rebuild your home with the correct materials, although if your house was built out of concrete, in this fire, it would have lasted about an hour longer than it did. This was this was a God event. But the idea of using this to decrease density, I think people deserve to rebuild their houses. I think people want to get back in there. Now, if they want to try and expand their house beyond a certain amount, that should open up a different way. But we're going to come up with a way for people to pull those permits and to get those inspections and to have that equipment to rebuild their lives. This is not an urban planning exercise.
Right.
This is a saving people's lives and family and the people that work for them and help them exercise.
Yes. Yes, I did say that. Sure. Next week we will be announcing an investigation. We need to look back at everything that happened. But to me, over the last week, the most important thing was to get past the fires, to make sure that on Monday and Tuesday, we're not facing a danger again. And so I'll be looking forward to that. It will be external. It will not be done internally, although internally we absolutely are looking back at what happened, but moving forward so that we can get our city back on the road to where we were before, and not even where we were before, but how we will be much better. I plan on having lots of those. I've always done that and will definitely continue to do that. I don't have one scheduled right now.
Mayor Bass, Mr. Westfall, Fox
Go ahead.
Mayor Bass, question for you. Do you plan on working with the Army Corps of Engineers to build a reservoir in the Sullivan Canyon flood control channel where the watershed ends at the catch basin and the water is
Well, let me just tell you that what we plan on doing absolutely is working with the Army Corps of Engineers, but not with what you just described. Yes.
With Fox 11. An AP review found that homes were already burning and escape routes jammed when the Palisades evacuation order came. Did the evacuation order come fast enough?
Well, I think we have a representative here from Fire. Would you like to answer that?
So I don't have the specifics on exactly what time the first evacuation order came out, but what I can say is when an incident first breaks, it takes some time for us to get our first resources on scene, evaluate the situation, look at maps, determine which areas need to be evacuated. Of course, in a fire of this magnitude, and our first on companies that were en route immediately asked for more resources just based on the amount of smoke that was going up into the air. We knew that there was going to be a very large evacuation area. LAPD, our law enforcement partners, were the first members of our department or of our city family to conduct those initial evacuations, and they're on scene very quickly while our firefighters are fighting the fire. You can imagine if you're in the immediate area, whenever a fire starts, you're going to get some indications that there's a fire heading your way, especially during these windy days when we've put out plenty of alerts to warn the public that we have that high fire hazard zones, red flag days, the parking restrictions. Everyone who lives in an area in Los Angeles that's subject to wildfires is well aware of the danger, as far as I could say. So the initial evacuations that have to go out via WIA alert, the wireless emergency alerts, as well as Notify LA and other alert systems, they do take some time to formulate because we have to be very specific on what we're saying. Obviously, those accidental alerts that went out are an indication of why we wouldn't just put a mass alert out to cause the entire county to start panicking. We do have to be very specific, but we do have resources on scene that are evacuating the initial areas. Our law enforcement partners are helping us with that. And then as soon as we can determine what areas need to be evacuated, those wireless emergency alerts and Notify LA alerts go out.
Guys, wait a second. We got to move forward so people can get back in their homes and back in the parks and back in their churches. Officer, come here for a second. I was police commissioner for 10 years. Well, my job, thank you for service, sir, no problem, was to adjudicate cases. And when you adjudicate a case of something that goes wrong or right, you need information. The worst thing you can do is spend all kinds of time and energy away from making things better in the future than just looking at the past. So I'm not going to get involved in that. I hope they find out everything. But it would take me on every case, 6 or 7 months, I'd get 700 pages of science. I'd get reports. This whole thing about, well, if you would have done this, and if you should have done that, and well, it didn't. And we can find out. But if you think that's going to help the people that are frustrated, that are about to be homeless because they lost their jobs, or are looking for a place for their kids to go, that ain't going to help them. That's why she asked me to come on, is to help them and move forward and give them hope. And if I'm not going to provide the adrenaline to this community with these people to and more people that we're going to bring, then I will fail. I'm going to fail.
But we know he is not going to fail. Yes.
Gavin Newsom has said he has a particular commercial plan.
Yes. Absolutely we are. I met with the governor yesterday for a good hour talking about all that. And so what you will see is the plans, and what he's doing is on a regional basis. We will be working hand in glove together. And in fact, that has already started because the state has taken responsibility for clearing the hazardous waste. All of that is happening right now.
I spoke with Governor Davis today. I've spoken with a lot of people before I decided, to do this, and I'm sure you talked to a lot of people before you asked me.
Governor Davis too.
But he's gone through fires, and he said, Steve, think about the victims.
Yes.
Think about the victims.
The families.
This ain't the Steve Soboroff show or the Karen Bass for Mayor show. This is about the victims, and that's what we are doing. That's what we talk about in private.
Right.
We don't talk about anything else. It's about the victims. It's about restoring community, because without community, people are lost, and that's what we're going to focus on. I have a 10-point plan of what I'm going to start on the first day. I'm not going through that today. The mayor and I are going to be walking around in the Palisades, but we're not doing this for picture visibility. We're doing this for completion, because these people are desperate. I heard a lady yesterday with her little girl saying, honey, you're going to go back to school, and it's going to be your same classmates, which I thought was wonderful. And you know what? We are going to be in the car for an hour every morning instead of 7 minutes. So we're going to have so much fun. But the mother was so relieved. That is what we want people to feel starting 15 minutes from now. I'm not the czar. She is the czar. She isn't.
Two more questions. Yes. No. Well, we absolutely will be taking that. We want to make sure that when we build, we will build LA back stronger. We will build Palisades back stronger. And of course, we are going to, and it's not just Palisades. We know that there's many other areas. Mandeville Canyon we're concerned about. And so Sylmar, what is going on there. And it's absolutely an opportunity for us to make sure we build back better, which means that we want to have a resilient community. One more question?
Are you the one that stole my phone? Because I got 50 of those messages today.
Well, yeah. Let me just answer that. And I will tell you, I don't know if you've had an opportunity, but going to the Disaster Recovery Center, I met with people. I met with people there yesterday and the day before. I've talked to people who lost their homes, who were actually ready to rebuild, which I frankly thought was exciting, that they had reached the point where they wanted to do what was needed in order to get back up again. But what we've told them is, especially in terms of the evacuation area, we don't know exactly when it's going to be safe. Well, it is predicted maybe it's another week. It depends on what happens on Tuesday. And so we've asked them to have the patience because we don't want people going back before it is safe. So, building anything, even if there hadn't been a fire, you can't say exactly when you will be able to move back into your house.
A Genius Bar reservation system type way where people can know when they're going to be able to go in their house, and they're not going to be, and that we will make it safe for you instead of telling you you can't get in because it's not safe.
Exactly.
And so that's, that is one of the points. It's about the predictability so people can get back into their house, because that's just the first thing.
Right.
You got to remove the toxic stuff from these houses before the communities can be bulldozed. And look, we were talking about urban planning. This is no time for urban planning exercising. That'll delay it by 15 years. We need people back in their houses. This happened to be, my Palisades friends aren't going to, if it was going to happen, that it happened in the Palisades, that the planning of the Palisades is beautiful. The way the community works is beautiful. You don't need to rethink Pacific Palisades. You need to rebuild Pacific Palisades.
We are going to do everything we can to build LA back stronger, and to get people home so their hopes and their dreams can continue forward. Thank you very much.
Can I just say one thing I'm a little worried about? I'm worried about price gouging. Yeah. I'm worried about people who have lost hope and say, I'm just going to sell my lot now, my house burnt down. And I urge them, hang on. Because we're going to create a system where they'll be able to re-permit and have a clean lot, and they'll be able to sell it for 10 times more. Don't be gouged now by professionals.
But we don't want them to sell. Thank you very much.
All right, you were listening there to Los Angeles officials led by Mayor Bass with an update on the recovery efforts for the California wildfires. Of course, it's a story we will stay on top of here on Live Now. In the meantime, let's take yet another quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we're going out to the Middle East. We're getting some breaking news that the government of Israel has announced that after 1 a.m. Jerusalem time, confirming the ceasefire will go into effect on Sunday. So the Security Cabinet voted to approve the deal on the table, and we'll be talking about all of that and more. What would that look like on Sunday when we come back? And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Live picture there in Jerusalem. Well, earlier today, Israel's cabinet approving a deal for a ceasefire in Gaza that would release dozens of hostages held there and pause the 15-month war with Hamas, bringing the sides a step closer to ending their deadliest and most destructive fighting ever. This was the photo put out by the Prime Minister's office saying the Security Cabinet discussion has begun. They say before the meeting, an operational security assessment was held on the implementation of the agreement, chaired by Prime Minister Netanyahu, together with the negotiating team, which has returned from Doha. So I believe we're just getting this in. It's very early in Israel right now, and the cabinet there that you see at the beginning of their meeting has now approved a deal. Well, Fox News correspondent Mike Tobin has more.
After 15 months of fighting, days of delays, and several last-minute crises, Israel's security cabinet has finally approved a ceasefire deal with Hamas. The three-phase agreement starts with a pause in the fighting. Hostages will then be exchanged for Palestinian prisoners, and the Israeli military will slowly withdraw from Gaza and allow more aid deliveries.
It's taken 8 months of nonstop, relentless effort of my administration to get it done. We kept the pressure on Hamas, and we got it done.
Now the focus turns to implementation. Mediators from Qatar and Egypt say the ceasefire will go into effect on Sunday, but as of this morning, Israeli airstrikes were still hammering Gaza, and it won't be easy to get either side to back down.
We have to work hand on hand in order to start the implementation of this agreement without any delay. That's of great importance in order to secure the release of all hostages.
The deal also calls for negotiations on Phase 2 to start 16 days after the ceasefire begins, and a lot can happen in that time, including a political shakeup in Israel, with several conservative lawmakers opposed to the agreement and threatening to leave Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's fragile coalition government.
It includes the release of hundreds of murderous terrorists. In fact, this deal will end all the achievements we were able to bring to the state of Israel.
The agreement calls for 33 hostages to be released over the next 6 weeks, all of them women, children, and men over the age of 50. In Tel Aviv, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
Mike, thanks so much. In the meantime here, let's bring into the conversation someone who has guided us through this story every step of the way. That's national security analyst and retired Marine intelligence officer Hal Kempfer. He joins me. Hal, happy Friday. Good to see you. And I think it's safe to say that this is a really, really good piece of news going into the weekend. And I think a lot of people, though, who are watching and who have followed our conversations over the last 15 months are asking themselves, Hal, well, what is this going to look like? The mechanics of it. As we get nearer to Sunday, do we know where the hostages will be released? Do we know who will be facilitating that and shepherding them into Israel? Do we know also who will be released? Is there a list of names? We've just had this 33 number. Are we wanting more specifics, and are we right to want more of those specifics? Do you happen to know them?
Andrew, on Sunday, what we're going to see is 3 women are going to be released. All right, is my understanding. And then they're going to have 30 Palestinians will then be released as well. I'm not sure which gate they're going to use. I've heard a couple different gates, but it'll be obviously a ground movement. Now, if the Israelis, I have no doubt, will have medevac helicopters standing by. The moment those hostages come out, they're going to be whisked off to hospitals for medical evaluation and treatment as necessary. So that's going to be, then the next phase, it's going to be 5 more prisoners should be released, and there should be 50 Palestinian, or 5 hostages should be released, then 50 Palestinian prisoners should be released. And they're going to kind of go through this sequential level. The first, there will be a kind of a surge, if you will, up front of from what I can gather. There'll be a surge up front of hostages being released and a surge of Palestinians being, prisoners being brought back in. And then it will slow down. You got to remember, this is a 42-day phase 1. So there is a bit of time. There's 33 prisoners total. It is about a 10-to-1 ratio. That's what they agreed upon. Right. For every hostage, there's 10 Palestinians. One of the big hurdles was they actually have murderers, if you will, killers who have killed Israelis or part of the Palestinians being released. That was not an insignificant political hurdle to work through that Netanyahu agreed to. So that's what you're going to see on the ground. The other thing you're going to see also is, according to what they've agreed to, is an incredible surge of trucks. there's going to be about 600 trucks go surging into the Gaza Strip with all kinds of aid. And that is going to be unprecedented. I mean, we've been looking at various different sizes, amounts of trucks, but, 100, 200 a day, maybe that's going to triple or more what we're normally seeing going in. So that's going to be a huge change on the ground. Now, what we probably won't see is any rapid retrograde or pulling back of Israeli forces initially.
Okay.
They are agreed to do that, not in completion, but they've agreed to do that. The last thing they're going to pull out of is the Philadelphia corridor down the south part of Gaza with Egypt, but they're going to gradually pull back. But I do not expect to see any rapid retrograde of Israeli forces because they want to see if this thing's going to work. There's a lot of questions on this, and frankly, the big question is, will there be a phase 2?
Yeah.
The incredible headwinds that Netanyahu's dealing with.
So I think that's why so many people are on pins and needles. I can't even imagine what the family members of these hostages, who are waiting with bated breath, if their loved ones are in this first tranche of 33 people who will be released, because a weekend is a long time, Hal, for things to go wrong. And are you skeptical? Do you have kind of a pit in your stomach about any snags from now till then? And I wanted to ask, the first and only hostage release and ceasefire deal that lasted about a week's time back in November of 2023, from what I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, it did not require the levels of approval in kind of the Israeli political strata. You first have the war cabinet, then the security cabinet, then the full Knesset here. Is that something different now?
This is a much broader agreement. That was a very short agreement. It's very tactical. I don't recall that either. I don't remember the Knesset voting on it. I do believe that the war cabinet had to approve it. I don't think the full cabinet had to approve it. Of course, part of the problem is this thing's so big and it's so overarching that, and as you know, within the cabinet, especially with Treasury Minister Smotrich, he's very much dead set against where this is going. In fact, he has absolutely said no phase 2. There are a lot of questions of whether there may be a deal that Prime Minister Netanyahu struck with him on that is just simply not being discussed. That's been a wide amount of speculation the last few days as to whether there is some sort of deal on that. But the reality is there are real headwinds, and for Netanyahu, even though the lead for the opposition party has said, "Hey, we got you, we'll back you. If members of your coalition fall out, we'll back you through this thing." The problem with Prime Minister Netanyahu faces is, yeah, but you are the opposition, and the moment I have my current coalition start to fall apart, as soon as we get this thing done, I know you're going to pull the rug out from under me, which they probably will, and his cabinet, his coalition will collapse, and they'll have an election, and then he'll be voted out. So he's got a lot of political balancing, which kind of goes back to the first issue. Could this thing fall apart? There are a lot of friction points in this agreement, and it could be, there is some thought it's phase 1 and done, which is they get the phase 1 thing, and there's enough problems in that it doesn't go any further. The other issue, too, is what's happening on the ground. The expectation, in fact, the Institute for the Study of War looked at this, and they said the full expectation is that Hamas is going to move its cells all around Gaza. They're going to take advantage of the fact that they're not under fire when they're moving. They're going to go back to reoccupying wherever they can. They're going to reconstitute as much as possible. They're going to do whatever they can to rearm.
But Hal, how many Hamas fighters can reconstitute? I mean, they've been degraded hugely over the course of the last 15 months. So yes, we talk about the reconstitution of them as a fighting force, but it will be muted from when they first launched their assault October 7th, right?
It will not look like they were on October 7th by any means. But here's a very disturbing statistic. They have recruited as many or maybe even more Hamas fighters as they have lost in this entire war. That is a very disturbing statistic. With this prolonged ceasefire in place, it's a guessing game as to how many more they could recruit on top of that. But the fear is not that they're going to turn into 27 or 29 armed brigades like we saw when this thing kicked off, but But the fear is that they could reconstitute and become a very, very, very debilitating insurgent force that could cause serious problems. And of course, if phase one ends and there is no phase two, Israel's got to go back in there. And for IDF planners, they're looking at this saying, look, we're going to have to go in there. And they know they're going to end up potentially having to fight for the same positions, the same terrain that they've already taken. And of course, for any military commander to have to go back and retake, you know, I mean, the old saying is retake the hill. But in this case, retake this block or retake this building or retake this particular area. That's very, very frustrating. And then keep in mind, we also have all the other hostages that have not been released in phase one. And the fear is, will they ever get them back now if phase one is one and done? And if they have to go back and fight, will they end up inadvertently possibly killing some of those Israeli hostages? So there's a lot of considerations that go into this.
So, Hal, there was an idea a couple of months back proposed of a possible kind of demilitarized zone in Gaza. But you were saying under phase one, the Israelis have to leave en masse totally. They can't have a presence in Gaza at all under phase one. Because we were talking about the Philadelphia corridor, that border between Egypt and Gaza. That was a huge sticking point in the negotiations late summer. We didn't think Bibi Netanyahu was going to give up that or make that concession. He did here. Were you surprised by that?
I was a bit surprised, but I don't know if they're going to pull out entirely in phase one. What I'm seeing right now is the Philadelphia corridor is going to stay armed, and then at the beginning of somewhere in phase two, it looks like there's a full withdrawal of Israeli forces. Phase one, there's been some language there about pulling out of some of the major urban areas, but not giving up the whole thing. And then phase two, they would pull out of the whole thing. That's why I think phase two is going to be much more difficult to negotiate and implement than phase one, as far as that goes. The Philadelphia corridor should be removed, but then there's a discussion about phase two, about foreign forces coming in as peacekeeping forces potentially before they go to phase three, which is they start Reconstruction. There are so many details to work out on this. I have to tell you, I hate to be skeptical, but I'm a little skeptical that they're going to do this. And frankly, historically, what we've seen is when Netanyahu is facing great political peril at home versus doing his statesman-like thing, which is, you know, to say, look, I don't care about what's happening at home. I'm going to do this. Generally speaking, Netanyahu is a political survivor, and I think that he'll probably, you know, have to work with his coalition, and that makes it very difficult to do something like what's envisioned with a phase two.
Hal, just lastly, because some folks online are asking me to ask this question, but I think it's an interesting one, and I'm going to ask it. And we've talked already, though, about the similarities and the hallmarks between the Iranian hostage crisis, the release January 20th, 1981, in between the Carter and Reagan administrations, and now this scenario that we find ourselves in, outgoing Biden administration, incoming Trump administration. Inauguration is on Monday. The hostage release is happening on Sunday, early Monday morning in Israel. I would imagine, you know, when I'm probably on the air getting things kicked off for our inauguration coverage, we're going to be seeing those scenes of the hostages being freed and coming home here. But for the historical timing, the date, the fact that we're dealing with a hostage situation, any more similarities that you can find in those two historical precedents or no? And should we be comparing the two? Are they worth comparing?
I think it's actually a worthwhile historical comparison. You know, when Reagan came in, of course, he was seen as by certainly the Soviets used to say, they call him a cowboy. They were very concerned about what he was going to do or what he wasn't going to do. He was seen as far less predictable as Carter, and it was in many ways the fear of Reagan and what he was going to do that pushed Tehran to come to an agreement faster. All right, the same thing is being discussed here. You know, that Trump is coming in. Of course, he didn't leave it really ambiguous. You know, when he said there's going to be hell to pay, that's pretty clear that he's anticipating doing something rather forceful to get the hostages back and to get a ceasefire in place. And so in that situation as well, and I think everyone, the White House has been a little circumspect in the language, but I think everyone has agreed that Trump being elected and Trump's language and certainly the concern of what a President Trump will do if this thing isn't resolved before he comes into office, has been instrumental in getting Hamas to agree to what they have agreed to so far. So I find very stark parallels between those two. And of course, I just find it interesting because a lot of people forget what was going on politically with Reagan when he came in. Look, Reagan, we look at Reagan towards the end. A lot of people remember Reagan towards the end of his second term. A lot of the statesmanship, tear down this wall, stuff like that. When he came in, it was very uncertain, what had happened here. He was far more conservative than any president we'd seen. Well, pretty much any president we'd seen, I think, since the 1920s, probably. He was very conservative. He was very, very strong in his rhetoric, his anti-communist rhetoric. He had a truly powerful anti-communist record that he could stand on, saying, "Look, I've been saying this forever." And the Iranians were looking at this, saying, "Look, this is somebody who's probably not afraid of using military force." And frankly, I don't think he was afraid about using military force. And I think that's kind of what's implied here. And I think there are really strong parallels. I would not be surprised if there's been communication with Iran, and Iran probably still on the same thing. So, very strong parallels.
All right, Hal Kemper, as always, can't thank you enough. And I would imagine these are going to be really emotional scenes come Sunday. And if we get them, which I assume we will be showing them live to our viewers. Hal, thanks so much. Have a good weekend.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, we want to take a quick commercial break. A lot more where that came from. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We do have some breaking developments on the entire TikTok case here. TikTok's accounts on social media just issued this statement. I want to put this up and read this to you. All right, it goes as follows. They have a statement on the possible shutdown saying the statements issued today by both the Biden White House and the Department of Justice have failed to provide the necessary clarity and assurance to the service providers that are integral to maintaining TikTok's availability to over 170 million Americans. Unless the Biden administration immediately provides a definitive statement to satisfy the most critical service providers assuring non-enforcement, unfortunately, TikTok will be forced to go dark on January the 19th. So this is quite the response. This is coming from TikTok Policy, their account online on social media. And they are essentially daring the outgoing Biden administration to intervene here. And unless they do, they will go dark. on January 19th. Now, interesting that they kind of refer to their customers, to their users, as critical service providers. I thought that was interesting. But they say these statements from Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, the DOJ, have failed to provide assurances to all TikTok users about TikTok's availability. Remember, the Biden administration came out and said they will not enforce this because they will leave it up to the Trump administration incoming to deal with it how they see fit. But remember, this is U.S. law. This was passed, signed by President Biden, passed by the Congress in bipartisan fashion, and then just recently, today, this morning, upheld unanimously by the Supreme Court. They say unless the Biden administration immediately provides a definitive statement to satisfy the most critical service providers, assuring non-enforcement, unfortunately, TikTok will be forced to go dark on January 19th. They want clarity. They want something more definitive on the non-enforcement question, which the Biden White House somewhat alluded to, but TikTok not satisfied with it enough here. So this is shaping up to be quite the battle royale going into the weekend. Remember that ban on Sunday. So wanted to make sure we got that in. In the meantime here, I'm Andrew Kraft. That's going to do it for some of my live time up here on the Live Now from Fox desk. Don't you worry, though. Programming preview. Once more, we will be live Monday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern, for the 60th presidential inauguration, hosted by yours truly and my colleague, Stephanie Quinu. So please join us. We're going to be bringing in so many voices, our reporters on the ground, experts, presidential historians, authors, analysts, breaking down all the key moments so you can watch it live from start to finish. Not outside, but inside. That's the news today. It is too cold in Washington. All right, in the meantime here, many of President Biden's cabinet members have been saying their farewells, including today at the Department of Justice. Attorney General Merrick Garland said goodbye on his final day, as did today Secretary of State Blinken at the State Department, and so did Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. He got quite the send-off today, introduced by Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General C.Q. Brown. You'll hear him speak, and also Austin. Let's watch.
Mrs. Charlene D. Austin distinguished herself by exceptional public service to the Department of Defense while serving in support of the men and women of the United States military as the spouse of the Secretary of Defense from January 2021 through January 2025. Following 40 years of service as a military spouse, Mrs. Austin continued her work with community, military, and professional organizations that directly benefited military members and their families. Serving as an ambassador around the world, she continually supported, sponsored, and attended events that highlighted the importance of service to the country and strength of the family. Mrs. Austin's specific efforts on the advisory boards for the Purdue Military Family Institute and the Military Child Education Coalition, in conjunction with her role as a senior spouse facilitator for the National Defense University, forged a legacy of strategic leadership and steadfast stewardship that strengthened the armed forces during a period of unprecedented change in the global security environment and major transitions of United States military modernization and personnel programs to address future national security challenges. The singularly distinctive accomplishments of Mrs. Austin are in keeping with the finest traditions of public service and reflect great credit upon herself, the Joint Staff, the Department of Defense, and the United States of America.
Attention. Honor, guard. Attention.
Distinguished guests, please stand for the posting of the colors.
Post the colors. Stack. Right. Face.
Please be seated. Distinguished guests, General Brown.
Well, good morning. What another great day for our United States military. You know, there's a well-known Greek proverb that states, society grows great when leaders plant trees whose shade they know they shall never sit in. Secretary Austin and Charlene are both such leaders who over 4.5 decades have planted many trees for future generations. It's an honor to host this ceremony. They both bid farewell to Secretary of Defense Lloyd J. Austin III and Mrs. Charlene Austin, and say thank you for your decades of service to our nation. I'd like to welcome everyone to today's ceremony. To our elected and government officials, Department of Defense leadership, general and flag officers, senior enlisted leaders, diplomatic corps, defense attaches, members of the defense industry, welcome and thank you for being here. Whether you're here in person or watching online, you honor this tremendous couple with your presence. I'd also like to recognize our Joint Forces Honor Guard, the band, protocol team, and all those that work behind the scenes to pull off another great ceremony to say farewell to a great leadership team. Secretary Austin spent his life serving our nation, leading military teams for 45 years. 41 years in the Army and 4 years as our 28th Secretary of Defense. I suspect on some days, the last 4 years felt much longer than the first 41. But as I like to say, every day is a good day, just some days are better than others. Secretary Austin almost didn't attend the U.S. Military Academy. Inspired by his father's and uncle's service uniform, he knew he wanted to serve. but he had his heart set on going to Notre Dame. His father's heart and his wallet were set more on a more affordable West Point. His father's choice was our gain and Notre Dame's loss. Every day since, both in uniform and out, Secretary Austin employed the values instilled in him at West Point: duty, honor, country. He repeatedly answered the call to duty and fulfilled his responsibilities to his fellow soldiers and joint teammates. He was guided by honor, acted with character, and always treated people with dignity and respect. And he placed fidelity to his country, our democracy, and the Constitution above all else. His time at West Point was just the beginning of what would become a lifetime of service. From his early days as a lieutenant, Secretary Austin was a leader of the highest caliber. He's a builder of teams, and he got the very best out of those under his command. Like so many, I have benefited from Secretary Austin's leadership and mentorship. Our paths crossed several times over the years. I served as his Deputy Air Component Commander at CENTCOM. He selected me to be his Air Component Commander and pinned on my 3rd star, where I thought I'd reached the pinnacle of my career. And then he played a key role in my becoming the chairman. I've appreciated his calm, collected leadership on more than one occasion. I can personally attest to his openness, his willingness to listen, take on advice, and then share his perspective. I also had the honor of seeing him in his element as a CENTCOM commander, a warrior through and through. And again, most recently, as we sat together at Omaha Beach last year for the 80th anniversary of D-Day. He kind of lit up when there was a paratrooper song that was sung. Then he described to me what the paratroopers commemorating this special day were experiencing. Even with all this, I still don't understand the urge to jump out of a perfectly good airplane. As an Army officer, Secretary Austin succeeded through teamwork, leadership quality that contributed to his success as our Secretary of Defense. As Secretary, he led the Department of Defense through several major crises and set us on a path for the future. His approach reminds me of a quote I use often: success takes help. Failure, you can do alone. Success takes help. Failure, you can do alone. Secretary Austin knows the value of teamwork to succeed. He helped fortify NATO when Russia invaded Ukraine, exposing Russia's authoritarian aims to the world. Created a coalition of over 50 nations that contributed tens of billions of dollars, providing the critical support Ukraine needed to defend itself. He also led the department's response to the Hamas terrorist attack on Israel, bolstering our Israeli allies, countering attacks from proxies and violent extremists on our forces, and helping to stabilize the region. He made numerous visits to the Indo-Pacific region, solidifying relationships across a range of allies and partners. He and Deputy Secretary Kath Hicks established a transparent process that engendered teamwork across the department to ensure our budget submissions aligned with our strategy. For 4 years, Secretary Austin helped defend the nation, built readiness and resilience among our service members, and strengthened critical alliances and partnerships around the world. Standing by his side the past 40+ years has been Mrs. Charlene Austin. Charlene has quietly dedicated 45 years of her life in service to our nation. As an educator and counselor, her passion in life is taking care of others. She has a presence that encourages people to open up to her. She wielded that superpower over the decades to help service members and their families, who appreciated her straightforward demeanor, her infectious laugh, and the kindness and compassion she displayed wherever she went. I was told that Secretary Austin usually gets a spring in his step and is in a much better mood whenever Charlene visits the Pentagon. You know, if I'd known that, Charlene, we'd have invited you to the building a lot more often. Thank you, Charlene, for your decades of service to our nation, for your love and support of Secretary Austin over the years, and for making Secretary Austin a better man. Now, those are not my words. Those are your words, Mr. Secretary. Secretary Austin and Charlene have spent 45 years planting trees. They left an example of a life lived in service. I believe that those in leadership, no matter what level, have a responsibility to inspire the next generation. Together, the Austins have been role models, inspiring us to plant more seeds for the future, to create shade for those that come after us to sit in. On behalf of the 2.1 million men and women in uniform, on behalf of their families, we thank you both for a lifetime of service. But most importantly, sir, Charlene, thanks for your leadership. God bless you and your family. God bless our service members and their families. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, Secretary Austin.
Troops, as usual, you look magnificent, and thanks for all that you do to protect our country. Many thanks to the band for what they always do. Make every event much more special. So thank you, band. Chairman, I got to tell you, an image of me that is that size is quite unnerving to me. Now, I actually think this is payback for my staff members who have had to look at an image like that, oversized, every day. So, well, good morning, everybody. It's great to see everyone. And I am deeply grateful to General Brown and everyone else who arranged this wonderful event. Gary, a special thanks to you for another stellar performance. I'm truly grateful for all of you for braving the cold today to be here with us, especially for those who travel great distances. Now, this is actually my second ceremony retiring from the Department of Defense. And over the past 4 years, my wife, Charlene, has repeatedly pointed out to me that I failed retirement. But this has been a blessing that I never imagined. And it has been an incredible journey. First 41 years in the U.S. Army, and then 4 more years as Secretary of Defense. As I've said, American democracy is not a sprint, but a relay race. And as we pass the baton, I am very proud of what we've achieved over the past 4 years. In my first message to the force as Secretary, I laid out 3 priorities: defend the nation, take care of our people, and succeed through teamwork. And we have made huge progress on all 3. We have intensely focused the Department of Defense on the pacing challenge from the People's Republic of China. We've made sweeping upgrades to our posture in the Indo-Pacific. We've rallied the free world to help Ukraine fight for its freedom against Putin's imperial aggression. We've led a NATO alliance that is stronger, larger, and more united than ever. We've prevented an all-out war in the Middle East. We've seen Iran's proxies gutted across the region and worked tirelessly to save Palestinian civilians in Gaza. We've also secured a ceasefire that will halt the fighting in Gaza and reunite hostages with their families and surge much-needed humanitarian aid to Palestinian civilians in Gaza. We've reinforced our unmatched network of allies and partners around the globe. We've invested deeply in the future of our military, including a defense budget that is set to increase in fiscal year 2025 by more than $100 billion from where we started in 2021. And we've taken huge strides to take care of our people, including raising base pay for our troops by almost 10% since 2021, and making historic reforms to the military justice system, and helping military spouses pursue their own careers. And for the past 4 years, we've stood up to our rivals, we've weakened our foes, strengthened our friends, invested in our future, and done right by our people. Now, that doesn't just happen. And I am incredibly grateful to the exceptional team that has changed the course of history. Above all, thanks to my Commander-in-Chief, our Commander-in-Chief. I will forever be touched by President Biden's faith in me.
All right, as you heard there, we were just listening into the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin. This is his farewell ceremony. It happened a bit earlier today there in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. We are in a new hour here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you for joining us. I'm going to be with you for the next few hours as I'm guiding you through today's top stories, as well as other top stories that we're looking ahead to for the weekend. But as you're with us, we are going to take this time to step away for a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Of course, one of the biggest stories that we're following today has to do with social media app TikTok. So many people around our country are now wondering what will happen on Sunday. We've got those answers for you here on Live Now. But first, let's just get some reaction to TikTok's announcement that they will go dark on Sunday. This is after the Supreme Court failed to step in to save the social media platform. Let's check in with Fox's Alexandria Hoff. She has the latest on this story.
President Trump is looking at ways to save TikTok. President-elect Trump, who once called for a TikTok ban, pledges to keep the app available after the Supreme Court unanimously upheld the law requiring it to be sold or banned due to national security concerns. The best outcome here is for American ownership of the company, and that's something he's very interested in. But a sale of the app by its Chinese parent company doesn't appear imminent. During oral arguments last week, attorneys for the company told justices Chinese law restricts the sale of the proprietary algorithm, which makes the app so popular.
This decision is the right one. TikTok is a threat to our national security and ought to be sold, not banned, but sold by the Chinese.
If there is no sale by the Sunday deadline, the app won't just disappear off phones. Instead, experts say new users won't be able to download it and updates won't become available. This would eventually make TikTok unusable to the nearly 170 million U.S. users.
Disappointment. I do believe that banning a social media app like TikTok is a violation of the First Amendment.
Today's ruling by the Supreme Court got mixed reactions from lawmakers, many who are now pushing for the app to be saved and are advocating for a deadline extension.
We have to find a way to save it so that we can have the time to fix the flaws.
On Friday, President-elect Trump said he spoke to China's president on the phone about TikTok and other issues, but his transition team has not said how he plans to save the app from going dark. TikTok CEO is among several high-profile guests expected at Trump's inauguration this Monday. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Our thanks to Fox's Alexandria Hoff there for that story, giving us some updates on how TikTok is reacting. And this is the breaking news that we have for you here. This is the official statement from TikTok that went out over X just moments ago. It says, end quote, that TikTok will go dark on Sunday unless Biden intervenes. The statements issued today by both Biden, White House, and the Department of Justice have failed to provide the necessary clarity and assurance the service providers that are integral to maintaining TikTok's availability to over 170 million Americans. Unless the Biden administration immediately provides a definitive statement to satisfy the most critical service providers, assuring non-enforcement, unfortunately, TikTok will be forced to go dark on January 19th. And now I want to bring into the conversation Gerard Flitty. He is with the Lawfare Project Senior Counsel here to break down the very latest as it pertains to this breaking news. Gerard, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now. First of all, I have to ask you, what is your response to that official statement now put out by TikTok?
That's not a statement, that's a threat. That's a threat to the Biden administration that they will go dark unless they get a definitive statement that parties such as Google and Apple, which carry the app, will not be subject to enforcement. Now, this is ridiculous to see the foreign party control. This is let's not forget what TikTok is. This is a company that's controlled by a foreign power. This is seeking to essentially threaten the Biden administration that it will shut down, it will go dark unless the Biden administration does something to say that they will not enforce what the Supreme Court of the United States just said. It's absolutely appalling that they're not. There's no recognition of the court's ruling. There's no recognition that they are potentially doing something that's dangerous to the American public or that they have any intention to change their practices. This is just a threat to get its users worked up.
And it is a threat that so many people around the country are now looking at, as you mentioned there. And we also heard just a bit earlier today from the TikTok CEO himself. I want to play out what his response is as well, and I want you to listen in and let's respond to that on the backside.
Hi everyone, it's Show here. As you know, we have been fighting to protect the constitutional right to free speech for the more than 170 million Americans who use our platform every day to connect, create, discover, and achieve their dreams. On behalf of everyone at TikTok and all our users across the country, I want to thank President Trump for his commitment to work with us to find a solution that keeps TikTok available in the United States. This is a strong stand for the First Amendment and against arbitrary censorship. As we've said, TikTok is a place where people can create communities, discover new interests, and express themselves, including over 7 million American businesses who earn a living and gain new customers using our platform. We are grateful and pleased to have the support of a president who truly understands our platform, one who has used TikTok to express his own thoughts and perspectives, connecting with the world and generating more than 60 billion views of his content in the process. To all American users, thank you for making our TikTok community such a rich and vibrant space, for surprising and delighting us every day. Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to ensure our platform thrives as your online home for limitless creativity and discovery, as well as a source of inspiration and joy for years to come. Thank you. More to come.
And that iconic TikTok sound on the back end there, but also wanted to put up this statement that we did receive from the White House. It says that the administration, like the rest of the country, has waited the decision just made by the U.S. Supreme Court on the TikTok matter. President Biden's position on TikTok has been clear for months, including since Congress sent a bill in overwhelming bipartisan fashion to the president's desk. TikTok should remain available to Americans, but simply under American ownership or other ownership that addresses the national security concerns identified by Congress in developing this law. Given the sheer fact of timing, the administration recognizes the actions to implement the law simply must fall to the next administration, which takes office on Monday. That official statement coming from the White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. So much again to break down here as we're looking at this breaking news. It's very, very interesting. What is your response, though, to what the TikTok CEO said in that video, as well as the official Biden statement coming out saying we are going to pass this off to the next party, being that officially Biden's last full day in office will be January 19th. The Trump administration is set to take over on the 20th.
Let's start with a TikTok video. What we saw there was the actual danger of TikTok and why this is a national security concern. You had the CEO putting out what is essentially a propaganda video in which he puts out one set of facts, completely ignores what the Supreme Court said. What the Supreme Court said, this is worth bearing in mind. The Supreme Court repeatedly referred to a foreign adversary accessing vast amounts of personal data from 170 million users. It went on to discuss the national security concerns that the government has in order to import this ban and to support it. Now, the TikTok CEO said absolutely nothing about national security considerations. He said absolutely nothing about data collection practices. He said absolutely nothing about allegations of Chinese government control or propaganda use. Instead, he made this a speech issue and tried to argue in that video that this is somehow censorship that has no justification. The Supreme Court just said this is not censorship. So what you're seeing is a propaganda video that's meant to appeal to people and convince them of a set of facts that's simply not the full story. That right there is the dangerousness of TikTok, because that comes or can come from the Chinese government, which is a foreign adversary of the United States.
And I do want to go ahead and continue on with that conversation, because as we do know, on his Truth Social account, President-elect Donald Trump did speak out about the TikTok ban. I want to put that up on your screen here so you're able to see it along with me. This is from his Truth Social post at around 11:14 this morning Eastern time. He says the Supreme Court decision was expected and everyone must respect it. My decision on TikTok will be made in the not too distant future, but I must have the time to review the situation. Stay tuned. And we also found out a bit earlier today as well that President-elect Donald Trump had been on the phone with China's Xi Jinping, of course, talking about several different matters, but it did mention that TikTok was included in that conversation. So as we're looking ahead to the next administration, we've brought up a number of things that have happened as we're discussing the issue of TikTok. What do you think ultimately President-elect Donald Trump will do with the app as it is already set to go dark on Sunday?
Well, I think he will continue allowing it to go dark. I do not think TikTok will be the first thing that he addresses when he is sworn in. And it's going dark because this law takes effect on a Sunday. On Monday, we have a federal holiday. And I don't think that the Justice Department is going to be instituting enforcement actions until it has a chance to review the situation. I do expect Donald Trump to take his time and make the right decision. I think he has been suggesting and pushing for divestiture, for the sale of TikTok to an American entity. Now, that's something that might not be palatable to the Chinese government, because it has an interest in maintaining ownership and control of the algorithm. It doesn't want anyone but China to know what that algorithm is, the brains behind the app, the thing that controls what people see. That would be akin to giving a national secret to America or to an American company. So this is a delicate position for Donald Trump, because I think he wants to allow a speech platform to be there, but he recognizes the Supreme Court's ruling. So this is going to be a matter of negotiation. It may be that TikTok comes back in a different form. That is the most likely scenario. But whatever happens, we're not likely to see TikTok alive this coming week.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because it does feel as though so many lawmakers have sort of flip-flopped on this issue. Of course, when this law officially went into, well, it will officially go into effect, but it was signed in May of last year. But so many have now come out in the wake of that saying they did just really want to focus on the divestiture and not really wanting to get rid of the app. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's definitely possible. I think if the Chinese government agrees to provide a different kind of algorithm that's more transparent and that's pursued in the United States, that could be sold as TikTok in the United States, I think that is the most likely outcome, that we will see TikTok come back under American ownership, or under American ownership with a partnership with other countries, not including China, but it will not be the same algorithm. China does not want to sell the algorithm. So whatever we see, it will be a version of TikTok, but not what we have today.
And it will be interesting. Of course, so many people are worried about their livelihoods. Can you speak to that aspect at all? Because, of course, we know that social media can be fun for some, but it is also a place of business for so many small businesses, as well as individual content creators who are using this as their job as influencers.
Most of the content creators that I work with are not just on one platform, they're on multiple platforms. They see the best way to maximize revenue. So while their revenue may take a hit on TikTok, which will no longer be operational, they will still have potentially revenues coming in from other platforms, including Meta, including X, including YouTube, including everything else that is available out there, Truth Social among them. So I think that we will see influencers take a hit. I think we will see some content creators take a hit, but recognizing that we saw this coming. We knew this law would take effect last year when it was signed into law. We knew that this would happen. So I think most businesses had plans on what would happen if the Supreme Court upheld this ban. And now we will see them put these plans to work.
And it is something that we're continuing to follow here on Live Now from Fox. And as we've just heard from TikTok themselves, they will be going dark on Sunday. But I'm sure this story is not one that will go away anytime soon. We appreciate you for joining us here on Live Now. Gerard Flitty there with the Lawfare Project of senior counsel there to help us break down the very latest.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we did want to get that story in for you here on Live Now from Fox. And as we head to break, I do want to show you one last time that official statement there from TikTok themselves, saying that the statements issued today by both the Biden White House and the Department of Justice have failed to provide that necessary clarity and assurance to the service providers that are integral to maintaining TikTok's availability to over 170 million Americans, unless the Biden administration immediately provides a definitive statement to satisfy the most critical service providers, assuring non-enforcement. Unfortunately, TikTok will be forced to go dark on January 19th. Did want to bring that to you here on Live Now. Let's take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with our coverage here, talking about the social media app TikTok. It's beloved by over 170 million Americans, but it is going to go dark on Sunday. That's according to an official statement there from the platform. We do, though, want to listen into this press conference that came to us just yesterday as Senators Cory Booker and Ed Markey were speaking out about saving the app. Let's listen in to a few of these remarks right here on Live Now.
Into effect on Sunday, just 3 days from now. And he and I are partnered to make sure that we keep TikTok alive, that we have more time for TikTok to be able to survive. In less than 3 days, the TikTok ban will take effect with serious consequences for 170 million users, for 7 million businesses in our country that rely upon the platform. And I'm committed to avoiding that fate. And that's why earlier this week, with Senator Booker, along with Senator Wyden, we introduced the Extend the TikTok Deadline Act, and we're joined now by Senator Van Hollen. We're joined by Congressman Ro Khanna over on the House side in order to build the movement, to build the momentum so that we can save TikTok and extend the deadline by which ByteDance must sell TikTok and give them an additional 270 days so that we can work it out. And so today, Senator Booker, Senator Van Hollen, and I have sent a letter to President Biden urging him to trigger a provision in the statute to extend the TikTok deadline by 90 days. TikTok has become an integral part of our lives, and that's 170 million Americans. That's over half of our population. It's 65% of all adults in the United States are on TikTok. And to put that in perspective, that TikTok user base exceeds the Super Bowl's viewing audience by 50%. That's how many people use TikTok in our country. A ban on TikTok would have devastating repercussions for those users. Many depend on the app for their livelihood, and many struggle to afford basic needs like rent, groceries, or medical care. And for others, TikTok provides vital community support and creates a space to share their stories, especially during the emergencies, like the Los Angeles fires. Its loss would leave many isolated. Right now, many in that community are building new communities. They're actually keeping their businesses open using TikTok. And we should not be cutting off that vital tool in Los Angeles right now and in other parts of the country. So from my perspective, and let me be clear, TikTok has its problems. Like every social media platform, TikTok poses a serious risk to the privacy and the mental health of our young people. In fact, TikTok paid a fine for violating my law, the Child Online Privacy Protection Act. And just a few years ago, and last year, I sent a letter to the Department of Justice urging it to quickly review the allegations that TikTok had violated my law once again. And I'm going to continue to keep TikTok accountable for what they do to teenagers and children in our country. But what they're doing is no different than what Facebook is doing, what Instagram is doing, what all the American social media companies are doing. They're in no different situation. There's a great mental health teenage and children's private crisis in our country, and the Surgeon General is pointing the finger at social media, but they're not pointing it just at TikTok. They're pointing it at everybody. So that doesn't solve that problem. We need a whole separate solution to that, and that was my bill that got killed 4 weeks ago on the Senate floor in the last week. That's taken on big interest in our country. A TikTok ban would impose serious consequences on millions of Americans who depend upon the app for social connections and their economic livelihood. And that's why yesterday I requested that the Senate pass the Extend the TikTok Deadline Act by unanimous consent. Unfortunately, two of my Republican colleagues objected. Using hyperbolic language, they argued that ByteDance uses TikTok to indoctrinate young Americans with anti-American and pro-Chinese ideas. Proponents of the TikTok ban often argue that the platform is, quote, brainwashing Americans. But when I pointed out that a senior intelligence official had filed a declaration before the District of Columbia Court of Appeals, acknowledging that the intelligence community had, quote, no information that ByteDance had manipulated content on TikTok to support China, my colleagues didn't even know what I was talking about. So here it is. This is an under oath declaration by in the intelligence community of the United States that they have no information that ByteDance has manipulated the content. None. So we have time. We have an ability to be able to work on this issue. There is no reason why TikTok has to go dark in 3 days. So it's telling that they're not even aware of this admission by the intelligence community, that information compromise has not happened. And it's also further evidence that the rushed process that was used in Congress, where there was no specific vote in the Senate on this issue. There were no hearings in the Senate on this issue. There was no debate on this issue in the Senate. There was no expert testimony in the Senate on this issue. It was a rush to judgment without having heard all of the facts. And that's all that we're asking for. We're asking for more time. We're asking for an ability to be able to try rationally to resolve this issue so that TikTok does not go dark. So that's the issue, that's the place where we're at right now. We have a chance to do something about it. Senator Booker and I are asking President Biden to exercise his authority in order to extend the deadline by 90 days. We're willing to work with President-elect Trump and try to extend that deadline as well. This should be bipartisan. This should not be an issue which we are debating. And even as we're debating, TikTok users are flocking to a Chinese app with no reported presence in the United States. That's what's happening in our country right now. So it's time to take a breath, try to step back, buy some time, try to figure this out rationally, but in no way should we have TikTok go dark on Sunday. It would be catastrophic for just so many small businesses, so many creators, so many communities that have been created with no alternative available to them. So that's where we are. That's what our challenges be, that is going to continue to be, and that's the movement that we're going to continue to build. So let me turn and recognize my great colleague, my friend, great leader, Cory Booker from New Jersey. Welcome.
Thank you, my friend. I want to thank Senator Markey for his leadership on this issue and, frankly, so many issues. I've been very lucky in my time in the Senate to partner with him on many important things. Let me reiterate what he said. There's a real problem with social media in our society, in our culture, in our nation that we need to address. And I think there should be more leadership talking about how to stop its harms to Americans, particularly young Americans. I have real concerns with TikTok, whether it's proliferation of hate and anti-Semitism or some of the credible concerns that have been put forth about national security issues. That's not what's at issue right now. What's at issue right now is that the solution to this is not to end TikTok right now, but to make sure we're creating space for us to come together and save this platform in a way that comports with the legitimate concerns that have been expressed and preserve a platform that, as Senator Markey has said, is so profoundly important in the lives of so many Americans, from creators to business people, to folks who feel alone and isolated and found through that platform a way to find community and connection. There are tens and tens of millions of users. I myself am one. I'm very frustrated with how Congress has gone about doing this. We did not have a debate in the Senate. We did not have hearings in the Senate. We did not even have a specific vote. It was crammed into what's often called in Congress a must-pass bill that had national security support for places like Ukraine, that had, for me, the humanitarian aid I had been fighting for some time to help with the crisis going on in Sudan. It was, to me, a cynical effort to stick it into a bill that many of us would have to vote for because of the high stakes of the other things going on. We should have done this differently, and now is a time that we can do it differently. We're asking for time for us to debate this, discuss this, and find a solution that preserves the platform and addresses some of the legitimate concerns that have been raised. Thank you.
Beautiful. Yeah. Any questions? Yes.
Have you reached out to President Trump's team or plan to reach out to his team? They've obviously
Excuse me?
Have you reached out to President Trump's team or plan to be in touch with President Trump's team on this? They've obviously expressed support for an extension on the ban.
Well, we are sending a letter to President Biden today. He's the incumbent president, and he can exercise that authority right now to use the 90-day extension that's in the statute. And so we hope that President Biden does that. And beyond that, we hope that if President Biden doesn't exercise that authority, that President Trump, after he is sworn in on Monday, that he would exercise that authority to ensure that TikTok stays alive. Because there are right now bidders for purchasing TikTok that are out there. And in the legislation, that could potentially trigger the 90-day extension.
All right, as you see there, we were listening to Senators Ed Markey and Cory Booker both speak out about saving the app TikTok. Of course, we do know from their official statement that TikTok say they will go dark on January 19th. That's going to be on Sunday, unless President Biden is able to issue some sort of assuring non-enforcement. But again, that official statement that was posted on several of their other social media platforms as well. I should say accounts on other platforms. All right, we are going to take this time to step away for a 2-minute break. On the other side, though, we're going to be talking about the inauguration, taking a live look there in Washington, D.C. Of course, we know that so many folks are gearing up for January 20th. That is when President-elect Donald Trump will officially be sworn into the highest office. All right, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Welcome back in here live now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with our other top stories. And as we teased ahead of the break, our focus is now sitting there on that building, the White House, as we now know that President-elect Donald Trump, his official inauguration will be moved inside due to those frigid temperatures. Let's check in with Fox's Rebecca Castor. She's there in our nation's capital, giving us a look ahead to Inauguration Day.
With an Arctic blast on the way, feels like temperatures on Monday with the wind chill will be between 5 to 13 degrees. That's why Donald Trump says he made the decision to move his swearing in and inaugural address to inside the U.S. Capitol. It's a major change to the inauguration, but it's been done before. In 1985, Ronald Reagan's second inauguration was also moved inside due to frigid temperatures. Before Trump made the call, even some lawmakers were anxious about the weather.
I'm very excited about Trump's inaugural, but we're all going to be sitting outside in about 12 degrees.
Now members of Congress, Supreme Court justices, other dignitaries, and VIP guests will now be brought inside the Capitol Rotunda to watch Donald Trump take the oath of office. Members of the public with tickets are now invited to watch a live stream of the inauguration inside nearby Capital One Arena. Trump says he'll head there after his swearing in.
What are you most excited about seeing?
Donald Trump. Trump announced the change on social media, writing, "I don't want to see people hurt or injured in any way. It is dangerous conditions for the tens of thousands of law enforcement, first responders, police canines, and even horses, and hundreds of thousands of supporters that will be outside for many hours." U.S. Capitol Police were preparing for more than 250,000 people to attend the inauguration. All other events, including Trump's victory rally on Sunday and the inaugural balls, will go on as planned. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Our thanks to Fox's Rebecca Castor for her reporting. And as you can see there, she just referred to that statement that was put out on Truth Social. I do want to read it in full, though, so you can have an idea of what President-elect Donald Trump is now saying. He says, quote, "January 20th cannot come fast enough. Everybody, even those who initially opposed a victory by President J. Trump and the Trump administration, just want it to happen. It is my obligation to protect the people of our country. But before we begin, we have to think of the inauguration itself. The weather forecast for Washington, D.C. with the wind chill factor could take those temperatures into severe record lows. There is an Arctic blast now sweeping the country. I don't want to see people hurt or injured in any way. It is dangerous conditions for the tens of thousands of law enforcement, first responders, police canines, and even horses, and hundreds of thousands of supporters that will be outside for many hours on the 20th. In any event, if you decide to come, dress warmly. Therefore, I have ordered the inauguration address, in addition to the prayers and other speeches, to be delivered in the United States Capitol Rotunda, as it was used by Ronald Reagan in 1985, also because of the very cold weather. The various dignitaries and guests will be brought into the Capitol. This will be a very beautiful experience for all, especially for the large TV audience. And of course, he says we will open Capital One Arena on Monday for a live viewing of this historic event and host the presidential parade. I will be joining the crowd at Capital One after my swearing in. He ends off that statement saying everyone will be safe, everyone will be happy, and we will together make America great again. And I want to bring into the conversation, as we are previewing this big day, Brian Sobel, political analyst. Brian, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now on this Friday. Kind of a lot to get to with this. Of course, the major thing being that Trump, as he said there in his Truth Social statement, will be bringing that inauguration inside due to those freezing cold temperatures that are expected there in the nation's capital.
It's going to be exciting either way. A little bit of inaugural history is that in the early years, for example, the first inauguration in Washington, D.C. in 1801 was indoors, and that was Thomas Jefferson, and he also had the first inaugural parade. But by the time of James Monroe, and then Andrew Jackson. The inauguration was then moved to the outside, but over the years, depending on weather in Washington, D.C., you have to make a game time decision, and it sounds like on Monday it's going to be a very, very cold day, as our Rebecca Castor in her piece alluded to, and Donald Trump took the decision to not put a couple 100,000 people through what could be very frigid temperatures.
I also want to point out, because even Trump mentioned it in his statement, that Ronald Reagan's inauguration was held indoors in the same building there because of those cold temperatures. What are your thoughts on that? Obviously, we know that over the years, Trump has sort of likened himself to Ronald Reagan. Many people think that he's very similar. What are your thoughts?
Well, that inauguration in 1985, the second time Ronald Reagan took the oath of office, was held indoors because of what was very similar weather. There were other times in our more recent history where perhaps people would have liked to have seen it move indoors, and I would have viewers think about the inaugural of John F. Kennedy. Very, very cold day. If one goes back and looks at their history, there were a lot of people freezing out there to watch John F. Kennedy be sworn into office. So I think the precedent of either being outside, Christina, in very, very cold weather, or being inside has been set down through our history. And I think Donald Trump actually spoke to something that's important. You know, when you think about the people that have to be out there for so many hours, in addition to the public who wants to see the swearing in, but, you know, the police that have to arrive very, very early, the animals, lots of other people. I think Donald Trump just said, hey, I don't want to put people through this. It'll be a beautiful taking of the oath of office inside the Capitol. And then all of the other events that typically happen during the inaugural cycle, the balls, anything else that goes on, that'll go on because it's indoors. And Donald Trump has said he'll go over to the arena where there will be a lot of people watching a live stream and enjoy a time with them. It's, you know, less than 1,000 people probably that'll be in the Capitol watching it live, but people all over the nation will be watching it on their television sets.
And I'm glad you brought that up. I do want to put up this tweet from our friend to the show, Cami Mondo. She says that lawmakers and staffers just received notice that because inauguration is inside, the majority of ticketed guests will not be able to attend the ceremonies in person. But offices can distribute tickets in the manner that they think best if they would like to do so. Do you think that on the backside of this, there will be some folks who are upset that maybe initially, because it is held outdoors, it's open to the public, so many more people can attend if they would like, it's going to be just a bit tighter now that it has moved indoors?
I heard a couple of commentators around the nation say, hey, aren't we tougher than the weather? Can't we be out there and do this inauguration, and people know what the weather is, and they'll just, double up their jackets or whatever. And, that's a fair statement. But the person who's being sworn into office has a definite opinion about this, and that is that it is just going to be too cold to be out there for an extended period of time. I mean, when you think about it, Christina, we watch these, as an example, a football game from Green Bay or someplace or wherever, and it's so cold, and you say to yourself, there's somebody sitting out there for 3 hours in that kind of weather. Well, in this case, it's more than 3 hours, because the security checkpoints and lines alone will have people out in the cold for several hours, many hours. And I think Donald Trump just decided that wasn't healthy for people.
And ultimately, like you said, wasn't healthy. Mentioned that several times in those statements. All right, also looking ahead to inauguration, one of the other big storylines is coming out of it is who will be there versus who has chosen to step away. So as we know, back in 2020, Donald Trump did not attend President Biden's then inauguration. And it's now come out in the last few days that former First Lady Michelle Obama will not be attending his second inauguration, and neither will Nancy Pelosi, the former Speaker of the House. What are your thoughts on this, and why do you think that this has become such a storyline over the last few days?
Well, I think it's become a storyline because in the American way of things, we set aside our personal grievances for the greater good. And in this case, it's the inauguration of a president. So you would say that's not my person in terms of my politics or anything else, but I respect the presidency. And this is what's lost in the idea of some of these people not coming, is you're not there to celebrate Donald Trump per se, or Joe Biden or whomever, people you may like, may not like. You're there to celebrate the transfer of power to a new president as prescribed in our Constitution and as envisioned by our founders. That's the whole point of this. So people may say, well, I don't want to go and watch that person be put into office. That is akin to me, Christina, to people who say, well, that's not my president. My answer is, yes, it is, because that president is the president of all the people. And you may not care for him or like him all that much, but you cannot deny that they're president of the United States. So I think it's beneath people to not attend, frankly, to not attend because of personal animus.
And I want to also bring up something that seems a bit different from his first inauguration back in 2017. Of course, we know that the Women's March at the time, more than 500,000 people were there in Washington, D.C., making their voices heard to say that they did oppose a Trump presidency. This time around, it's going to be held on Saturday. It's held in together with the People's March this time. They're only expecting about 50,000 people to be there. What are your thoughts on this change in temperature in the last 8 years?
Well, again, I think conditions account for a lot of that. It's going to be miserable conditions to march. The People's March, which is there are branches all over the country where people are going to march, is part of the American fabric, part of the American democracy. If people are not happy with the direction of government, march on, do it peacefully. But at the same time, for the people that are in and around the apparatus of the presidency, senators, members of the House of Representatives, the other departments and that sort of thing, I believe they ought to be at the inauguration. And if you want to protest, that's good, that's fair, it's the American way.
And another thing that's also been brought up over the last few days is who is going to be performing there at the inauguration as well. We do know that this time around, it hasn't seemed that celebrities who are stepping up to the mic are receiving the same sort of reaction that they received on both sides from 2017. We know that Carrie Underwood has said that she will be performing, a huge name stepping out there as well. Other names have also going to be there as well, including the rap artist Nelly. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I give them credit because I think maybe they're there for Donald Trump, but they're also there for the transfer of power from one president to the next. I saw a comment by Carrie Underwood talking about the fact that it's a great honor to perform at an inauguration or the events surrounding the inauguration. I agree with her. Nelly, same thing, and other people that will be there. We would do well in this country to put aside our personal grievances around things like the inauguration in favor of remembering what a great country this is, and a country that has this ability to hand off power to the next president. And that hit a bump in the road, obviously, 4 years ago. But I think the American public truly believes that this is a time to celebrate. And by the way, the entire world watches this as well. And what they see is people from both sides of the aisle and people who aren't in an aisle all congratulating each other on the successful transfer of power, which has happened so many times in American history.
And Brian, before I let you go, we have to talk about what's to come after the official inauguration. We know that President Trump has promised that he will be making a lot of changes on his first day in office. What do you think that he will be tackling first once he's officially there in the Oval Office?
Well, he is going to issue a series of executive orders. And the issuance of executive orders bypasses Congress. And it's not new to Donald Trump. Barack Obama issued numerous executive orders when he came into office, and Joe Biden did, and a lot of these presidents that come in, and Donald Trump come in, and they have an order of preference on the first day for either turning back things that their predecessor moved forward, or moving quickly on their own agenda. For Donald Trump, I think there will be immigration related executive orders. It could run the gamut of many of the things that Donald Trump talked about in his campaign. But lest people think that this is, when they read about this or hear about this, that this is only Donald Trump. The truth of the matter is that over the last 30 years, presidents have come in and issued a whole lot of executive orders on the first day, many of which don't stand the test of time, but they do it to lay out what their administration is going to look like.
Can we also talk about the elephant in the room? So many folks are upset about this. We've been covering it extensively over the last few hours. TikTok is set to go dark on January 19th, which is Sunday, the day before President-elect Trump gets in office. Biden has already said he's not going to do anything to stop it from going dark or to enforce the ban either way. He said he's going to firmly place this in the hands of the next administration. How soon will the pressure be on for Trump to respond exactly to see what he's going to do with the app? Do you think that people will be asking him about this on his first day in office?
No question. There is the provision which we saw in the run-up to the discussion of the inauguration. If viewers were watching right before we started this discussion, there is a provision for a 90-day extension, essentially, in the legislation that would allow more time for this to be discussed by Congress. I suspect that the discussion around TikTok will continue. And in a sense, this was one of Joe Biden's final presents to Donald Trump is, hey, all these people in America on TikTok, Mr. New President, you can figure this one out. And in fact, Donald Trump may already be, and I'm quite sure he is already working on it. As the senator said in the media conference around TikTok, there are suitors for TikTok. We've heard some of those names. I would guess that the minute that they can figure out how to pull this away from the Chinese government, TikTok will become a much more American product and without the influence of the CCP. And I think a lot of people will feel a lot better about it. And frankly, Americans should feel better about it because right now, we don't know what's happening with all the data that TikTok controls. They claim that they don't pass it on to the Chinese government, but I think many people suspect that much of our personal data is taken from sites like TikTok and moved into other realms in the CCP.
And it is interesting, as we also know, that China has also said that they'll be sending top officials there from China to Trump's inauguration. It'll be interesting to watch it play out. Well, we do appreciate you for being with us here on this Friday evening. Brian Sobel, he's a political analyst, helping us to break down the very latest as we look ahead to Donald Trump's inauguration on January 20th.
Take care, Christina. Have a wonderful weekend.
You too. And so we do want to show you one more time a live look that we have there at the White House. As you can see, we're talking about those frigid temperatures. This shot has changed a lot over the last few hours. In fact, I just remember yesterday we were seeing snow there in Washington, D.C. So it'll be interesting to see how everything plays out there in the capital city. Also want to show you this live look that we have there of the Rotunda as well. That will be the site that we have our eyes on. But thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take this opportunity to step away. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with some of the top stories that we've been following. Of course, our hearts and prayers have continued to go out to those suffering from those deadly wildfires in Southern California. Let's check in with Fox's Jeff Paul as he gives us the very latest on how the community is now reacting.
A new danger for evacuees returning home more than a week after deadly wildfires destroyed parts of Los Angeles County.
There's ash on the roof, there's ash in the driveway, all in the yard.
Toxic ash and debris is sparking health concerns. Experts say the fire damage could contain dangerous materials like asbestos and lead.
When you return, be prepared to arrive with an N95 mask. Airborne toxins remain in these areas, and your health and your safety are critical.
Those fears delaying the return of many residents trying to inspect what's left of their homes. Officials say they need more time to remove hazardous materials and clear roadways. Search and recovery teams are still looking for missing people.
We've asked them to have the patience because we don't want people going back before it is safe.
Rebuilding, however, remains everyone's focus. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass appointed real estate developer and former L.A. Police Commission President Steve Soboroff to lead the effort. Executive orders to start the process will be announced next week, along with an investigation into the fires and the city's response.
We are going to do everything we can to build L.A. back, to build L.A. back stronger, and to get people home.
Meanwhile, firefighters are working to fully contain the two largest wildfires before strong winds once again pick up next week. In Pacific Palisades, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
We do appreciate Jeff Paul for that update. We now want to listen into that press conference where you just saw that bit of a soundbite there from L.A. Mayor Karen Bass. She did speak in full a bit earlier today. Let's listen into that press conference.
Step by step, and the city is going to help to the extent it can, and we will have to outsource to the extent it can't. That there's going to be a bus to yes. That's right. And if people want to get on the bus with us, get on it. If they want to spend their time throwing embers right now and next Tuesday when it's windy by spending their time on that kind of stuff, just don't get on our bus. But we are going to move forward and recreate a community that if we close our eyes, it's like it's got a great park. It's got a great library. It's got great places of worship. It's got great restaurants. And I'm not talking about the quality of the food or the price points. I'm talking about the people that, I mean, it's emotional for me. The people that work there, that taught my kids how to speak Spanish, that have been there for generations, that now are on the verge of homelessness after working in a community for 40 years. That's why I'm doing this. All right. I want people to feel like we're going to tell them in the next week what they can start doing tomorrow to go to B and then to C. And people will be able to get the plans, permits, the equipment will be ready for them, and they can start building their houses. And I'm thankful, Mayor, for the contacts you've made with the state and with existing administration and the incoming administration about the future of getting the funds to do this, because we have people in this city that care so much about this city that all we need is people to hop on the bus with us.
That's right.
Because we're going to do that, and I'm happy to be involved for all of those people, and I want to see this community go back, because neighborhoods and communities are everything to people. The library, the park, the houses of worship. So let's do it.
We will. We will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take questions? Yes.
Cutting back on your, if
want to call it urban landscape that is there next to the homes, and finally reducing density. And you lost a lot of homes up there, so are those code changes and are those policy changes going to come now before you start issuing plans and permits?
Well, let me just tell you that what we are charging Mr. Soboroff with is developing this plan for rebuilding. We have executive directives that we are going to be issuing next week. We have to take all of that into consideration because we have to build in a way that we can harden the area for fires and make sure that we are a resilient community. Obviously, we need to look at building codes, we need to look at what was done in the past, and we need to come back stronger and build in a better way. Thank
you have a home that was burnt down, it's a horrible thing. And the idea that you won't be able to rebuild your home, if you want to rebuild your home with the correct materials, although if your house was built out of concrete, in this fire, it would have lasted about an hour longer than it did. This was a this was a God event. But the idea of using this to decrease density, I think people deserve to rebuild their houses. I think people want to get back in there. Now, if they want to try and expand their house beyond a certain amount, that should open up a different way. But we're going to come up with a way for people to pull those permits and to get those inspections and to have that equipment to rebuild their lives. This is not an urban planning exercise. Right. This is a saving people's lives and family and the people that work for them and help them exercise.
Yes. Yes, I did say that. Sure. Next week we will be announcing an investigation. We need to look back at everything that happened. But to me, over the last week, the most important thing was to get past the fires, to make sure that on Monday and Tuesday, we're not facing a danger again. And so I'll be looking forward to that. It will be external. It will not be done internally, although internally we absolutely are looking back at what happened, but moving forward so that we can get our city back on the road to where we were before, and not even where we were before, but how we will be much better. I plan on having lots of those. I've always done that and will definitely continue to do that. I don't have one scheduled right now.
Mayor Bass, Mr. Westfall, Fox 11.
Oh, go ahead.
Mayor Bass, a question for you. Do you plan on working with the Army Corps of Engineers to build a reservoir in the Sullivan Canyon flood control channel where the watershed ends at the catch basin and the water is
Well, let me just tell you that what we plan on doing absolutely is working with the Army Corps of Engineers, but not with what you just described. Yes.
Westfall with Fox 11. An AP review found that homes were already burning and escape routes jammed when the Palisades evacuation order came. Did the evacuation order come fast enough?
Well, I think we have a representative here from Fire. Would you like to answer that?
So I don't have the specifics on exactly what time the first evacuation order came out, but what I can say is when an incident first breaks, it takes some time for us to get our first resources on scene, evaluate the situation, look at maps, determine which areas need to be evacuated. Of course, in a fire of this magnitude, and our first on companies that were en route immediately asked for more resources just based on the amount of smoke that was going up into the air. We knew that there was going to be a very large evacuation area. LAPD, our law enforcement partners, were the first members of our department or of our city family to conduct those initial evacuations, and they're on scene very quickly while our firefighters are fighting the fire. you can imagine if you're in the immediate area, whenever a fire starts, you're going to get some indications that there's a fire heading your way, especially during these windy days when we've put out plenty of alerts to warn the public that we have that high fire hazard zones, red flag days, the parking restrictions. Everyone who lives in an area in Los Angeles that's subject to wildfires is well aware of the danger, as far as I could say. So the initial evacuations that have to go out via WIA alert, the wireless emergency alerts, as well as Notify LA and other alert systems, they do take some time to formulate because we have to be very specific on what we're saying. Obviously, those accidental alerts that went out are an indication of why we wouldn't just put a mass alert out to cause the entire county to start panicking. We do have to be very specific, but we do have resources on scene that are evacuating the initial areas. Our law enforcement partners are helping us with that. And then as soon as we can determine what areas need to be evacuated, those wireless emergency alerts and Notify LA alerts go out.
Guys, wait a second. We got to move forward so people can get back in their homes and back in the parks and back in their churches. Officer, come here for a second. I was police commissioner for 10 years. Well, my job, thank you for service, sir, no problem, was to adjudicate cases. And when you adjudicate a case of something that goes wrong or right, you need information. The worst thing you can do is spend all kinds of time and energy away from making things better in the future than just looking at the past. So I'm not going to get involved in that. I hope they find out everything. But it would take me on every case, 6 or 7 months. I'd get 700 pages of science. I'd get reports. This whole thing about, well, if you would have done this, and if you should have done that, and well, it didn't. And we can find out. But if you think that's going to help the people that are frustrated, that are about to be homeless because they lost their jobs, or are looking for a place for their kids to go, that ain't going to help them. That's why she asked me to come on, is to help them and move forward and give them hope. And if I'm not going to provide the adrenaline to this community with these people to and more people that we're going to bring, then I will fail. I'm going to fail.
But we know he is not going to fail. Yes.
Gavin Newsom has said he has a particular Marshall Plan.
Yes.
Rebuilding LA. I'm wondering, is that something you guys are working on?
Absolutely, we are. I met with the governor yesterday for a good hour talking about all that. And so what you will see is the plans, and what he's doing is on a regional basis. We will be working hand in glove together. And in fact, that has already started because the state has taken responsibility for clearing the hazardous waste. All of that is happening right now.
I spoke with Governor Davis today. I've spoken to a lot of people before I decided, to do this, and I'm sure you talked to a lot of people before you asked me.
Governor Davis too.
But he's gone through fires, and he said, Steve, think about the victims.
Yes.
Think about the victims.
The families.
This ain't the Steve Soboroff show or the Karen Bass for Mayor show. This is about the victims. And that's what we are doing. That's what we talk about in private.
Right.
We don't talk about anything else. It's about the victims. It's about restoring community, because without community, people are lost, and that's what we're going to focus on. I have a 10-point plan of what I'm going to start on the first day. I'm not going through that today. The mayor and I are going to be walking around in the Palisades, but we're not doing this for picture visibility. We're doing this for completion, because these people are desperate. I heard a lady yesterday with her little girl saying, honey, you're going to go back to school, and it's going to be your same classmates, which I thought was wonderful. And you know what? We are going to be in the car for an hour every morning instead of 7 minutes. So we're going to have so much fun. But the mother was so relieved. That is what we want people to feel starting 15 minutes from now. I'm not the czar. She is the czar. She isn't.
Two more questions. Yes. No. Well, we absolutely will be taking that. We want to make sure that when we build, we will build LA back stronger. We will build Palisades back stronger. And of course, we are going to, and it's not just Palisades. We know that there's many other areas. Mandeville Canyon, we're concerned about. And so Sylmar, what is going on there. And it's absolutely an opportunity for us to make sure we build back better, which means that we want to have a resilient community. One more question?
Are you the one that stole my phone? Because I got 50 of those messages today.
Well, yeah. Let me just answer that. And I will tell you, I don't know if you've had an opportunity, but going to the Disaster Recovery Center, I met with people. I met with people there yesterday and the day before. I've talked to people who lost their homes, who were actually ready to rebuild, which I frankly thought was exciting, that they had reached the point where they wanted to do what was needed in order to get back up again. But what we've told them is, especially in terms of the evacuation area, we don't know exactly when it's going to be safe. Well, it is predicted maybe it's another week. It depends on what happens on Tuesday. And so we've asked them to have the patience, because we don't want people going back before it is safe. So, building anything, even if there hadn't been a fire, you can't say exactly when you will be able to move back into your house.
A Genius Bar reservation system type way where people can know when they're going to be able to go in their house, and they're not going to be, and that we will make it safe for you instead of telling you you can't get in because it's not safe.
Exactly.
And so that's, that is one of the points. It's about the predictability so people can get back into their house, because that's just the first thing.
Right.
You've got to remove the toxic stuff from these houses before the communities can be bulldozed. And look, we are talking about urban planning. This is no time for urban planning exercising. That'll delay it by 15 years. We need people back in their houses. This happened to be, my Palisades friends aren't going to, if it was going to happen, that it happened in the Palisades, that the planning of the Palisades is beautiful. The way the community works is beautiful. You don't need to rethink Pacific Palisades. You need to rebuild Pacific Palisades.
We are going to do everything we can to build LA back stronger, and to get people home so their hopes and their dreams can continue forward. Thank you very much.
Can I just say one thing I'm a little worried about? I'm worried about price gouging. Yeah. I'm worried about people who have lost hope and say, I'm just going to sell my lot now, my house burnt down. And I urge them, hang on. Because we're going to create a system where they'll be able to re-permit and have a clean lot, and they'll be able to sell it for 10 times more. Don't be gouged now by professionals.
But we don't want them to sell. Thank you very much, everyone.
As you heard there, we were listening into LA's Mayor Karen Bass and other officials now speaking out about those devastating wildfires and their hopes for recovery for so many communities. Did want to get that in for you here on Live Now from Fox. On the other side of this 2-minute break, we're going to continue on with our coverage there of these California wildfires. Certainly a story as we've been following it for the last 2 weeks, starting to see recovery efforts. Let's listen into those press conferences side of the 2-minute break. Welcome back in here live now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Like I said, we do want to continue on with our coverage of those devastating wildfires there in Southern California. Let's check in with Fox's Caroline Elliott. She has the very latest on the damage.
As the fires in California continue to burn, planning for the recovery process is just getting started.
It's sad because you come through so many houses and so much burnt up stuff, but it's a relief that we're coming here.
More than a week after the Eaton Canyon fires sent people running from their homes, some evacuees were finally allowed to return. Checkpoints leading back to their houses required photo ID and proof of residency, but it could be weeks before most of the 80,000 evacuated residents are allowed to go home. The danger now shifts to the threat of landslides and potentially toxic ash and debris. The rubble can contain asbestos, lead, and other dangerous materials.
This is a combination of a wildfire as well as an urban fire, which poses two different risks on everyone.
Meanwhile, for firefighters, the focus remains on containment and support for those impacted. Crews are making progress on the Palisades and Eaton fires, but more danger could be around the corner when the Santa Ana winds kick up again next week. And fire officials are asking the public for more patience as they make their way through the damaged landscape.
My apologies to all of you. We would love to be able to stop it next time, but I don't want to lie to you. It's going to be very difficult.
The fires have also forced closure for at least 10 schools so far, and district officials are now scrambling to find classrooms for thousands of students. In Los Angeles County, Caroline Elliott, Fox News.
Our thanks to Caroline Elliott for bringing us the very latest. We are going to step away for another 2-minute break, but on the other side, we'll be bringing you coverage there from California officials as they're talking about insurance fraud there in the state amid these deadly wildfires. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now. We do want to continue our coverage here of some of the week's top stories. And as I teased ahead of the break, we do know that insurance fraud has been an issue and conversation there in Southern California as they are now turning towards recovery from the deadly wildfires. Let's listen in as officials are now speaking on the dangers and what they are now doing to help combat the issue.
All set?
Thank you very much for coming this morning. We are here, and I am joined by our insurance commissioner, Ricardo Lara, and some of the key members of his team from the Department of Insurance. And they are on my right. On my left, you have the individuals from the district attorney's office. I'll identify them. Actually, Maria Ramirez is the assistant district attorney for special operations. Hoon Chun is here, the director and deputy district attorney. He's in charge of the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office Fraud and Corruption Prosecutions. You have Shannon Presby, the head deputy district attorney, and he's in charge of Cybercrime Division. Gina Satriano, the head deputy district attorney, and she is in charge of the Consumer Protection Division. You have Kelly Jean Chun, the head deputy district attorney in charge of White Collar Crime Division, and Steve Wang, the deputy district attorney from the Consumer Protection Division. We are joined today to make a very clear statement to those who are thinking of any type of insurance fraud in connection with these wildfires, that we are setting up a rapid response team to both prevent this type of fraud and then ultimately, if we have to prosecute it. On the district attorney's side, we have made and sent the warning that is unmistakably clear at this point. The question is not if, but when you will be prosecuted if you engage in any type of insurance fraud, and we'll go through some details of what that looks like. So that's a when question, not an if. Then you will be arrested as part of it, and you will be punished to the maximum extent of the law. And the reason I say that is I don't want any discussion afterwards that I was confused, that maybe these weren't crimes, maybe these crimes weren't going to be punished, and if they were being punished, maybe I would just get a slap on the wrist. The answer is no. Justice will be swift, and justice will be significant if you want to take advantage of people in their lowest moments, people who have suffered the tragedy of losing homes, having property destroyed, and are now seeking to recover from that destruction, from that tragedy. They are relying on the state, on the Department of Insurance. They're going to rely on the federal government. They're going to rely on county resources and city resources. And for the people who want to rely on these resources, please do so. There are so many different avenues for you to access these resources. They are there for you. Please, please take advantage of them. But for the people, the criminals, who think they can take advantage of the system for their own benefit, for their despicable desires to go ahead and profit from this tragedy, again, you are seeing a unified front that is going to come after you and throw the whole book at you if you want to engage in this type of insurance fraud. To give you an idea of the type of swift justice that we are bringing, we announced earlier this week the charges against 10 different individuals, 9 for looting, 1 for arson. Today, you will hear later the announcement of 8 different charges against individuals ranging from arson, impersonation of a firefighter, looting, ammunition possessed by a felon, and mandatory evacuation violations. The sentences, the maximum sentences for these charges will range from 3 years in prison up to 25 years in prison, depending on the particular individual. These are significant sentences and should send that message to all those people who might be contemplating committing these type of wildfire-related crimes, that we are taking this extremely seriously. And when it comes to insurance fraud, again, the commissioner and his department, the district attorney and its office has experience in this situation dealing with crises. You can go all the way back to the 1990s when Los Angeles got hit with the fires, the floods, the earthquake, and the riots. And we had to deal with the situations back then when people were trying to recover and accessing insurance. So the people, we have seen 2 different types of crimes that sadly will occur. There's the people who are going to pretend to be valid insurance companies, insurance agents, brokers, and they're going to target these vulnerable people who are looking for answers for recovery. They're going to lie to them. They're going to deceive them. They're going to try to rip them off. And to these criminals, you are despicable, and we will absolutely go after you. And then there's people, unfortunately, who are going to look at this insurance opportunity as an opportunity to benefit well beyond any type of damage they have suffered, or in many cases, they haven't suffered damage at all. They just look at this as a potential pot of money that they think they can illegally access by lying to insurance companies, by lying to the Department of Insurance, or lying to state, federal, or local governments that are trying to help those who are truly suffering. Again, the people who want to engage in these scams against the government, we're going to be coming after you as well. So these are the warnings. We want to make this warning shot so clear that nobody will have any doubt or any confusion about what we're going to do. I'd now like to turn this over to the Commissioner Lara to describe in more detail the rapid response team and what the Department of Insurance is doing in connection with preventing and ultimately prosecuting insurance fraud.
Thank you, District Attorney, for having us here today. Before I begin, I want to take a second to introduce the members that are here from our law enforcement team. Chief Andrew Gulcher from the head of our investigation division, Deputy Chief Sean Connor from our fraud division, and many members of our team. I'm proud to have you here. Thank you for the opportunity for us to be here and address this unfortunate reality. You know, this is over my 112th fire since I've been in office throughout the state. And so we unfortunately have some experience around what we're going to see next as a recovery process. So I'm committed to standing with every Angelino and taking swift and meaningful action to protect and support you. This is why announcing this strike team with the DA is critical. We usually wait until the fires have subsided and the rebuilding process begins to start warning consumers about fraud, but we cannot wait in such a massive county like Los Angeles. We need to act quickly and give consumers the protections that they need as they're starting to make these really tough financial decisions. Fraud prevention is a key focus right now. And before I get into this, I just want to give you three big updates about what we've been working on. All eyes are on insurance companies, including ours at the department. Insurance companies must do the right thing during this crisis and stand by their consumers, many of whom have been with them for years, paying their premiums fully and on time. Last week, as you all know, I put a mandatory moratorium in effect for property homeowners policies from being non-renewed or canceled by insurance companies after these wildfires. I'm also now expanding that mandatory moratorium and non-renewals to more areas reflecting the growing footprint of these fires. This includes Palisades, Eaton, and now Hearst, Lydia, Sunset, and Woodley. Also, I've asked insurance companies last week to honor the policies they non-renewed or intended to non-renew prior to the wildfires. I'm glad to say that State Farm, California's largest insurer, was the first to answer my call by pausing all pending non-renewals, and not just in the affected areas, but anywhere in LA County for 1 year. This is impacting and will impact tens of thousands of policies. This is critically important to give people some much needed time. So what does this mean? As of effective January 7th, State Farm is pausing all non-renewals for homeowners, rental, residential community association, and business owner policies in the impacted areas of the current wildfires, and for all LA County consumers with pending non-renewals or cancellations. I do applaud State Farm for answering my call and really setting the tone for other insurance companies to follow during this unprecedented crisis. I also am focused on addressing the immediate needs for our consumers today, which is getting the claims process started. Effective now, we have extended our service hours. We have experts on standby Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. now to 7 p.m. And now we have weekend hours, Saturday and Sunday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. I'm also hosting our insurance support workshops to assist residents affected by these recent wildfires. As you know, it's in Santa Monica College this Saturday and Sunday from January 18th and 19th, and Pasadena City College next Saturday and Sunday, January 25th and 26th. Wildfire survivors will be able to make one-on-one appointments with my department staff and insurance representatives that will be there to start working on their claims immediately. So if you haven't made your appointment yet, please call us at 1-800-927-4357. So let's get to our rapid response to combat fraud. Disasters bring the best in people, but unfortunately, it also brings out the worst. That's why I'm creating with our DA this rapid response team. We are working together to prosecute fraudsters and protect survivors from exploitation. We are also educating wildfire survivors about their rights, verifying contractors and adjusters, looking at verifying their licenses, and providing guidance as they navigate this long road to recovery. Since 2019, we have funded district attorneys across California at the Department of Insurance with over $550 million to fight insurance fraud, including here in LA with more than $116 million alone. This investment has already led to some arrests and convictions in recent years, and we are committed to doing even more during this disaster. My team has recovered over $474 million for consumers after past wildfire disasters, and we are very serious about protecting consumers and fraud and actually getting results. This is why this partnership today.
All right, as you hear there, we were just listening into those LA officials, including District Attorney Hochman, as they're talking about the very latest with doing the best they can to protect against insurance fraud. All right, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break. On the other side, though, our coverage continues. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with that press conference that we got a bit earlier today out of Los Angeles County, with several officials now speaking out about how they will be prosecuting after, if anyone there who's affected by those wildfires does commit insurance fraud. Let's listen into the remainder of those comments.
And we are very serious about protecting consumers and fraud and actually getting results. This is why this partnership today is critical. Let me give you some examples of how egregious these fraudulent folks can be and some of the cases around fraud that we have seen, unfortunately, over the years. A public adjuster was sentenced to 10 years in prison for stealing more than $1.2 million in insurance payouts, hiring unlicensed contractors, and leaving victims without even repairing their homes. An adjuster and their company sought claims by sending misleading mailers claiming a recovery program that was supposedly funded by the state of California. In another case, the owner of a property management company and a janitorial service company fraudulently billed over $3 million for fire damage cleanup work that never happened or even was performed. So here's a clear guidance to avoid scams. Please verify the license for contractors and for adjusters through our website or on our hotline before you sign any contract. If you're under any duress or any stress, we don't want you to sign anything. Call our department, call our DA. We are working hand in hand to get these answers and provide you some guidance real time. Be aware of unlicensed contractors with unsolicited offers and deals that seem to be too good to be true. So let's give you some steps, what we can do to help empower you. Document and organize. Take photos or videos of property damage and keep all receipts for additional living expenses like hotels and meals. I know there's a lot of great volunteers out there cleaning up properties in our streets, but before you clean up your individual property, take pictures. There's nothing like pictures to get proof of what the damage looks like, so there is no question from your adjuster or your insurance company. Create a dedicated email folder for communication with your insurance company. Create a brand new email so you have all the insurance-related issues, your adjuster issues, in one inbox. So it's readily accessible for you. Start your insurance claim. Contact your insurance company immediately to initiate your claim and request a full copy of your policy to understand your coverage. If you can't get a hold of your insurance company, let us know, and trust me, we'll be on the phone. We can also help you get your insurance policy as well and help you understand your policy, especially for our non-speaking English LA County residents. Report fraud and concerns that you see. Even if you have a slightest inkling of something shady going on, give us a call at 1-800-927-4357. We can verify licenses. We can let you know if they understand the consumer protections that we have here in California. Every state is unique. We are going to allow out-of-state adjusters to come in to heed the amount of claims, but they're going to have to be verified through the department and understand the unique rights that consumers have here in California and protections. My goal is very simple: to make insurance fair, accurate, and available for all Californians. Whether you're navigating the claims process, seeking resources to rebuild, or protecting yourself from scams, we are here. So again, I'm going to say this number again. Call us at 1-800-927-4357, or you can visit us at insurance.ca.gov, or attend one of our workshops. We will have our enforcement team there as well to have one-on-one conversations. I just want to say a couple words in Spanish sobre las pausas y no renovaciones de State Farm. State Farm, la aseguradora más grande de California, fue la primera en responder a mi llamado a tener pausa a todas las no renovaciones residenciales pendientes, no solo en las áreas afectadas por los incendios, sino en cualquier parte del condado de Los Ángeles durante un año, lo que afecta a decenas de miles de pólizas. ¿Qué significa esto? A partir del 7 de enero, State Farm pausará las no renovaciones de las pólizas de propietarios de viviendas, alquileres, asociaciones de comunidad, residenciales y propietarios de empresas en las áreas más afectadas de los incendios actuales de California, y para todos los consumidores en el condado de Los Ángeles, con no renovaciones o con cartas de cancelación. Aplaudo a State Farm por responder a mi llamado y marcar la pauta para que sigan otras aseguradoras y hagan lo mismo. También estamos ampliando las moratorias obligatorias bajo mi mando sobre las no renovaciones a más áreas que reflejan las zonas de los incendios que incluyen Palisades, Eaton y ahora Hearst, Lydia, Sunset y Woodley. Hoy estamos anunciando la formación de un equipo antifraude entre el Departamento de Seguros y la Fiscalía del Condado de Los Ángeles de respuesta rápida para prevenir y judiciar el fraude de seguros. Por favor, ya sean en el proceso de los reclamos o buscando recursos para recuperarse o protegerse ante las estafas, que estamos aquí para ayudarles. Llámenos al 1-800-927-4357 o visite el sitio web insurance.ca.gov. Queremos hacer nuestra parte para ayudarle a recuperar su dinero lo más pronto posible y protegerles ante el fraude. Muchas gracias.
And with that, we have time for a few questions.
People don't have access to their homes. How do you suggest they deal with the photo issue?
I want to make sure the minute that they have access to their home, take pictures. It's critical. Even for folks that, as we see that the fires are still raging, you might be adjacent to one of these fires, start taking, it's just a good rule. Take pictures of your valuables, take pictures of any upgrades you've made in your home. So the minute that you can, this is why it's important that the cleaning volunteer crews understand that we don't want them cleaning up individual properties until we have an opportunity to come in where it's safe to take photos.
Yes.
Commissioner, are you going to be working also with the Contractor State Licensing Board as well to vet out people that don't have an active license?
We have that list already, and we're in constant contact with the Labor Commissioner, with the board. We're also working with the Attorney General to come after any, unfortunately, price gouging that immediately follows during this construction period, and any violations to worker safety or worker protections. So we're all in constant communication as well. Thank you.
And let me just add a moment on unlicensed contractors. We're about to have a tremendous amount of rebuilding work here in this county. The rebuilding work could literally number into the billions of dollars. It is an attractive proposition for unlicensed contractors to come in who might already be here or come in from the surrounding counties, from somewhere in this state or somewhere in this entire country. They view this as the gold mine to tap into. Let me send a very strong message to these unlicensed contractors. Number one, if you are an unlicensed contractor and you engage in this work, we're going to prosecute you. You'll be committing a crime. Number two, often these unlicensed contractors use labor trafficking. They engage in an aspect of human trafficking where they bring in people who are effectively beholden to them. And these are people, whether they're local people or people they bring in from the outside. It's a form of labor trafficking. We're going to go after that as well. And three, for the people out there who are in need of these services, we will get those services to you. Please follow the rules. And when I say follow the rules, again, you're going to see it with contracting. You'll see it with insurance. Right now, FEMA offers at least two different programs: an upfront payment for the people who have been affected by these wildfires of approximately $750. They then can give you additional monies under the FEMA programs, and you can access, for instance, the SBA loans, hundreds of thousands of dollars, either for on the personal side or on the business side. We do require something from you: honesty. So when you're actually responding to FEMA, when you're responding to the SBA, and they ask if you have suffered in the areas that have been affected, you need to give honest answers. And if you have not suffered, you do not qualify for these monies. And if you did suffer, you need to answer the questions honestly. We're going to look at those applications. And if people have inflated any amount illegally, and they know it when they submit the application, that is additional crimes that we will look at, investigate, prosecute, and punish. So again, you have heard today this rapid response team from the Department of Insurance working with the District Attorney's Office. It offers a helping hand generously to the people who need that helping hand right now. But it also has a hammer for the people who want to illegally take advantage of the funds that are coming into our community from the people who are actually suffering and need it. That helping hand and that hammer are what this rapid response team is all about. And I very much encourage people to take up the commissioner on his offer. Please contact the Department of Insurance if you even suspect that there is any type of fraud going on. And if it deals with price gouging, I'll give you an email address. It's stoppricegouging.dcba.lacounty.gov. That's stop price gouging, all one word, .dcba.lacounty.gov. If you report that price gouging, whether, again, it deals with contracting services, hotels, rental rooms, any type of good or material that someone is engaged in price gouging, which is charging you more than 10% from what it was on the market before the wildfires, they've committed a crime and we will go after them. Any further questions? Yes.
Yeah. If I fill out my forms, when can I get money? How soon should I expect to get money and payments to be able? There's a lot of people who are, hanging by a thread.
Absolutely. This is why it's critical that if folks attend our workshops, our goal is to do this all in one-stop shop. Get the representatives there. Also, give us a call if you can't make it. We make that connection with the insurance company. There's been a lot of questions around the FAIR plan. We can get those questions and connect you with somebody with the FAIR plan if you call our number. That is my number one goal right now, is to get this process started and get your money as quickly as possible. Obviously, we're again doing this faster than we normally do because we want to wait until adjusters can come into your property, insurance companies can start looking at your claims process, but we can't wait. This fire is of unprecedented magnitude, and we need to start being much more proactive, hence why we're doing it now, to start the process as quickly as possible. So anybody who's having a problem with their claims process, call our department. That is our job, to make sure that the insurance companies honor that contract that you entered with them. If they don't, we will come after them legally. That is my commitment to LA County residents.
But again, what time, how much time do
Yeah.
I expect to?
It all varies because policies are individualized and very different and different to different companies. And so this is why we want to get the process started so then we can start monitoring. Our goal is to be able to hopefully publicly post how many claims are coming in, how many payouts are happening. Again, to assure the public that payouts are happening, claims are being reviewed, and also put the insurance companies on notice that we're tracking these policies and how long they're taking. So stay tuned for that as well.
What about, is there enough money in the FAIR plan?
As of today, our department is meeting with the FAIR plan officers twice a week. Right now, I feel very confident. Of course, the fires continue to expand, unfortunately. So we'll have a better idea, but we're monitoring and having contacts with them. I feel very confident that they can pay out these claims.
And what about with inflation? Because, labor, everything is going to cost a lot more now.
You hit the nail on the head. The two biggest factors in rates for insurance has been inflation and the cost of climate change. And those are real. And so this is why it's critical that we connect with our DA, with the Attorney General, to fight these price gouging that I can tell you are gonna come and happen. We've seen it after every single fire. And so we got to stay ahead of this, and why the strike team becomes more important now, so that we can stay on it and do a rapid response around these cases.
You mentioned State Farm taking your call. Have any other major companies made any progress with it?
We've been in communications with other insurance companies, and so stay tuned. I think, it's laudable what State Farm did, and it really sets the tone. Especially, Angelenos, we know LA County is an economic juggernaut to the country. Allowing us some time in Angelenos to recover We're not asking for anything, we're not asking for a hand. We're just asking us for an opportunity to recover so that we continue to do what we do best, and is contribute to the the economy of our country and our state.
All right. Well, thank you all for coming today. And again, we will have future press conferences as there is stuff to report. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, as you see, we were just watching there as the LADA, he was speaking there alongside other officials talking about this insurance fraud situation that they're now warning against in Southern California. Certainly something that we're going to keep our eyes on here on Live Now from Fox. We also, though, want to check in with our partners there in Southern California, Fox 11 News. They've been doing amazing coverage. They also caught up with some of those sports teams to find out how LA sports teams are helping that recovery effort. Let's listen in to their reporting.
There are thousands of people here. Just take a look at this long line. Unbelievable to think that all of these people impacted by these fires. The massive scale of LA's fires never more clear. Thousands of families Friday lining up for much needed help at 3 giveaways across the city. Many left with nothing but the clothes they're wearing.
Once in a while, just about crying, okay. It hurts.
This was Joe Galvin's home off PCH before the Palisades fire. As the flames grew out of control, Joe and his dog Pasta evacuated.
I saved him instead of saving my car or whatever.
Now they're home like so many others in Pacific Palisades, a charred pile of rubble.
I'm pretty much a giver all the time, but now I'm taking a little bit. But I just never thought this would ever happen to me.
Some of these families that lost everything, I can't even imagine having to start over like that.
Dodgers like Chris Taylor teaming up with players from other LA sports teams for the giveaway.
I think it's just so important for us as the LA Sparks and all of the LA sports teams to show up for the community like they always show up for us.
Can I get a 11 men's?
Handing out shoes, clothes, toys, baby supplies,
Would you like a free meal?
and food to those from fire-stricken communities.
It would be one thing to donate or something, but it really makes such a big difference to come here and meet the kids and talk to the families.
It's insane to realize everything you worked for so hard is gone in just mere hours.
Yeah.
And not just with my home, our whole neighborhood is gone.
Wow.
Decimated.
Each family in line with their own story of devastation.
Give them a smile.
Thankful for this escape from reality and for their favorite sports teams pitching in when they need it most.
I, for one, am really thankful that I can come, be able to pick up things for my family.
Reporting at Dodger Stadium, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
We certainly appreciate Matthew Cedar for his reporting. Nice to see those sports teams there in Southern California stepping up to the plate to help out those in need. All right, we did want to bring that story to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take this time to step away for our first 2-minute break of the hour. But on the other side, we have coverage of so many more of the hot topics that we've been following here on Live Now. I want to show you this live look that we now have there in the Middle East as well. If you've been keeping up with us here on Live Now, we've been covering the ceasefire and hostage situation. We have much more on that on the other side of our Welcome back in here live now from Fox. We're taking a live look there in the Middle East. This specifically is Jerusalem, where it was just announced a few hours ago that the Israeli cabinet did approve that ceasefire deal that was on the table. It's also been approved by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. At this time, we do know it's set to go into effect on Sunday. Let's go ahead and check in with Fox's correspondents there on the ground in Israel to give us the very latest update on the efforts now to make sure those hostages come home safely.
After 15 months of fighting, days of delays, and several last-minute crises, Israel's security cabinet has finally approved a ceasefire deal with Hamas. The three-phase agreement starts with a pause in the fighting. Hostages will then be exchanged for Palestinian prisoners, and the Israeli military will slowly withdraw from Gaza and allow more aid deliveries.
It's taken 8 months of non-stop, relentless effort of my administration to get it done. We kept the pressure on Hamas, and we got it done.
Now the focus turns to implementation. Mediators from Qatar and Egypt say the ceasefire will go into effect on Sunday, but as of this morning, Israeli airstrikes were still hammering Gaza, and it won't be easy to get either side to back down.
We have to work hand on hand in order to start the implementation of this agreement without any delay. That's of great importance in order to secure the release of all hostages.
The deal also calls for negotiations on Phase 2 to start 16 days after the ceasefire begins, and a lot can happen in that time, including a political shakeup in Israel. Several conservative lawmakers opposed to the agreement and threatening to leave Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's fragile coalition government.
It includes the release of hundreds of murderous terrorists. In fact, this deal will end all the achievements we were able to bring to the state of Israel.
The agreement calls for 33 hostages to be released over the next 6 weeks, all of them women, children, and men over the age of 50. In Tel Aviv, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
Our thanks to Mike Tobin for bringing us the very latest there from on the ground, as you heard there in Tel Aviv in Israel. All right, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break, but on the other side, we're going to be joined by an expert there from the Foundation of the Defense of Democracies, who's going to talk us through what this ceasefire agreement looks like, as well as what we can expect from the hostages now set to come home. Stay with us now. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As promised before the break, we're now going to be heading into an interview that I did conduct a bit earlier today to discuss the hostage and ceasefire situation that is currently unfolding there in the Middle East. Let's listen in to those comments right here on Live Now. And as you see, we're taking a look there over the Gaza Strip. So many eyes have been on the Middle East over the last few days, as it was just announced that Israel's cabinet approved a deal early Saturday morning for them for a ceasefire in Gaza that would release dozens of hostages held there. This is going to be a pause on the 15-month war with Hamas, bringing the sides just now a step closer to ending their deadliest and most destructive fighting ever. It was officially announced just after 1 a.m. there in Jerusalem time. And now I want to bring into the conversation Jonathan Schanzer with the FDD. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now. Of course, we've been covering this story as it's unfolded this week. What are your initial thoughts? And from what I understand, you just landed back here in the States from Israel a few hours ago.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was a fascinating week for me to be there. For the first couple of days, I landed on Monday, and for the first couple of days, all we were hearing about was, will they, won't they? Will Hamas agree? Can the government get to the right terms with Hamas? At the end of the day, they got basically what they wanted. This was a deal that was actually put on the table in May of last year. Hamas rejected that deal repeatedly. The big difference maker, I would argue, there were probably three of them. One was the killing of Yahya Sinwar in the middle of last year. Then Hezbollah, the Iran proxy out of Lebanon, they agreed to a ceasefire after really getting beat up by the Israeli military. I think they realized that it was a mistake to try to open up a second front. And then, of course, we saw the election of Donald Trump, who issued that tweet saying that the gates of hell would open if the hostages weren't returned. So Hamas and their patrons in Iran and in Turkey and in Qatar, I think they were all feeling the heat. And so that deal that Hamas had no to all the way back in May, repeatedly, they finally agreed to. In Israel, not everybody loved the deal. I think there's a lot of relief. A lot of the hostage families are obviously very excited about the prospect of being able to bring their loved ones home. There's, of course, fear that you could see some of these hostages coming back in body bags. We don't know who's alive and who's dead. But there is also some opposition to this in Israel, because the Israelis are going to pay a heavy price for the release of 33 hostages. They're going to release 1,000 Hamas fighters that have blood on their hands. This is not sitting well with everyone, especially those who fear that Hamas might try to kidnap more Israelis in order to get bargaining chips to get the release of additional terrorists. So the debate continues in Israel, but the government has approved this, and we expect it to start to go through either Sunday or Monday, depending on the final terms of that deal.
And there's just so much to get into with this deal and what the lead up was like. I want to start with the American side. We do know that President Biden had a hand in this. He produced this deal earlier on in 2024, as we just discussed. It just now came to a close here. But we also see that the hands of Donald Trump, he's also said that his involvement, and as you mentioned there, his election win is also playing a role. What are your thoughts on this overall? Who really gets the credit for pushing this side on the American side to help this deal go through?
Well, look, I think most people in the region right now think that Biden didn't do enough, that he could have put more pressure on Hamas's patrons. Again, Iran, Qatar, Turkey, the three terror sponsoring countries that have been giving Hamas the backing that it never deserved and probably should have never gotten. And the Biden administration was really tiptoeing around all of this. They were not issuing tough demands. And you see Trump come in and he just seals the deal with a tweet. I mean, it's really amazing when you think about it. There's also something else that was very strange that I learned while I was over there, and that was that Stephen Witkoff, the president-elect's incoming envoy for Middle East negotiations, the man who's expected to try to broker a deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel for normalization, he was actually in Qatar negotiating with Hamas's patrons before he even took the job. This is highly irregular to have somebody who wasn't even in the chair yet to go over there and to push this thing over the finish line. And I think, I don't think we've ever seen anything like this before. I cannot remember it in recent history where a president-elect sends somebody that's not even getting paid to do the work to get over there and do something to end a crisis. I think it really is reflective, though, of how Donald Trump just did not want to start this second presidency of his with a Middle East crisis lingering. I think at the end of the day, this is a man who probably just wanted to see some quiet so that he could focus on the domestic priorities here in the United States. And so at least for the first 42 days, that's how long the first phase of this deal will last, it is likely that we'll see quiet, and that is apparently what Donald Trump wanted.
And I'm glad you also brought that up. Let's talk about Benjamin Netanyahu as well, of course, the prime minister there in Israel. So after this deal was initially announced, Benjamin Netanyahu, he came out and he said, hey, there are some last minute complications. Can you sort of break down for folks who haven't been paying as much close attention this week to what those last minute complications were and how they were able to get past them to get this deal finally on the table?
There are a lot of things that are flying around about this disagreement. It was, maybe backloaded for Hamas in a way that I think the Israelis are still not happy about. Most of the hostages that are going to be released are going to be released in the back end of these 42 days. And that will likely, the bulk of them are going to be released after Israel is supposed to agree to a second phase of this deal, which would guarantee the end of the fighting. So I think the Israelis were pushing back on that. But I think in the end, it appears they acquiesced to it. What I heard was the big sticking point was just who was going to be released. The Israelis have refused to allow what they call celebrity terrorists, so people that would be celebrated on the streets of the West Bank or the Gaza Strip, people that have multiple murders on their hands. The Israelis refuse to allow them to be released. There are some killers who are going to get out as a result of this deal, but they're not going to be those big names. The big question, at least as I understood it, was who were they even looking at? They're about, 4,000 Hamas prisoners right now in the Israeli system. They had to narrow it down to 1,000 to be released. And so the Israelis picked 500, Hamas picked 500, and that was apparently the challenge, was actually just getting to the number that both would agree to without having those high-profile celebrity terrorists on that list.
And I want to put our focus back there on the hostages. We were just showing some video, of course, of all those posters. It's been heartbreaking to hear the families of those victims speak out over the last 15 months, devastated that their loved ones were taken away from them. But as you mentioned, the big question, we know that 33 are set to be released in this first phase. How many, though, are ultimately alive? We did hear some numbers being floated out by the Israeli government saying that they believe there are about a little less than 100, I believe, hostages total, but they're not sure how many are alive. Can you sort of speak to that and what those folks are now trying to anticipate over the next 6 weeks?
Yeah, there are 98 that are still in Hamas custody. I think there've been about 110 or so, maybe even 120 hostages released up until now. Some bodies have come back. The Israelis have recovered some. Out of the 98 that are still going to be returned, I think the estimate is that roughly half are still alive. That's obviously not great news. But the fact that there are any that are alive is really what's motivating the Israelis. And by the way, the Israelis also want to give proper burials to those who've been killed. I think the first release of these hostages will be an emotional one for the families, because what we're going to be talking about are the younger women who were in Hamas custody. These are women that I think most people expect to hear horrific stories of sexual abuse, sexual violence, beatings, and the like. When they come back, their stories will be told eventually. And this is likely to spark massive emotional outrage on the part of the Israeli public. There is also another name that I think we all need to keep an eye out for. That is this toddler who was kidnapped on October 7th. His name is Kfir Bibas. There's a lot of speculation as to whether he's alive or no longer among the living. I think that will probably be the most emotional name when we see the release. If he comes back in a body bag, I can only imagine the response from the Israeli public. I think they're still hoping, maybe against their better judgment, that this young child will be released. But we're going to be hearing about some names that will absolutely evoke strong emotions among these hostage families. But again, they're going to be really, I think, they're desperate to just bring closure. After 15 months of not knowing what happened to their loved ones, these families are just, they're holding their breath, and we're getting close here. When I left, you could really feel the anticipation on the streets of Israel.
And I'm glad you mentioned that. We also have some information here from the Associated Press. According to their reporting, Israel's prison services says that it's going to be transporting the prisoners instead of the International Committee of the Red Cross, which handled the transportation during the first ceasefire, to avoid public expressions of joy. That's in quotes. The prisoners have been accused of those crimes, as you mentioned: incitement, vandalism, supporting terror activities, attempted murder, or even throwing stones or Molotov cocktails. You've spoken so far, Jonathan, to the nature of these people who will be released from captivity. You also mentioned that that's kind of the hesitation on the side of the Israeli people as well. What do you feel like the ultimate feeling will be on Sunday or Monday when this process eventually goes through? How will the people truly respond?
Well, look, I mean, I think let's look at both sides of this. Imagine you're a Gazan and you've been living in Gaza. You didn't want this war. And look at the destruction that Hamas has brought through this assault, this mass murder that they carried out on October 7th. Now imagine that you have some of the people who are caught on the battlefield and they are released and they are sent back to Gaza. Do you think these people are going to get a hero's welcome, or do you think the people will jeer them? And I think it's an interesting question. I don't know how to answer that. I can only tell you that if someone started a war that led to the destruction of my home, I don't think I would call them a hero. I think I would probably boo them and tell them to get out of my property. So I think that, it's going to be interesting to see what happens when the Gazans and West Bankers see some of these people that brought the destruction that has ensued over the last 15 months. In Israel, I think most of the population truly is just, their hearts have been breaking. You see those posters everywhere, the bumper stickers, the yellow ribbons. This has just been tearing at the soul of the country. And so they're desperate to get them back. I think there is a divide, a pretty significant rift right now between left wing and right wing in Israel. The left says, bring them back at any cost. The right says, bring them back, but not at any cost. Let's not give terrorists back to the West Bank or Gaza. By the way, some of them will be going to Qatar and Turkey. As I mentioned, these are two state sponsors of terrorism that have been supporting Hamas. They may receive some of the prisoners that have the most blood on their hands, because the Israelis don't want them there. But I think, most of the Israelis would say, bring them home. But I think there's a chunk of them that are saying, bring them home, but not at this cost. And so it's for that reason we've seen some members of parliament in Israel object to this deal.
And I also want to talk about the region at large. Where do you think they go from here? Obviously, you mentioned earlier in our conversation the ceasefire deal that happened with Hezbollah a bit earlier on, before this one was on the table with Hamas for Israel. But we also know the proxies, Iran in the region, as well as the Houthis, they're still a major factor as well. What are your thoughts about what becomes there in the Middle East in the coming months?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a really interesting question. I mean, I think Hamas, it's going to take years and years to rebuild, if they're ever able to rebuild at all. They're just not going to have the same capabilities, and they're going to have to be focusing, if anything, on the reconstruction of Gaza. In Lebanon, the leadership of Hezbollah, which was Iran's strongest proxy, they are now eviscerated. I mean, the top leaders are dead. The mid-level leaders are injured or dead. The arsenal is depleted. I think it was a major victory for the Israelis in Lebanon, and that was a war that certainly Israel didn't want, but they found a way to finish it, at least for now. In Syria, there were proxies that were fighting against Israel. Well, the Assad regime just collapsed in December, and it's not likely to, come back. So that's another front that looks a lot better for Israel. It's been pretty quiet in Iraq. That's another place where we saw Iranian militias firing rockets at Israel. That has gone quiet, and it'll be interesting to see whether Iran is able to cajole some of these militias to begin firing at Israel again. Doesn't seem likely, at least for right now. So the two areas that I'm watching really are the Houthis, which you mentioned. This is now a terrorist organization that is doing two things that should shock us all. One is they possess ballistic missiles. These are long-distance missiles that can go like 1,000 miles with some accuracy and target Israel. My first night in Israel, the sirens went off at 3 a.m. because one of these missiles had just penetrated Israeli airspace. Really kind of a jarring thing to happen, especially with someone like me from the United States. You're not used to hearing things like that. And that's what Israelis have been dealing with just about every night. But then there's the other part of this, which has had a direct impact on the United States. And that is that the Houthis have shut down the Red Sea. That means that no ships are able to pass through there unless, of course, they're Chinese or Russian or Iranian. But that's shutting down a waterway that is responsible for something like 10 to 12% of global trade. So I actually think there's a really interesting decision forthcoming here for the Trump administration. How are they going to handle this Houthi problem? It's an Israeli issue, but it's also an American issue. It's a global issue now. The last area I would just point to is the West Bank, which is the other area with a large population of Palestinians. There have been a lot of operations, IDF operations, targeting Hamas, Islamic Jihad, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and other terrorist groups. They're still running around there in the West Bank. That could be another area that flares up. But generally speaking, when you look around the region, that war that started on October 7th by Hamas, sponsored by the Iranians, it's gone from 7 fronts really down to 2, if we're to be honest. And I think the Israelis still have the upper hand. And I think that's probably a good thing at the end of the day, that Iran is beginning to retreat. The question is now, really the final question, is whether Donald Trump works with the Israelis to further weaken Iran to make sure that this doesn't happen again. I think that's the big question in front of the Trump administration once things get underway.
And it certainly will be one that we're watching. Do want to show you this look that we also have there in Jerusalem at this time. I also want to point this out because I found it interesting. I want to know if you can add some color to this conversation and to help people at home understand the significance of this. We do know that the government did announce the approval at 1 a.m. local time there in Jerusalem and confirmed that the ceasefire will go into effect on Sunday. It's important because this hours-long cabinet meeting went well past the beginning of the Jewish Sabbath. Of course, that's a sign of this moment's importance. Do you think that those members of the cabinet, of course, wanting to honor the Sabbath, but also understanding how critical it is to bring home these hostages who've been missing their families, can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a crisis of sorts. I mean, I have to say, from what I heard in Israel, there was really no chance that this thing wasn't going to get passed. But this is a right-wing government. And there are members of this cabinet that simply did not want to release those 1,000 Hamas prisoners. That was a red line for them. And so I think there was some horse trading going on. Agreements had to be struck between Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, and some of the outliers from within his coalition. So I think that needed to happen, but also their voices needed to be heard. They needed to go on the record. There may be some challenges, by the way. In fact, I expect them. There'll be some petitions filed at Israel's Supreme Court where they're going to try to stop some of the terrorists that may be on the list for release. There'll be families that are trying to work through the judicial system to ensure that that doesn't happen. I think at the end of the day, it's probably not going to work. I think the vast majority, if not all of those prisoners that are going to be released, these Hamas terrorists, I think they're going to get released. But I think all of that needed to play out. And I think you're very right to point out that doing this, that went overtime into Shabbat or Sabbath, as we would call it, this was extraordinary. It was exceptional. But these are exceptional times right now. It's a dramatic moment right now in Israel.
And before I let you go, Jonathan, the last question that I really have for you is, do you think that this agreement that is currently in place will go the distance through all three phases? Or which phase do you see, if there are any complications, that it will truly run into? Because, of course, I think all of us from the outside looking in just would like to see ultimately peace in the Middle East and those hostages returned to their families.
Yeah, I mean, I think wanting peace is obviously a good thing. I think really the question is peace on what terms? And I think that if the Israelis agree to peace at any cost, that cost will be that Hamas is able to rebuild. And, you know, this is an organization that killed 1,200 people in one day and kidnapped 254. And I don't think that the Israelis are going to want to agree to end the conflict on terms that would be advantageous to Hamas, that would give them an opportunity to get off their backs and back up on their feet and to begin to fight again. So my sense is that, you know, if I'm reading the tea leaves correctly in Israel right now, they'll make this initial 42 days work, which will see the release of the hostages, those 33. After that, you know, they're talking about men of fighting age, and then that's the second phase of hostages that would be released. And the last one would be bodies. And I don't know if the Israelis are going to be willing to trade bodies for a full end of conflict. I'm not even sure they will be willing to trade those men of fighting age. I think we will likely see this full first phase go through. After that, I think it's going to get tough for the Israelis to agree, because they have this very justifiable need to finish off Hamas. They don't want to see this terror group come back to terrorize Israel again. If they don't take care of this problem now, they learned this the hard way, because they fought Hamas for, you know, multiple rounds of conflict and they never took them out. I think they realize now if they don't take them out, it's going to come back to bite them again. And they have a very different mentality now. They learned some tough lessons on 10/7 and in the subsequent months leading up to today.
Jonathan Shanzer with the Foundation of Defense of Democracies. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now. You're breaking down the complexities and, of course, as the world is watching this ceasefire agreement that is set to go into effect on Sunday. We appreciate you for joining us on Live Now.
Anytime.
And we do appreciate Jonathan for joining us. Do want to show you before we head to our final 2-minute break here, another look